Buddy, we got a little experimental in that intro this morning. I could hear it in my headphones. Like, right, I didn't have my headphones on, but it got like the I don't know what ridiculousness. Did it clip? I feel like it must have clipped. Because it's like when you got echo on top of echo on top of echo on top of echo, eventually it's just gonna clip. Eventually just gonna get clippage. Sorry for that. Hopefully, I don't know. Oh my god. What is that sound? Buffy Geek, thank you for the resubscription. 17 months, meow. Oh my god, yeah, that was wild. That was a little too much. What do you think? Is there a Discord? Yeah, there's a Discord. We get a Discord link, a working Discord link in chat. I think there, like there's a, you know, a timer, but sometimes those run out. Like, right, sometimes the... Wait, let me just... Maybe I can do it. Somebody will probably get it to it before I do, but just in case. Do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh my god, no, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. There we go. That's the way that I like Discord to go. Oh my god, yeah, you got to it before I did, Buffy. That's the Discord. I'm gonna throw a copy of that into YouTube chat in case anybody in YouTube... Yeah, this is especially relevant to you, YouTube, right? I know that sometimes if we ever go down, YouTube gets really confused because you're just like, where did the stream go? For Twitch, you can hang out and chat and it's all good. And when I come back up, you'll see it. You know, you don't have to do anything. You can just hang out. But for YouTube, it makes you find a whole other stream. Like, it's like the stream goes away, but then maybe it comes back up and you see it, or maybe you don't see it. So yeah, I want you especially to get into Discord, because what'll happen is when the stream goes live again, if it ever does go down, then, you know, basically it, you'll see it. You'll see it in Discord. You'll see it announced, and you'll know to look for a new YouTube stream. Anyway, oh my god, we have a lot to cover. So much to cover. What am I trying to do even? I think I'm trying to do this. Nope, not that one. Wait, yeah, that one. This is the rundown of what we're going to be covering today, right? I couldn't even fit it all in the stream title because there's too much stuff. There's too much stuff going on. None of it's like particularly long, so we don't have any like long, like Vaush, Xander Hall, etc. videos to get through or anything like that. So, you know, I mean, that should be good. We'll be moving around a lot. But yeah, there's so many topics. There's so many things going on. Matt Walsh apparently has become aware that a Daily Wire employee has quit, and you know, like, this kind of came to my attention based on some people in my community thinking that this might represent more than just one person leaving, right? A lot of times when there's something really rotten, when there's something really wrong with an organization, the way it begins is like with one person leaving, and then you look to see, you know, are there more people leaving? Is there something that they don't want to be associated with? Are they getting out while the getting is good? That's a possibility for the Daily Wire, but the person who left has spoken out about the Daily Wire, what they don't like about being a part of it, and it is basically has to do with Michael Knowles' speech and Matt Walsh's increasingly unbridled rhetoric about trans people, right? So yeah, this is oh my god, I'm trying to remember her name. We'll see it in a second. We'll see it in a second when we cover this. But I can't think at all until I get my weather update music. No, not weather update today. Weather forecast. Yeah. Which sounds like a JoJo stand, kind of. Weather forecast. Yes. Kevin McLeod. Local forecast. I'm sorry, it's a local forecast. You die as a punk or you live long enough to become a conservative? Oh my god. Wait, who are we talking about? There's so many people that could apply to. Even TYT hates us. Well, look, I don't... Okay, so let me talk about TYT, because that is the lead story that we've got today. That's probably the most shocking thing. Yeah. So with TYT, you know, what you've got is an organization that I grew up with, right? When I first got interested in politics, it was the Majority Report, it was TYT, it was stuff like that. And I remember from time to time, Jink would have kind of a sus take, but Anna would be there, usually to argue with him, right? So there'd be a debate between Jink and Anna. And I really liked Anna, and like, I don't know, honestly, Anna Kasparian was kind of a hero to me. And so it really sucks to see the way that they're going, right? This is kind of like Bill Maher. If you've studied Bill Maher's trajectory, people tell me that back in the day, Bill Maher was such a lefty that he was getting canceled for being too left, right? He was being canceled for saying provocative things on the left. As time has gone by, you know, and he's kind of like eased himself into this grift. It's the opposite, right? He tries to, you know, he was a centrist for a while, and at this point he's just punching left almost exclusively, because that's what gets him attention, that's what gets him views, that's the audience that he's cultivating, that he's steering himself towards the intellectual dark web, right? And TYT is kind of going the same way on a much slower trajectory. Yeah, he's always been, well, shitting on Bush. Okay, so back in the day, during the Bush administration, right, people are saying that, like, Bill Maher was actually left, right? I mean, never, like, left, right? But a liberal. Bill Maher was a liberal, and, you know, that's changed. Bill Maher is just basically, like, a rabid, misogynistic, transphobe weirdo. I mean, the only thing that's consistent about him is I think he still hates religion. Right, I don't think that's changed. I don't think Bill's gonna come out as like a you know, traditionalist, you know, religious person or anything like that. Oh yeah, so like 9/11 era Bill Maher, people are telling me was okay, but TYT's trajectory is kind of similar to that of Bill Maher's, if you know what I mean, right? They haven't been speed running it, but they've been, you know, moving towards more and more centrist takes. And I'm not going to call them grifters, right? So with Bill Maher, to a certain degree, one gets the feeling that he's being rewarded for these kind of takes, right? He's making money. He can see, he's following the money, right? In terms of his trajectory, right? The IDW is, you know, and like he probably believes, you know, the stuff too, right? But with TYT, I think it's fully that they changed. They got older, and like it's just boomer take after boomer take after boomer take. You know, whether it's like, you know, we can have prison reform and police reform after we get our vicious crime, you know, problem under control from Anna, or whether it's Jink complaining about people pleasuring themselves, unhoused people pleasuring themselves in his presence whenever he walks out the door, right? And you know, just demonizing unhoused people even more through that, right? They've gone more and more to the right, and it's not entirely unprecedented, especially on trans issues, okay? I've mentioned this before. Like I said, I was a fan of TYT when I was first understanding politics, right? And especially Anna Kasparian. Jink has always been a mixed bag, especially on trans issues. Jink is lucky that people do not keep digital records of like literally everything that TYT has done. In other words, like there's a lot of clips of Jink being transphobic, right? And one clip I've never seen, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I've never seen is an apology by Jink to the trans community. He changed, right? He stopped doing that. The kind of stuff that you'd see would be him like laughing at trans people or laughing at a story about trans people, and then like seeing a cis woman who looked, you know, not feminine enough for Jink's taste and saying, I don't know, she's kind of looking a little transgendered there. Ho, 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 ho. And he thought it was a big joke and stuff. And like back then, you know, there was just nobody standing up to defend trans people. There was nobody noticing. It was a perfectly like acceptable take for a lefty to be doing that kind of thing. Obviously, TYT has changed, and obviously in recent years, they've been more sympathetic towards the trans community. But like I said, they're on this overall arc. They're on this overall like turn towards the right, and trans people are getting thrown under the bus, right? Now, I don't want to disparage everyone in the TYT network, okay? Because I know there's some good people in the TYT network. I'm pretty sure there's some people that are upset with this, right? So I don't know, maybe the thumbnail's a little provocative. That you can blame that on the thumbnail artist, Vamps. That's right, Vamps. That's Vamps is going hard on TYT, and I totally understand why. And I made a post of TYT right now. It was like a dumpster fire, right? Because I really do feel backstabbed in a big way, right? In terms of them adopting the language of TERFs and transphobes, right? In terms of them, I don't mess around. That's right. Don't mess with Vamps, okay? Do not mess with Vamps, because Vamps will make a thumbnail on you. It'll be ruthless, right? We got TY traders here. Yeah, pretty hard, but not, completely understandable. And a lot of us are feeling a certain way about TYT. A lot of people, like, obviously they're a lib channel. They're not a leftist channel. They never pretended to be a leftist channel, and they're turning more centrist as they get older. But what you had was a situation where they kind of brought in a host that they don't usually have, and the host tried to find common ground with the transphobic governor of Virginia, right? The host implied that issues like, trans women's ability to even participate in sports, they were just like unimportant marginal issues, and we could just like kind of chill back on those and concentrate on the really important stuff, right? And yeah, in the process, this person echoed the language that the governor of Virginia was using about trans people, right? Biological men, or when you're talking about high school students, biological boys, right? And I mean, like, it is what it is. That happened. Jink was on air when this happened, right? And he didn't push back. He didn't disagree. Well, we'll take a look at that, right? We will definitely take a look at that. I have been hearing lately someone I know keeps calling this woman as looking like a drag queen, or the drag queen lady. I told them once I disliked that usage, but I think I heard them use it again. Are you talking about someone in TYT? Oh, you've been enjoying my streams. That's great, Ariel Fire. Meow. Oh, what are you gonna post in Discord, Cat? I gotta scroll up. The reason I asked about the Discord is to maybe post a warning, if that is okay. Some investigator people? Yes. Wait, are you talking about Eden? Cat? Are you talking about Eden? Yeah, this is a really sad story. I read Eden's twit longer, and we don't know for sure, but there's a very good chance that Eden is no longer with us, and it's due to what Cat was saying. Some investigator people coerced a trans woman to go back to her unaccepting family. Yeah, and she was she had her HRT taken away from her. She was forced to live in a situation where which was unacceptable to her, and the twit longer says that she can no longer live in that situation. The twit longer is a goodbye to the world, right? So we don't know much more than that, as like I haven't seen any confirmation of anything, but yeah, it's a really messed up story what happened to Eden. What did the TYT do now? Are they shooting cops at trans people from cannons? No, they're just adopting like turfy transphobic language, right? And like, look, like I said, not everybody at TYT, I don't think, I can't imagine that everybody's okay with this. But if you work at TYT, especially if you're trans, this is your moment, okay? You know? You cannot let these people use you as a fig leaf. And you shouldn't be expected to. Right? I know what it's like to be part of a group where you're expected to sit there and bite your tongue when people do harm to the trans community, right? And you want to think that this group is overall good, and you want to think that this group can change, and you want to think that you can continue to work from inside. But at some point, you've got to straight up ask for an apology, for a course correction, for an unambiguous statement that this garbage is not going to happen any longer, all right? Because it's not right to let them use you like this. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to the trans community, all right? You gotta do something, okay? I'm not gonna name any names, right? Because I'm sure this is weighing heavily on someone's mind right now, and I just hope that she makes the right decision. Anyway, yeah, because that happened in the tweet, was the invoking of like, well, we've got trans hosts, we've got trans employees, so I can't possibly be transphobic. Well, then why are you adopting TERF language? Why are you like why are you saying the transphobic language that the governor of Virginia said back to him, right? So yeah, I mean, like, something's got to change, right? Or because TYT has always had problems from as long as I've known them. TYT has always had issues with the way that it handles trans stories. And this was a situation where maybe somebody who just had no business talking about trans issues at all got out there and was, you know, reacting to the story. And instead of a correction, instead of like a hook coming out and pulling this person off the stage, right? Like a you know, old-timey variety show, you just got Jink nodding his head, and that's unacceptable, and that's pathetic. It's kind of not surprising given the trajectory of the Young Turks, but it shouldn't be. I mean, this is not an environment that any trans person should be expected to work in, right? So, thought, you know, my hopes, my empathy goes out to anyone stuck in that situation, getting used like that, because I've had experience with the same thing, and the fallout of it was really nasty, right? And the best thing for me to do would have just been walk away. Instead, I tried to talk to the person, and it actually ended up like causing my cancellation, causing a whole bunch of people that should be my allies to turn against me because they thought a bunch of bad things. Because once you criticize an institutional power, you become a threat to that institutional power. So I don't even want to, like I said, you know, make the call out, you know, talk to the people within the organization. I guess you gotta judge that by your own situation. And I never want to encourage somebody to put themselves in the line of fire the way that I was, because the results for me were horrible, were absolutely horrible. They tried to separate me from every single person on my side, right? They tried to character assassinate me. So many lies were spewed about me, and I don't want to see that happen to another person. And I know how this works, right? If they don't accept your critique, if they don't change their minds, they come for you, right? They have to make you into some kind of villain, because otherwise they're a villain and that's exposed, right? And what Jink and the other people on TYT did on stream the other day was absolutely villainous. When I transitioned over a decade ago, says Kelsey, it was a lot better. Kyle has also been getting better on trans stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people have. Well, I mean, like, most people on the left have, but then you've also got this Bill Maher effect. We'll watch something with Bill Maher too today, of him accusing trans people of asking too much in response to some criticism from David Cross. Another critical atheist, yeah. It's funny. One of their favorite talking points is crapping on corporate news, but it's like Spider-Man pointing at each other. Yeah, at this point, yeah. What is that? What somebody was saying? You live long enough to you die a punk or live long enough to become the institution. Bill Maher is the kind of lib who hasn't updated his views for the past few years, and he is starting to go backwards. Absolutely. And he's getting paid to go backwards, right? He's getting that IDW clout and you know, that IDW audience, right? Would it be okay? So yeah, the you were talking about that, right? Cat, you were talking about Eden. Did I see this clip? It's very funny. Wait, which clip? It's like talking about black people 60 years ago. Oh, telling black people to simmer down. Yeah. Wait, what clip are we talking about? I have all I've seen of Jink recently is when he debated Hassan about homeless people in Los Angeles. Yeah, was that where he talked about the... Jink recently speculated that the secret gimmick of MILF Manor was that the MILFs were going to... Oh, I heard about this. The MILFs the men were going to date were actually going to be trans women after he saw everything but their faces. Oh, update the next thingy. Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. I'm just trying to decide. I guess we're covering TYT first. That's what I usually do. You are talking about Eden. You're being vague because you don't want to trigger people. Yeah, and I just don't know how to cover a story like that. Like, right? Because this isn't like just a news story. You know, it's somebody's life. Yeah, Hassan heavily disagreed with Jink about that. May her memory be a blessing. Problem is their wage is on the line too, just not moral. Oh, you're talking about the people working at TYT. TYT are at best SOCDMs. I wouldn't even say that. Yo, I think they're just liberals. Those darn trans people asking to love their lives it's too much. It's too much for Bill Maher. For basic human decency, right? Is trans people asking too much, according to Bill Maher. Hearing what Jink said about homeless people is what made me unsub from TYT. It was so bad. Yeah, and it really sucks. Like, right? Clam op allegation. Wait, where's the clam op? Wait, is that a weasel? No, it's a oh. Oh my god, I feel like I'm missing everything here. Oh, wait, I gotta allow somebody into the... Somebody just signed up on Discord. That was what I was like, what am I forgetting? What am I forgetting to do? Let's see. Okay, somebody already got to it. Good. My mods are noticing what I'm forgetting to do. Bill Maher, yeah. I mean, the clam op, oh, you're talking, yeah. You're talking about what happened. Well, I mean, like the clam op allegations were just like one of the many things that that was like, there was some really toxic, unsupported, you know, stuff that was said about me, and I was surprised at the people like on my side, on the left, who went along with that, right? It really showed that people are more afraid of secondhand, the kind of guilt by association than they are about like just checking up on, like when somebody tells you something about your friend, maybe you should actually look into it rather than just believing whatever garbage is being spewed about them. If TYT is suddenly too right for basic trans acceptance, I think, you know, I don't know about that, Kelsey, because like understand that TYT is a moving target, and TYT a long time ago was an independent news organization, like the first of its kind. I think, am I right about this? TYT when it started out was just like a, I mean, they really were young, right? This was back in the early 2000s or you know, this was a long time ago. Yeah, they were independent. They were against the status quo. They were against the corporate media. And over time, they have, in a lot of ways, become the corporate media. This is something that happens constantly. This is like basic recuperation on one hand. Also, you know, what tends to happen to people when they age, you know, that there's a tendency to become more conservative over time. The answer to what's going on with TYT isn't to give up, right? The answer to what's going on with TYT is to replace them with something better, right? And try to like keep yourself from falling into that same pattern as people like Bill Maher and, well, Bill Maher was never like independent journalism, right? But like as like, you know, media figures of the past have. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about Finster again, right? Only for a little bit, right? Oh, there's Finster right now. Maybe we should do this first. Yeah, that's a good sign to do this first, right? So I got to meet 2 of Finster's mods on Thursday, right? We're talking about Yoma, and we're talking about, wait, maybe even 3. Oh my God, I'm just looking at everything that happened on oh my God, I'm Stovamore. Yeah, Stovamore was the other Finster mod that we got to meet. Yoma actually, oh, and somebody bought a gift sub for Finster too last time. But yeah, oh my God, I'm mispronouncing. Amoya. There we go. I can pronounce people's names. That's the name of the other mod that was in here. It turns out Amoya has a YouTube channel where clips of Finster get placed. And I ran into one of these clips of Finster, probably because I was looking at stuff about Finster before. Let's see, Finster. If I can just get this to... Ben roasts Vaush. That's what we're gonna look at first, and then we'll do the TYT story. Ben roasts Vaush. Turns on trans people. There we go. So those are gonna be the first 2 things. Oh, I also wanted to do a little housekeeping. Okay, so look. Gotta change those. Here, let me go here. I want to show you something. Okay, so when we last met, right, we were 2 points away from the sub goal. Now we're 23 points away. And why is that? That's because subs are like a monthly thing, and they, you know, they get made and then they expire, and enough subs expired between Thursday and today that we're back down to 23 away instead of 2 away. And I gotta take responsibility. That's my fault. I didn't end up streaming yesterday. I really wanted to get some work done on videos, and just like I could not get things together in time. So I feel like this is my fault, right? This is like my fault that we're down to, you know, I mean, we're still within striking distance. We're easily within striking distance, right? But it's not, we were gonna get it, right? If I just streamed on Sunday, I feel like we would have been able to get it. And, you know, meeting that sub goal means that the cosplay happened. So, you know, that's, again, that is my fault for not being there for one of my days that I'm supposed to be there. I don't have a good balance between making videos and doing streams, and I wanted to make sure to get a video out for the Patreons, for the members on YouTube, and also for the Twitch subs too, right? So I'm trying to, when I do exclusive content, right, that's paywalled, and there's a reason for this, right? I try to put it in places where everybody who's supporting me monthly can get it, right? So whether you're on the Patreon, whether you're a member on YouTube, or whether you are a sub on Twitch, you should have access to this, right? It's a video about Scott Adams, right? It's another reason that I didn't put it out, because I'm a little late on that. That subject was a lot more hot a couple of weeks ago, right? But I felt like it was really important, because I didn't just talk about Scott Adams. I talked about Scott Adams. I talked about Elon. You know, he went out. If you didn't see it, he had like an extremely racist take. That's understating it. He fell for a Nazi dog whistle, right? And he said all this stuff about black people based on a weird racist poll that Rasmussen did. Elon Musk came in to defend him, right? And that got me talking about, you know, the idea of racism, that racism is not just prejudice, but it's prejudice plus power. And, you know, when you talk about Elon Musk, you start to talk about the meritocracy, the idea of the meritocracy. I think he might have even brought that up, right? The idea, and Scott Adams definitely brought that up, the idea that meritocracy is what justifies income inequality, right? So I talked a little bit about meritocracy, and I talked a little bit about income inequality, and I felt like altogether it was a really good video, but it was kind of a brainy video. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just like, you know, like, I mean, this is going to be fun. This is going to be Finster roasting Vaush. This is a fun video. If I put out a short clip of me reacting to Finster roasting Vaush, people are going to like that. The algorithm's going to like that. But if I put out a brainy video on YouTube, it's not going to be appreciated, right? So I decided to just keep this one behind a paywall, because I feel like the people that are supporting me on a monthly level are people that appreciate kind of some of the deeper places that we go on stream. And, you know, that includes this video, right? So it's going to be there for you if you are supporting me monthly. If not, you know, you can either you can either join on Patreon, which I don't actually have like a limit, right? You know, at whatever level, right? If you're on my Patreon, you're on my Patreon. You get access to stuff, right? You can be a member on YouTube, which I think is $2.99 a month is the lowest level. A sub on Twitch, which is, you know, $5 a month. And then, you know, if you can't get any of those, stick around and make good comments in chat, because generally people who are giving gift subs will look for people who are interacting in chat. You know, like if you say something smart, if you say something clever, if you say something that people like, you know, you're more likely to get a gift sub. So those are 3 ways to get access to that. And like I said, you can access it through Twitch, you can access it through YouTube, or you can access it through Patreon. Anyway, I have like edged you for way too long, right? Yeah, we're going to be discussing Finster. Vaush recently said that there's a 99.99% chance that Finn was on estrogen, and his subreddit called Vaush out. We saw that, right? We saw the clip they made of Vaush, right? But we haven't seen Finster's reaction, because Finster was shown this and Finn reacted. Probably on the same day that I reacted to it. If you were more able to get his humor, you feel like Finn would be a cool person to chill with? Yeah, Finn's mods seem really cool. Maybe you should work together to make a nice little schedule. Yeah. Yeah, schedules are hard. The other thing is, like, I gotta try to make a schedule that I can actually commit to, and that's not gonna keep me. So if you notice, like, I've been on a grind recently, like, right? I've been streaming more than normal, and it's exacted a price, and the price has been I haven't gotten as many videos out, right? And that's not fair to people on the YouTube channel, and that's also not fair to especially people that are, you know, paying monthly for membership or Patreon and stuff like that, and, you know, should be getting a little extra something in return. So I wanted to take some time out and and make sure to get that video uploaded because it's such a good video. I'm very proud of it. I don't think it will do well in the algorithm, but I know that there's people that will appreciate that. So yeah, let's get into they rightfully call Vaush out. So this is Amoya Moya Moya Moya. Wait, Amoya Moya Moya. Oh, sorry. Only 3 Amoyas. Amoya Moya Moya Moya. Why does Vaush even care? Yeah, well, it's none of his business, right? It's none of Vaush's business. Wait. There's a lot of clips of Finn here. But there's one about Vaush, and it's gotta be recent. I'm trying to even remember what Finn was wearing. What was Finn wearing at the time? There's another way to do this. And that means going into my history. And you get to see all the things that I've been watching. There it is. There it is.
I hope you guys know there's like a 99.9% chance that Finster, at the very least, is on estrogen. I'm not saying Finster isn't a guy, but Finster got some smooth skin. And their HRT
Can you hear this okay?
is a real thing, all right? I'm just saying.
Okay, no offense, but absolutely colossal skill issue, Vaush. I'm so sorry. Listen, salicylic acid, cleanser, fucking niacinamide, reduces like acne and shit, like a good moisturizer, shave, B22. I don't know. I'm sorry. Don't like these are just things you may not have heard of. It's absolutely a skill issue, Vaush. I'm so sorry. Having said that, that's fucking retinol.
So if you didn't hear what Vaush said, Vaush is basically like, damn, Finn's skin is smooth. Well, you know that HRT femboys are a thing. I think there's a 99.99% chance that Finn's on estrogen, right? And it's just like, A, that's none of your business. And B, no, like Finn said, this is a skill issue. I mean, to a certain extent, right? I mean,
yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
So we get a little skincare advice from Finster as well.
Like makeup, that's a thing.
Vaush is, yeah, there's some chance that Vaush is being creepy. There's a pretty good chance that Vaush is being creepy here. But yeah, that's what it was, okay? It's a skill issue, according to Finster. Vaush does not understand basic skincare. No, like, and like, I don't know. It's also like, to me, I mean, like Finn's got a, Finn's got to clap back, right? But I mean, I just think it was a boundary breach that wasn't appreciated. And like that's why Finn's community reacted the way that they did. And Finn is just, kind of playing to the crowd as far as, okay, if Vaush is gonna make a statement, a silly statement like he did, then this is gonna become a skill issue for Vaush. So yeah, that's what went on there. Do you want to watch it again?
Finster is the only femboy. I hope you guys know there's like a 99.9% chance that Finster, at the very
That'll
least,
give me
is
a
on
chance
estrogen.
to get water.
I'm not saying Finster isn't a guy, but Finster got some smooth skin, and their HRT femboy is a real thing, all right? I'm just saying.
Okay, no offense, but absolutely colossal skill issue, Vaush. I'm so sorry. Listen, salicylic acid, cleanser, fucking niacinamide, reduces like acne and shit, like a good moisturizer, shave, B22. I don't know. I'm sorry. Don't like these are just things you may not have heard of. It's absolutely a skill issue, Vaush. I'm so sorry. Having said that, that's fucking retinol. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Like makeup, that's a thing.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I got my hydration here. Ah. Try not to spill my coffee here. That's the one thing with like light carpet. You gotta be super careful about spilling coffee. You have dark carpet, you can probably get away with just like kind of wiping it up, but oh my god. Oh, anybody got some void coffees? Because I absolutely have to drain this. Void coffees. I just want to make sure. Wait, please tell me that's not coffee. Please tell me that I didn't spill like droplets of coughlets. Oh my god. It does look like damn it. Okay, chat, I need to get seltzer water. It's like the only thing that takes stuff like that out of. Here, wait, no, I know what to do. You gotta like, what is it called? You gotta do the thing where you, God, as I'm telling myself not to spill the coffee, I spill the coffee. Just a few droplets. What do you call it when you like you press it down, but you don't like... You know that thing where you like go like to try to get a liquid out? Because if you like rub it, then yeah, blot it out. Yeah, not smearing it. Not going to smear. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's a skill issue, right? It's called skincare. Let's cut that out of there and add that. Okay, let's do our TYT segment here. And then, yeah, some of you might know what this is, right? That I've got coming up after that. Like I said, we've got a lot to cover, so let's do the TYT thing now. If you don't mind, I will move right along. I'll try to find some time, because I know that, like, I don't talk to chat nearly enough. I don't, like, just sit there and kind of chill with chat. And chat probably, you know, appreciates that sort of thing. I'm always concentrated so much on segments and getting them done, so like I've got potential things I can make videos about, and then I never have time to make videos, so I gotta do something different, and probably a lot of that is gonna be just like setting aside time for chat. All right, so here we go. Now I guess content warning, transphobia, transphobic language, and you know, the people that we would normally expect, because like honestly, like a TYT segment about, you know, trans student calls out transphobic Republican governor, you're kind of expecting TYT to adequately push back on this, and it's really sad that that is not what happened. So I'm just letting you know up front that that's what we're about to This is a trans guy. He's in high school. He's there with his dad, and he wants to talk to the Republican governor. Now, this is just after transphobic legislation has been passed. I believe that, I mean, they're going to get into it, but I believe that it involves bathrooms and locker rooms, and also, you know, sports. So,
Duncan, your transgender model policy would require that students play on the sports teams and use the...
Wait, transgender model policy? Is that what it...
Duncan, your transgender model policy would require that students play on the sports teams and use the restrooms that correspond with their sex assigned at birth. Look at me. I am a transgender man. Do you really think that the girls in my high school would feel comfortable sharing a restroom with me?
That was 17-year-old high school student confronting a Republican governor.
So this is Ben Gleib, kind of a comedian, on TYT responding.
Of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, about his party's LGBTQ school policies at a CNN town hall. The beginning of his response was giving typical politician, but then he actually answered pretty directly. Let's take a look.
So first of all, Nico, thank you for, again, asking the question, being here tonight, and engaging in this important discussion. I believe first, when parents are engaged with their children, then you can make good decisions together. And I met your dad, and I'm glad that you're both here together. That's really, really important. I also think that there are lots of students involved in this decision. And what's most important is that we try very hard to accommodate students. That's why I have said many, many times, we just need extra bathrooms in schools. We need...
Okay, so yeah, this wasn't in the policy. The policy wasn't about extra bathrooms. This is something that he is, I mean, I guess you could call this a virtue signal. Like, he's saying that he wants it. He passed legislation that doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, gender neutral bathrooms might, you know, I don't know. No, it doesn't really solve the problem, right? Because the fact that you're going to pass a bill to force, you know, trans people to use a bathroom they're uncomfortable with, right? That in and of itself is a problem. Gender neutral bathrooms do not, you know, fix that, right? That's at best a band-aid, right? Because the real damage is to the dignity of trans people. Youngkin dodged the question like he was playing dodgeball. Yeah, and I think that he seemed evasive. He seemed uncomfortable, right? Like, these Republican governors will make laws about, the Republican legislatures will make laws about trans people with this abstract idea that this is something that my voters want. Whatever transgender is, it's something my voters don't like. And I'm going to make a law to protect us from whatever transgender, or if you're, you know, Michael Knowles, transgenderism is, right? We're gonna fight this abstract thing. And when you call it transgenderism, like, I mean, that's a big part of what it does. It takes, you know, people like this whose lives you're affecting, and it turns them into an abstraction.
Neutral bathrooms.
When he actually has to talk to the person affected by his rules, he's visibly uncomfortable.
And so people can use a bathroom that they in fact are comfortable with.
There's more to his response in a moment, but
I mean, like, look, that, oh God.
First, some more details about the policies his party has been pushing for. According to Virginia's Department of Education.
Yeah, they really call this model policy released in 2012 model transgender policy. The fact that they call it model makes me worried. Like, are they saying that this is like a model that other states should take up? I don't know what word model comes in here, right?
Model policies released in 2022. Students would be required to use bathrooms, locker rooms, and participate in sports leagues that correspond to their biological sex. That's according to Caitlin Lewis in Newsweek. We will come back to the sports issue in a moment because it's a complicated one. It also stipulates, however, that
little preview of what's wrong with Ben Gleib's take here. It also stipulates that students who want to change their name or gender on official school records can do so only if their family submits legal documentation, and that school staff cannot refer to the students by their desired name or pronoun unless their parent requests that change in writing. And I think it it even goes further.
That students who want to change their name or gender on official school records can do so only if their family submits legal documentation, and that school staff cannot refer to students by their desired name or pronoun unless their parents request the change in writing. And even so, school staff would not have to refer to a student's preferred names regardless of paperwork if they feel doing so would, quote, violate their constitutionally protected rights.
So, I mean, what do you see here from Ben Gleib? I don't get hostility. I don't get that Ben Gleib, thinks that he's doing anything transphobic, right? But that even more makes it a question in my mind whether he's the right person to address this, because you're gonna see what he says. You're going to see the language that he uses, which is just basically parroting back the governor's language, that he used, parroting back right. A lot of this, when we looked at the email leaks that came out in Mother Jones magazine, I think that was that on Thursday? It was either on Thursday or I don't even know. It was last week, right? When we looked at that, one of the things that we noticed was that they were really adamant about not using the language like trans and cis, right? They wanted to use their language. And there's a reason for that. Language equals framing. If you can frame this issue in a certain way, right, you've seen this in polls, right, where you can ask the same question in two different ways and get two different results, right? Welfare is a great example. If you ask people if they support aid, monetary aid to people, struggling financially, they're all good. They want that. They like that. They support that. But if you say welfare, then the poll numbers go down, right? So framing is a huge issue. Framing is everything. If you want to be part of this fight, you've got to understand how framing works.
Under Virginia's previous guidelines, students are allowed to use the pronouns, bathrooms, or locker rooms that reflect their gender identity. Schools are also advised not to disclose a student's gender identity to other students.
He's misinformed, but misinformation can hurt too.
Or parents, but...
Well, just wait, it gets worse.
Below to this, Youngkin's new guidelines state that no policy guidance, training, or other written material issued may encourage or instruct teachers to conceal material information about a student from the student's parent, including information related to gender. Meaning teachers may be obligated to out.
And I want to make sure everybody got also what was in there was that there was a constitutional right basically implied in this legislation for the teacher to be able to misgender a student if they so choose, right?
Trans students.
Think about that. His name is pronounced Gleeb. Wait, am I doing it right? It's two syllables. Gleeb. Is it Gleeb? Is that right?
To their parents. Plus, the policy also says that a parent must know if a child sees a counselor for gender-related issues. Throughout the town hall on Thursday, Youngkin said his approach to LGBT issues and other educational...
So it's absolutely circumventing the idea that schools might be places of greater acceptance for students who, for trans students who aren't accepted at home, right?
Policy starts with a focus on parents and transparency. When asked about his position on the removal of certain books from school libraries, the governor said it was important to, quote, make sure parents know what's in the library and parents understand what materials are being used in the curriculum. So now let's go back to his town hall answer and hear what he has to say about transgender students in sports.
I think sports are very clear.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like it, right? It's definitely violating a confidentiality that I feel like students should have. I don't know if there's any laws about parent-teacher confidentiality, and since the teacher isn't considered a healthcare provider, it's probably not covered by HIPAA. But the principle that you're invoking here, Jules, is absolutely correct, right? That should be how it's handled.
And I don't think it's controversial. I don't think that biological boys should be playing sports with biological girls.
Okay, so framing. We don't say like trans girls should not be playing sports with cis girls. We say biological boys should not be playing sports with biological girls. So regardless of how you try to parse this issue, that language is invoking, no trans person's trying to tell you that no trans person's trying to deny that like certain people have certain gametes or whatever, right? Or chromosomal makeup or anything like that. But is it pertinent here? Especially in a situation where, somebody's undergoing HRT, it's definitely it's not pertinent in sports. That's why the Olympic Committee a long time ago decided that not only was it fair for trans women to compete in sports, given a certain amount of time of HRT, but it was unjust to not allow them to compete in those sports, right? And the impact on the overall, on sports has been minimal, right? There's still a lot of obstacles in the way of trans athletes, even just competing at an equal level according to their level of representation in society. Right, not only is there no this moral panic that trans athletes are taking an inordinate amount of the or trans women are dominating sports fields, but in fact you see them underrepresented in sports achievements, right? And there's a lot of reasons for that, and we've talked about that before. But right, so this is an absolute moral panic.
Decades of efforts in order to gain opportunities for women in sports, and it's just not fair. So we're talking. So do you see what he does there? Biological boys, right? So we're not thinking of girls. We're not thinking of women, even though we're talking about trans girls and trans women, right? And we're going to contrast that with women in sports. So without saying so, he's denied that trans women are women. And he has contrasted and basically drawn up a zero-sum game between trans women and cis women, right? That trans women represent a threat to women in sports, right? And the underlying idea is that when he says women, he's thinking real women. When he says trans women, he's thinking biological boys, right? He set up this framing in a certain way. Now, right, if you are even just a liberal, even just a progressive, not a leftist or anything, you need to push back on not just what this guy's saying, but the framing that he's using. You need to point out the framing to your audience, because there's a certain percentage of the audience that might make sense to, right? We want women's sports to be a thing. In the past they haven't gotten enough money, and in the past women don't get enough opportunities, right? We want that to be a thing. And if you let this guy get away with his weasel, because he's doing a weasel, this guy is doing a weasel right now, right? If you let this guy get away with his weasel, then a certain portion of your audience, right? Because even among liberal audience, right, there's a lack of understanding. I don't think there's necessarily a lack of empathy for trans people, although there probably is. There probably is that too. But the major concern is a lack of understanding. And as a progressive news outlet, that's your responsibility to provide them with that understanding, to provide them with that context. Now, what happens if you select somebody that just doesn't get it, and you have them, in the lead position on this on the segment, right? We'll watch and find out. I think that's non-controversial and something that I think is pretty well understood. Again.
Oh, is that the dad?
I think these are very difficult discussions.
Somebody's shaking their head.
And I am very, very glad to see you and your dad here together.
And this might be controversial for me to say, but I personally think that when it comes to bathrooms, gender identity should be what determines which one you use. But when it comes to sports teams, I think personally that still should be decided based on biological sex.
Okay, so this isn't like a... This is pretty unambiguous, right? There's no pushback on the framing, and there's not even any pushback on what the governor just said. He just said this is non-controversial, and you got Ben Glieb. Glieb? I still feel like I'm mispronouncing it. You've got Ben basically echoing that, right? Like, this is immensely harmful, right? What the governor is trying to talk about here is taking trans women who are athletes out of their sports, denying us the right to participate in sports, overruling the science-based decisions, the research-based decisions of organizations like the International Olympic Committee. Because a certain segment of America thinks this is non-controversial. And you get no pushback here from TYT.
I think it's beautiful and the right thing to do if we are an evolving...
I think it's beautiful and the right thing to do? What is this? What is with this Trumpian language?
...society to embrace the whole spectrum of people's...
Embrace the... Oh my God. Look, so the Virginia governor at the beginning was really uncomfortable, and to the point where he's just kind of repeating back cliches. It feels like PR language. It feels like stuff that's test marketed. It feels like stuff that, you know, like somebody told him to say this. If you get this question, you know, here's what you're going to say so that you're not pissing off your right-wing constituency, but at the same time, you're not going to, you know, raise any eyebrows among people who disagree with you. So you're going to sound, you're not progressive, but you're going to sound accepting. You're not going to sound mean. That's the key. That's how they get away with taking away our rights. Like, we're going to talk about this with Matt Walsh later. Like, a lot of the Daily Wire people would prefer that Matt Walsh be more like he was in What is a Woman. You didn't see a confrontational, overbearing, mean Matt Walsh. You saw a man asking questions. And then you saw those the answers be heavily clipped in order to make it seem like nobody can answer his questions, right? That's when this kind of propaganda works. And, you know, you're not only is TYT here letting the governor get away with that kind of weasel language. You've just got an acceptance of this. You've got an acceptance not only of the framing, but you've got an acceptance of the point.
Identity and different identities, and they should not only be respected as who they truly feel that they are, but also, of course...
Now, look, like, I don't really have a super problem with this, but what it belies is that Ben is uncomfortable talking about this stuff. Ben is walking on eggshells, right? And on one hand, you know... Oh my God, thank you, Skywise. Thank you for the resub. That's 3 months for you, meow. Right, so like, I'm trying to be a little bit, like, I know we went hard with the thumbnail, right? But I'm trying to be a little bit understanding. I'm trying to be a little bit forgiving. And more than anything, I would love for this situation to be addressed by TYT in a way that mitigates the damage that they've done, right? Doesn't undo it, but at least mitigates it, right? My overall acceptance is that Ben's just like the wrong guy to be doing this, or the wrong person to be doing this story, right? And that when you're covering trans people, especially in a network like TYT, which you know, has some trans people on its staff, like, right? At the very least, they need to be consulted, and probably, you know, this is a great time to bring them in and put them on, you know, put them on the show, because we don't really see enough of, you know, TYT's trans hosts anyway, right? So, but that's not what we're getting. Instead, we're getting somebody who's so uncomfortable and so maybe unknowledgeable. Yeah, like, look, I'm trying to cut him some charity here, right? I'm trying not to make assumptions that this is malice or anything like that, because I don't get malice from him. I don't get meanness. I don't get, cruelty, right? I get lack of understanding. And I get unwillingness to take on this issue, right?
Of course, never ever discriminated against, but that does not mean that we support people's gender identity, that while we support people's gender identity, that their biological sex needs to cease mattering in all circumstances.
Okay, so there's circumstances that sort of thing like matters. Usually those circumstances are between you and your doctor. Maybe like later on, if you're trying to conceive, between you and your partner, right? I mean, I can think of circumstances in which it matters, but this isn't it. The assumption made here, right? When we look at the Twitter, when we look at what happened on Twitter with Ben, because some people called Ben out on this, and there was a response, and it was overall defensive, right? Overall, really, kind of doubling down on some of this stuff, and incredulous, and feeling like, I can't believe that I'm being attacked over, like, I'm on your side. What are you talking about? Like, you're being unreasonable. You're asking for too much. We're going to get into that with Bill Maher. We're going to get into that. Are trans people asking for too much? Bill Maher seems to think so, right? But I would like to think, although I compared them I compared them, right? I would like to think that TYT is a few steps more progressive than Bill Maher. I think that TYT probably thinks that, like, wait, did I just turn into comment chick? Like, what the hell happened? What's going on? Nobody told me about this. What's going on here? I turned into comment chick. Wow. Well, wait, does that mean I'm no longer a random small streamer chick? We're gonna have to rebrand, chat. We're gonna have to rebrand. I'm getting not so small anymore, and people are starting to notice. I don't know, and I'm making lots of comments. So here we go.
There are simply physical differences between biological males and females, and we don't.
Do you see the level of talking down? Look, I'm on HRT, okay? I recognize that there are physiological differences, right? But also, I'm on HRT. There's not as many physiological differences as you seem to think, right? If you think that me competing at my sport, kickboxing, with cis men is appropriate, then you want to get me hurt. And I don't appreciate that, okay? Like, I'm tough, but I'm not that tough. Yeah, like, hormones have an effect, right? Which I think is what Ben's trying to say here, but also hormones have an effect, right? I don't have access to the same hormones, like I don't have, endogenous, testosterone being created, right? I have a estrogen dominant system. I have for years and years and years. The idea that I would compete in MMA or in kickboxing with cis guys, that's like absurd. There are no trans people winning. Yeah, no, it sucks that we have to flex our lack of success in Olympic sports and in, top level sports. But yeah, I mean, that's true too. That should tell you something, right? That's real. If we want to talk about the empirical facts of the matter, that, Frog Powered Train just pointed out that they're this supposed dominance that this moral panic is based on is just not happening, right? But you see Ben just wanting to kind of like, bend over backwards for the right wing here. And like, that's not the right person for, to be commenting on the story. Right wing opportunism is putting this guy on here. The state abusing its power and getting involved in our daily lives is a problem. By the way, YouTube chat, just so you know, you're not on screen because of it. Like, I mean, I can try it again, but like OBS is not like working with YouTube chat right now. But but I can still read what you're saying. He knows it's a hot take. Oh, he knows it's a hot take. So Zara's been kind of on Twitter back and forth with Ben a little bit. So Zara might know this a little bit better than I do. Zara says he knows it's a hot take, and so maybe that's where the nervousness is. I wanted to cut him as much grace, as much slack, as much benefit of the doubt, because like contrary to popular belief, I am not trying to alienate allies, even allies that are profoundly ignorant, allies that put themselves or allow themselves to be put in situations that they just don't have the proficiency to handle, and allies whose first reflex might be something that actually does us harm, right? I would like to change your mind, Ben. I don't want you, canceled. God, we got back to that right-wing language really quick, didn't we? Yeah, Yosiel points out even more on youths who haven't even gotten to puberty yet. Socialism is when trains. Oh my God. I mean, that's true, frog-powered train. That's true. Maybe in the future, as kids get to skip the incorrect puberty things. But the thing is, they won't let that happen, right? And giving in to the right wing on like this issue, like you're gonna hear more about like kind of like his thought process on this. The idea that like giving in on this issue is moving the discussion away from the really dangerous and harmful stuff to something that is minuscule and unimportant, and like, right? And so trans athletes out there, Alana, Fallon, all the trans athletes, you heard it here first. Your life's work is unimportant to this guy, right? And I'd like to think that it's just because he's lacking information here. The anti-trans sports bills seem like horrific repeats of the segregation of black people into separate sports leagues based on some really similar arguments, right? He's not familiar with the subject matter enough to mitigate the harm that's being done by the governor's statement. Exactly, Max, exactly.
Have to ignore that fact to support and respect transgender people. That said, whichever side you come down on the issue of sports, the reality is that we're also not seeing an epidemic of trans athletes like Republicans make it seem.
Just like really, really be careful in echoing their language, right? I mean, they don't epidemic. Like there's something sick about trans athletes actually winning. Look, I mean, trans athletes should win, right? They should win as in a similar proportion to their representation in the general population, right? We don't win. And a lot of that is due to like I said, there's obstacles in us just participating, right? When you're on a sports team and people are giving you, like sus looks, right? When your coach might not be behind you, when your parents might not be behind you, when you're not getting supported the way that another athlete is, you're actually at a disadvantage. You're not at an advantage, right? And all the laws as far as this goes, they take into account like the time necessary for physiological changes to be enacted by HRT or and like Yosiel pointed out, these are in a lot of cases youths that haven't even gotten to puberty.
And in 2021, legislators in more than 20 states introduced bills that would ban transgender girls from competing on girls' sports teams in public high schools. Yet in almost every case, and I quote, sponsors of these bills could not cite a single instance in their own state or region where such participation has caused problems. The Associated Press reached out to 24 state lawmakers sponsoring such measures around the country, as well as conservative groups supporting them, and found only a few times that it has been an issue. So that's my thoughts on this complicated issue. You've seen the clips. Cenk, I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, so first, let me give Youngkin, the Republican governor of Virginia, credit on a number of things, and then I'll tell you what the trick is, okay? So number one, he actually looked reasonable. He wasn't necessarily reasonable, as I'm gonna tell you, but he looked reasonable.
I think what Cenk is trying to say is that he didn't sound mean. he didn't sound like he was coming from a place of malice. He said what he said, and he did what he did with a smile on his face. Now, I think he looked nervous, okay? I think he looked like, I think they make these laws without any thought of the people that the laws affect, and he's face to face with somebody affected by that law. And like, he's, you know, understandably uncomfortable, maybe even you know, I don't know, I don't want to project, like, you know, feelings of guilt that I don't know if they're there or not, but he definitely was worried about coming off as mean. He was definitely, you know, trying to kind of prevent any sort of clip from being made from his response to this guy that might be typified as bullying or mean or anything else, right? Even the governor of Utah said hey, you guys are blowing the shit out of proportion. Oh yeah, didn't the governor of Utah actually vetoed this stuff? Optics wise, he wasn't as he didn't come off optically as that, but you know, he didn't look like, Jinx is gonna say he seemed normal. I don't think there was anything normal about that exchange, right? I think that was a very awkward, stilted exchange.
He even looked human. So I was kind of taken aback when I saw this clip. I'm so used to Republicans being outward visible, Republican politicians being outward visible.
Many stories, as many stories as you hear about people chanting racial slurs at sporting events, I imagine there was a similar amount of people that will yell transphobic ones. That messes with you. Yeah. So Raven's pointing out some more obstacles to trans athletes, even competing at a level that represents our, you know, how prominent we are in the overall population, right? Not only do trans athletes not dominate these sports or any sports, trans athletes don't even achieve on the level that you'd expect by how many of us there are out there, right? So, and that's one reason that, yeah, you're going to get transphobia hurled at you especially if you're a trans athlete. This is why I never did like kickboxing competitively. Literally, because I saw Joe Rogan go after Fallon Fox. I saw the things that people say about Alana McLaughlin, and it scared me. Not only someone that's affected, but someone whose parents affirm and support them. That fact blows their whole argument, a hole in their argument, and how everything will be better if we don't affirm trans existence.
Monsters where they're not hiding anymore, and I was halfway expecting the guy to, oh, that's a trans kid making a.
What's going on with TYT lately? They're having so many reactionary takes. I agree, and my assessment is that, like, on one level, you know, Jink and Anna are aging, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, you know, insult them or anything like that, but just like, you know, facts of the matter, people tend to get more conservative as they get older, but more than that, like, some of these wedge issues that are especially prominent in big cities on the West Coast. So we got a problem with liberals, with wealthy liberals, you know, particularly white liberals on the West Coast, but just in general too, right? We have a problem, and that is that the right wing has successfully used the issues of crime, and you know, has proposed tough on crime policies as a solution to crime, homelessness, right? Instead of like looking at the houseless as victims of neoliberal capitalist policies, you've got people like Jink blaming them, right? Demonizing them, talking about, like, you know, an experience where he apparently saw an unhoused person pleasuring themselves, right? And just like, you know, when somebody like him comes on his platform and in the discussion about homelessness brings that up, right? that's immensely dehumanizing. So yeah, this isn't the first time we've seen TYT be reactionary. And when I say that, right, I've gotten people that have heard me say that, right, have reacted like weirdly. Like I get a lot of weird looks from saying that. Like, you don't understand. They are progressive. They are liberal. How could you possibly call them reactionary? I don't mean that they're reactionary like Andy. No, okay. I mean that they're reactionary compared to where they used to be at, and they're veering more and more towards that way. And as somebody who grew up with the Young Turks, right, and like I said, they weren't perfect, far from it, especially on trans issues. There were always problems, specifically with Jink. Actually, Anna was pretty good. Anna was like my hero, right? Whenever Jink would have a sus take, Anna would debate him on it, and I always kind of like admired her for that. But it's hard to admire her when she's buying into tough on crime rhetoric like she is, when she's downplaying the need for prison reform and for police reform or more, right? By saying that first we gotta get tough on crime to solve the solve the crime issue or whatever, right? They are somewhat canaries in the coal mine as far as West Coast liberals go, if that makes sense, right? I maybe it's more than just West Coast though, right? I've seen this on the West Coast. I don't know what the East Coast is like. I'm guessing something similar might be going on out there too.
Really great point, right? Like, really? He should be in the girls' bathroom? Right? What a great point, right? And I have 3/4 to 90% expected the Republican to respond with, oh yeah, look, the woke politics in America, we're not gonna stand for it. And like, no, please be human for a second. And he was human. Oh, thank God. All right. So number two, I agree with Ben on sports, but with a huge caveat. Look, guys, is there biological differences among the genders in terms of strength and speed? Yes. Is it?
Jink, do you have a degree in sports science? Because if you don't, you might want to rely on somebody who does, like the people that made the decision for the International Olympic Committee to allow trans women to compete in sports, right? You literally don't know what you're talking about. And so maybe you shouldn't be talking about it. Or maybe, since as Ben points out, as Ben ends up pointing out in Twitter, TYT has trans, like I know of at least one trans host that they have. TYT has trans people working for their organization. Talk to them. Listen to them, right? Rather than just like logicking it out in your brain and coming out with a take that's informed by stuff that's literally not right. The feeling that I got from Ben on Twitter was that he was unaware of the effects of HRT. You shouldn't be talking about trans people in sports then, right? You don't have the required knowledge to give a meaningful opinion on this. I think Olympic doctors and experts know better. Yeah, right? But Jink is just going for the, appeal to ignorance here. And unfortunately, there's a lot of liberals that fall into the same trap.
True that all men are like faster and stronger than all women? Of course not, right? But on average, especially for the best performers, the men do perform better in sports, physical activities like that. So if you're
again, like the talking down to us, like we don't know that there's like, intersecting, bell curves as far as performance in certain sports, right?
Talking about professional sports, if LeBron James was trans, and by the way, why it could be him, it could be anybody, right? It's just how you're born, we don't know. But let's say that he was born trans and he wanted to play in the WNBA. No, that's a joke, right? You can't have.
I feel like you are literally thinking of Bender in Futurama here, Jink. Maybe something older. Maybe like Futurama was after his time. I don't know, but like some kind of comedian, comedy sketch, like sitcom sort of thing, where a man tries to win a women's sports competition, and that's the idea that he has of trans people participating in sports. Again, just profound ignorance, right? And that's me trying to cut him like some slack. That's me trying to, give him the benefit of the doubt. Right? Ben's full name is not, we're talking about Ben, like, did I pronounce this correctly? Somebody said it is pronounced Gleb. Am I saying it right now? I think I mispronounced it before. Gleb? It's pronounced Gleb. It's one syllable. Okay, we got several ideas of how Gleb or Gleb. Oh no, somebody's joking about him being Gleb. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Gleb, right? Have I got it right now? I hate the what if blank was oh my god, yeah, that's what we're getting. That's what we're Glebe? Well, that's how I pronounced it at first, right? Glebe, okay. Glebe. Is it 2 syllables? Is it really 2 syllables? It's glee with a B. Glebe. It's just glebe. Okay, so we got, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a pretty cursed way of, you know, idea to bring in. What if LeBron was trans? Okay.
That's absurd, right? So, on the other hand,
no, what's absurd is you thinking that you are like that you can comment on this clip, right? What's absurd is you not realizing that any opinion you give on here is going to be lacking the information that to be meaningful, to be useful at all, right?
do we really need to apply it to high schools where there's like 7 cases in the whole country? I don't know the exact number. It's kind of in that ballpark, right? Look at the stat that Ben read you. Almost in most of the states it's proposed, they can't find a single case. So wait a minute, why are we even talking about this? Are there all these trans athletes who are?
I mean, that's the first good point he's made, right? So why are we? Yeah, like this is something that gets brought up not because of anything that's actually going on, but because of people's increased awareness of trans people, and with that, their awareness that trans people are allowed to participate in sports and sometimes do participate in sports, right? But again, I hate relying on our lack of success in athletics as a justification for our participation, because that implies that we can keep participating as long as we lose. This is why I didn't do kickboxing, right? This is why I was a kickboxing teacher and never a kickboxing competitor, because you're in a really bad situation. You're either gonna lose, and you want to win, you want to be competitive, you want to be successful, right? So you're either going to lose and maybe be made fun of for it, right? Or you're going to win and be villainized for it and be attacked for it and be, accused of being some kind of horrible person, some kind of, brutal, you can't win, right? And I don't want to say that, and as I say that, I don't want to take away from trans women who are participating in sports, and they are participating in sports despite what a kind of lose-lose situation that they're put in by people like Joe Rogan. So the people like Fallon, people like Alana, they are much braver than I am, right? I could not take the kind of heat that they get.
Want to play at the professional level or Olympics, and this is causing a giant controversy? There, it's almost none, right?
Yeah. Josiel points out the hypothetical LeBron wouldn't be the LeBron James we know. Yeah, this is a absurd hypothetical, worthy of any of the worst debate bros out there, right? It's just not useful, right? Hypotheticals are used to illustrate a point here, but when you use a hypothetical that is that absurd, it just I don't know what point you think you're illustrating.
Why are we talking about this? See, the thing is, Youngkin is smarter than guys like Trump, et cetera, because he can, conceal things better. But in reality, he knows it's not a problem in Virginia, and he proposed it because it's called a wedge issue in politics. A wedge issue means something where I could get you angry about a cultural issue, a demographic issue, get you to hate someone, and use that hatred to get votes.
Why are they only talking about sports? There are transgender people who are singers, painters, sculptors, etc. Yeah, and some of that's being threatened with if you take the bill in Tennessee to its logical extreme, any kind of trans person performing, right, might be subject to action by that law, right? Transgender singers, painters, sculptors, etc. Why are we only focused on sports? Because that's the limit of every age, human knowledge. Yeah, Elle, you're gonna have to rewind to see the well, I mean, we haven't been on this for too long. We're like halfway through this video now. This was an incredibly cowardly take from TYT. Yeah, and like, look, I mean, I get that you have different hosts, right? And maybe there's an argument that you could make that if one of the hosts has a bad take and another host pushes back on that, like that's something, right? That's not what we're seeing here. That's not what we're seeing, right? The one person that I can think of on TYT who, might have some insight on this issue is not present. Yeah?
So Youngkin looks so reasonable, and I'm really, really glad your dad is here. But wait, are you? Because
Proud father of a transgender creative kiddo. Nice.
you're actually stripping parents of the ability to control things for their kids. You're saying, I don't want you to make.
Yeah, that's his idea of trans women in sports is LeBron playing in the WNBA. That's, yeah.
Decisions. In a lot of states, they say, okay, we're going to block anything that leads to transitioning, sometimes even therapy, puberty blockers, etc. Now, look, I don't know what.
Oh my God, Neon Cat Neon. Thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, we're getting up there again. Like I said, if we can get to 200, we got set back a little bit just by the fact that that subs expire, right? We were at 198. We were so close. If I'd only streamed on Sunday, I feel like we would have made it. But yeah, I spent the day editing videos for Patreon and for YouTube members and for Twitch subs. So if you're any of those, if you're on any of those monthly memberships, then you're gonna have access to the Scott Adams video that I just put out. It's too good for the YouTube algorithm, so it's a members only deal now. But yeah, oh my God, you just gifted a 3. I didn't even notice that. Oh my God, 3 month. Wow, Neon Cat Neon, thank you. Oh my God, Shakespeare, thank you. Snowwolf 2014, Rogue Dyke 69. Mulong and Cremilli and Disastrosite. God, why do my chatters have like the best names? Seriously, like I gotta now you're making me want to rebrand too. Like I'm here sitting here no comment chick, like, right, this is like and everybody else in chat has a very creative name. Oh my God, yes, thank you for the gift sub. So where are we at now? 184, so we're 16 off from the, oh my God, is that a hype train? Is that a hype train? Zera, you're conducting this hype train. So you know what that means when we get a hype train? That means we get a little break from whatever toxic content that I'm watching at the moment. And we get to dance to the Weasel song. Weasel assembly. Weasels assemble. I'm still looking for, oh my God, Jules, thank you. Solange. You just got a gift sub from Jules, yeah. Thank you, Yokio. Thank you for the, oh my God, I shouldn't pause my own, I shouldn't pause the music. Thank you for the 300 bits. Oh my God. Not good. Stepping on cords is never good. Weasel. Are we good? Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 Oh, thanks for reminding me. I gotta reset that limit. Weasel. What a weasel. Maybe I can do that right now. Okay, so 100 is a... Wait, don't people just normally have this at 1? Here, we'll do it for 1 for now. If it causes problems, I can change it.
Weasel. What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Hype train go burr. That's right. I lowered the bit limit, so now anybody can give bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Hype train go burr. Hype train go burr indeed. I wasn't ready for it today. Like I need to stretch. I need to like warm up for hype trains.
Weasel. Weasel. Weasel.
Is it weasel time already? Yeah, it is.
Weasel.
And we're getting back to where... What are we at 185 now? Thank you, Dragon Princess. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Weasel.
Oh my god, we made it. Wait, did we just achieve? Something happened.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Did we get like a level 3 completed? Oh my god, we're on level 4 now.
He's talking about you here?
We have 4 more minutes. And you know what that means.
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
You know what that means, right? Trans Agenda Dynasty. Why did I always think it's Trans Rights Dynasty? Okay, are you ready? So this is like I didn't even notice this. Oh my god, Blood Moon, thank you for the $10. $10. Thank you so much for the super chat. And the super sticker too. Okay, are you ready?
Das ist die große Party, die ich euch vermies. Spürt ihr meine Freude? Hört ihr das Gewitter? Meine Augen funkeln, meine Zunge bitter. Ein Feuerwerk, große Euphorie. Willkommen in der Transagender-Dynastie. Ich bringe aggressives Kerosin in meinem Kanister. Turfs kriegen von mir gar nichts außer Mittelfinger. Es gibt endlich auf die Fresse, das geschieht euch recht. Ich und meine Trans-Cuties feiern heute ein Fest. Eure Theorie zerbricht in 1000 Splitter. Wir sind keine ausgedachte Dunkelziffer. Wir sind eine Mio-Existenzen. Eure Meinung ist keine Meinung, das ist Bullshit, ihr Pisser. Ihr seid kein neuer feministischer Flex. Ihr labert Scheiße im Netz. Glaubt, ihr seid das Gesetz? Doch eure erfundenen Regeln sind der letzte Dreck. JKs Aposteln, dass ich nicht lache. Ich kick euch alle weg, ey. Diese miesen Argumente, getarnt als Protest, die hab ich schon als Kleinkind in der Luft zerfetzt. Hab die Taktik gecheckt, ja, ich gönn mir den Sekt. Denn ihr habt keine Chance, nein, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ihr kriegt mich. Ihr kriegt mich nicht. Tränen aus, nein, in eurem Gesicht. Ihr kriegt mich. Ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ich habe alles, was ihr vermisst. Der Asphalt brennt, die Wolken stehen tief. Was gibt's heute zum Mittagessen? Ich glaube Beef. Ich chill im Fitnessstudio, draußen Apokalypse. Ihr macht Pausen? Ich mach Liegestütze. Ich bin die hotteste Maus, werd euch alle frittieren und leise lächeln, wenn eure Herzen erfrieren. So kaltblütige Scheiß-Turfs, die haben alle Schiss vor ihrer eigenen Queerness. Niemand ist cis und niemand hört euch zu, ja? Ich bin trans und hab gewonnen, ihr seid Loser. Mache Hate zu Cash, mir geht's super. Ihr habt keinen Style und ich bin cute. Ja, ich chille, ich habe keine Eile. Ich werde immer reicher und ihr seid bald pleite. Ja, ihr zählt eure Sorgen und ich zähl meine Scheine. Ich zieh große Kreise und ihr zieht jetzt Leine. Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Tränen aus, nein, in eurem Gesicht. Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ich habe alles, was ihr Nein, ihr kriegt mich nicht. Ihr kriegt mich, ihr kriegt
Dimash? Okay, now that's making me want to like wear my wraps to stream. Chat, I don't know. Like, right, I've got a bag. I've got a kickboxing bag. I just have to like clean the bottom of it off because like it was out in the yard when I had a yard all summer, right? I was like staying in a place with a yard and it got dirty on the bottom. And so like now that I have like white carpet, I'm just like, I don't even have my trampoline in here, right? Everybody's too busy to dancing to cheer and stuff. I mean, it happens. We do have 41 seconds left though. If you want to add to that hype, what are we at now? Like as far as it looks like 185 out of 200, so we're 15 away from that unlocking the cosplay, the original Kami Babe, Colonel Nonochka, right? The one that makes the debate bros scared, makes them run and hide. Yeah. But yeah, thank you everybody who cheered, everybody who gave subs during that. Yeah, we're almost to that point again. We're almost to that 200. If we can hit that even for a minute, that activates. Oh my God, hype train completed. Level 4. Welcome to Weird Champs, Blood Moon. Welcome to Weird Champs. So yeah, I should probably talk about like what do you get with YouTube membership, like the one that Blood Moon just signed up to. You actually get to go in a time machine if you want to, right? And you can go all the way back to, you know, like early, like a year ago, 6 months ago, right? I've been doing live streams for a long time, so there's a lot of VODs that are available, you know, some really interesting stuff that's all kind of behind a paywall on YouTube, and just unlocking Weird Champs, which is $3.99, gets you there, right? On Twitch, you get out of the ads. There's ads that you get hit with twice an hour, and that's only so I can get you out of the pre-roll ads, which are even longer, right? But if you want to get out of that, it's hooking up your Amazon, if you have Amazon Prime, to Twitch. You can get a free sub, or you can pay $5. It's just $5 to get a sub, or you can just hang out and be cool, and somebody will probably hit you with a free sub at some point, right? And so that gets you you know, that gets you out of ads on Twitch. That's the primary purpose. You also get some special stuff, like, right, I try to, when I put up an exclusive video, like the Scott Adams video that just went up on Patreon and YouTube, I try to also put that on Twitch. So that's going to be going live as soon as it's done processing, right? So you get some special content too. You also get access to all my VODs on Twitch, right? So the you know, as oh yeah, the premium streamium. God, I'm always forgetting, right? We're going to do the premium streamium every month. Last month it was FD Signifier and his video on drama, right, which turned out to be very dramatic, so I had to put it behind the paywall. This month, we're talking about doing like a deep dive into the Spanish Civil War, which like is really complicated, and I don't trust Vaush's analysis of it. Right? I feel like Vaush is missing something in his analysis. I'd like to be a little bit more competent than Vaush, but like I said, it's complicated. You're not just talking about two sides. You're talking about so much going on in the Spanish Civil War, and it's important. And it doesn't get, if you're like me, especially if you had an American education, they don't teach you these things, right? You don't hear that at all. You just, like, there was something going on in Spain that caused them not to participate in World War II, even though they had they had Franco in charge, right? But you don't really get to hear about what. Well, I mean, that's a deep dive. That's a bit of a deep dive. So
you should do with that if you're a parent who's got a trans kid. I literally don't know, right? But I kind of think that's up to you, right? Not up to me. But Youngkin thinks, no, I don't want your dad making the decision. I want to make the decision. The government needs to make the decision. But he's smiling. It looks so reasonable. He's telling you he likes that you and your dad are together. Now he doesn't want you to have rights, and he doesn't want your dad to be able to control your childhood. He wants.
Yo, and look at this part, right? Do you see what Jink is focusing on? He doesn't want your dad to be able to control your childhood. Does Jink not even realize that he's on the same side as the transphobes in this issue? A lot of what that bill was preventing is the fact that in some places, schools actually serve as a place where children whose parents aren't accepting are able to be called by the pronouns that they want to. That's what that bill was about, right? Right, but look at what he's gonna say about, like, you know, like he doesn't understand that trans kids deserve to have a safe space, need to have a safe space, whether their parents are accepting or not, especially if their parents are unaccepting. That was a big part of what that bill was trying to undermine, right? So listen to what he's going to say. It's all focused on, like, well, if your parents want you to be, you know, to want to, you know, honor your gender identity, then you know, they should be allowed to. Well, yeah, I mean, like, and yeah, there's probably some states that are undermining that too. But that's not what this Virginia law was about for the most part. The only thing that was, like, kind of spoke towards overriding the will of a parent who is accepting was the idea that the teachers are given freedom of speech to misgender the students if they so choose, right?
The governor himself, the government, the tyrannical government to control your family's life over a non-issue just because he thinks I might.
Your family's life. Like, look, can we get out of this framework of, like, you know, like parents, like children being the property of their parents? That, I feel like Jink is, like, reifying that here.
Be able to drum up some hatred here to get
now. Granted, like, you know, I want parents to be able, parents who are, you know, trans affirmative, to be able to stand up for their kids, and some of the, like I said, that's being undermined in other states. But
myself some more votes. So that's what this pleasant-looking man on TV was doing.
I want to talk about the part where, you know, the part of the law where they're proposing that teachers and staff aren't allowed to call kids by their preferred names or their pronouns. It's like, what? We do this all the time. So if someone's name is
so yeah, this is Helen Hong, and she's probably the most, like, guiltless, you know, person on here, as far as, like, I don't really have any objections to what she's saying.
Catherine, you know, you call them Katie.
Again, like, you know, you'd like to see some more pushback.
If they want to be called Katie or Kate, or if someone's name is
but she is, like, you know, without like formally disagreeing with Jink, she is kind of, like, talking about, like, the you know, regardless of what the parents, whether the parents are accepting or not, like, you know, the if the children have a name that they would, you know, like, prefer to be called, if the children, you know, want to be called by their names in school, even if they're not getting that at home, or be, you know, have the pronouns, their pronouns used for them by the teachers, right? That is one thing that the school can offer in terms of a safe space for children who don't get that acceptance at home.
Names, and they want to be called Jimmy. That happens all the time. So now is the law such that you have to look down the James P. Whitworth IV, present? Like, really?
They don't teach you a lot here in the USA. My BF started to learn a few things about other countries because some of the shows that we watch. I get to travel and have lived in other countries, so I get to see how much lack of education. Look, when I was studying abroad, I felt, you know, kind of ignorant compared to a lot of the other you know, students that I'd interact with, right? I felt like I was definitely missing something. Like, do cis people not know or care how vulnerable trans kids who aren't supported are to? Yeah, well, I mean, like, this is the problem with Jink, is that, like, he's all focused on, like, yeah, you know, like supporting, like, the support for the rights of trans kids. It is, like, mediated through the parents for Jink, right? I mean, from what he's saying, right? Jink, if you've got more to say about this, then please say it, right? If you know, if you just didn't get to it or whatever, or, you know, you changed your mind or you thought some stuff out, like, you know, the only solution to a bad take is to revise it and to speak more and to maybe unpack some of the stuff that you didn't really talk about it. But the way that Jink talked just there was like, yeah, for parents who are supportive, like, their children deserve rights, and just, like, nothing, you know, for kids that are in a situation where they're not supported by their parents, right? So yeah, and it again, it reifies this idea of children as property, right? Which we need to get away from. You are not, you know, the property of your parents until you're 18 years old. You're a person and you deserve rights, right?
that what we're doing now? Like,
in Arizona, a bill passed committee for a vote in state legislature which would make it illegal for someone to just be, quote unquote, a drag queen as defined by chuds. Oh, I saw this. I saw the language of this too. The language was really, what they thought a drag queen was, within a quarter mile of a school playground. So this is like the drug law. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's like a drug law where, well, no, that was about penalties, right? There was like a law that, drug crimes, the penalties would increase via their proximity to a school or church or playground or something like that. But they're making it illegal for someone to be a drag queen, whatever that means to chuds, right? A business that registers itself that it won't take what? Wait, so a business that registers itself as anti-trans / anti-drag queen can establish a perimeter where no one's allowed to. Yeah, Arizona, scary place.
we can't go by nicknames. We can't go by preferred names. We can't go by preferred nothing. No. James P. Whitforth the fourth.
But notice that they never made a law about nicknames, okay? They never established a law that says that, a student can't be called the nickname that they go by, regardless of whether this only became an issue, in relation to trans people. Arizona's like the Florida. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Arizona's the Florida of the West.
Calling roll call is going to take half an hour.
And a couple more facts on the story here. Youngkin's administration hasn't established a clear timeline for when the model policies will take effect. In the fall, the state was still reviewing more than 71,000 comments it had received during a public feedback period. And in December, a commission of state lawmakers filed an objection to the guidelines. But some school districts in Virginia have already chosen to implement the new policies nonetheless. Virginia is far from alone in engaging in these oftentimes bigoted culture wars. So far in 2023, the Human Rights Campaign is tracking more than 400 anti-LGBTQ plus bills that have been introduced in state houses across the country. 175 of those would specifically restrict the rights of transgender people, the highest number of bills targeting transgender people in a single year to date. So, that's the reason why I think Cenk was just explaining that using it as a wedge issue is an unfair, unreasonable, and hateful thing to do. But I also do think there's room for a conversation about these things where we don't have to always on the left have these very immediate reactions as well, where we fall victim to that.
We fall victim to standing up for trans athletes. Yeah, we wouldn't want that to happen, right? That's a trap right there. We don't want to knee jerk ourselves into supporting trans athletes, do we? Yeah, no, this is terrible. Ben, if you end up watching this, okay, understand a few things. I don't hate you, right? I'm interpreting this not as malice, not as hate, but as ignorance, right? And there's one more thing.
Also have nuanced opinion conversation about these things where we don't have to always on the left have these very immediate reactions as well, where we fall victim to that. We can also have nuanced opinions on things that can make them seem unreasonable and not make us seem unreasonable. But
okay, so here's what I want you to understand, okay? As a trans person, seeing all these laws come down the pipeline in so many states is scary. It's really, really scary. Right, they're enacting legislation. And this is after we've been told by people like Loner Box that this would never happen, right? That this isn't something to worry about, that we're being histrionic, we're overstating what's happening to trans people in talking about a genocide, right? That we need to calm down, right? This is after we've been, kind of, you could understand how that would make somebody feel kind of gaslit, right? When we see people that call themselves advocates come out with takes like this that just make us feel like footballs. It feels like you're triangulating on us. That's even scarier. That's even scarier, right? So if you're getting pushback and you're getting anger about your take, which, like I said, I feel like it's mostly from ignorance, right? I don't feel like it's coming from a place of malice or anything like that. But like, please just understand that's where that's coming from, right? Because I would like to see you do the right thing by trans people here.
Show that we have some way to find middle ground.
And I agree with you, Cenk. Like, why are we talking about this? Like, this is not, you know, this is an important issue to such a small minority. And yes, there shouldn't be discrimination based on gender. They shouldn't be discrimination based on gender identity. But like, let's talk about healthcare. or the fact that schools are falling apart, or the fact that
look, if what she's again, it's like kind of unclear what she's saying here. If what she's saying is that like Republicans, you know, should engage in a discourse on, I mean, like, this is such a losing battle, right? This would never happen, right? If what she's saying, if who she's speaking to here is like Republicans, like, right, instead of trying to legislate against trans people, maybe enact some legislation that actually helps people out. If that, then that's great. But if what you're saying is like, don't engage with these Republicans, ignore issues like them banning trans women from sports, yeah, that's it's not great.
kids are dying, you know, this is not, I don't think this issue should be more important than the fact that high school students are dying by guns on a daily basis. Like, maybe talk about this first.
True, but just a quick counter.
I mean, I get what she's saying. I don't think she's a quick counter. Oh my God, really?
That I think the fact that these things are being discussed and we can't stop the right from talking about them constantly. I do think it's then incumbent on people on the left to not let them characterize us in ways where they can say, look, they are unreasonable. They can't listen to an argument, because then it just splits things further, and we're as guilty as the other side of keeping people divided.
So let me just what.
Oh my God, anonymous gifter. Somebody really wants to see me cosplay Colonel Nonochka. Wow, 10 gift subs. Thank you, anonymous. We're up to 195 out of 200. Damn. Yeah, we're within 5. We're definitely within striking distance now, right? So Dither 1987, August Dexter, Karanol, Radish, Happy and Bored, Fabio 9699, Von Diva the Rebel, Fellowship with Demons, Villainous Flow, Villainous Flow, and Threadsless. All of you just got gift subs, right? And that is thanks to our anonymous friend, our anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. In the Twitter thread where he got called out. Oh, Natalie, if you wanna put that Twitter thread in, or if somebody can put that Twitter thread into the Discord, I'll go over the Twitter thread a little bit too, because like, right, it kind of does not make the Twitter thread was, yeah, not great either. Look at that. Look at all the jellyfish. Okay. Wow. When I heard Jink make excuses, excuses time and time again. Oh, for misgendering Ben Carollo. I worried TYT might head down this path. Look, like I said, this has been an issue for Jink in particular for a long time, right? Like I used to, you know, TYT was one of the first like political YouTube shows that I got involved with, that I watched, right? And I liked it. In a lot of ways, like TYT was kind of like the only lefty thing that was there back in the day. The only liberal platform that was on YouTube, right? So I was a fan for years and years and years, but I was always bothered by Jink's take on trans issues, right? When a trans person would be in the news, Jink would make fun of them. Sometimes when there was a woman that was when there was like even when like a cis woman would be shown in a way that wasn't feminine enough for Jink's taste, Jink would make jokes like, "Oh, looking a little transgendered there," like use transgendered as a pejorative, right? And that always kind of bothered me. Ben told me she told TYT she didn't mind what they used for her when I whispered her about it. Oh, you put it in stream suggestions. Nice.
Both of you guys are saying. So first of all, look, it's actually relatively easy to address things like.
Wait, let me catch up with YouTube chat here. We got a lot of chat going on. I don't think Western society is over women. Yeah, women not being property. Good point, Black Phillip. So sad how little lawmakers actually care about the well-being of children. I ask, is a native dress included in this? I don't know of any exception. I don't know of any exception in the law. They did, seemed like the law was just, I don't know. You're talking about the Arizona law, or are you talking about there's transphobic laws being made all over the nation now. Shakespeare was just talking about one that was in Arizona. That was the proximity, to schools or playgrounds. And then this is the Virginia law that has to do with bathrooms, locker rooms, and participation in sports, right? So yeah, it's kind of hard to keep track of all of what's going on here. They could also be a de facto ban on Native American people wearing traditional clothes. Same with Samoan and Pacific people, like loads of men wear what white people would call a skirt. Oh, you dropped it in chat. Wait. What is this, V? Jessie Gender did a video about trans victim blaming. Yeah, we will watch that today for sure. I think it would be a good chaser with, yeah, Jessie Gender is very wholesome. And then we can get into the crypto Christian emo after that, right? So good call, V, good call. People with the mic, especially cis dudes, need to refer to the marginalized folks around them. Yeah, that's what it would have been great, right? Again, like I would have loved to see, somebody like Ben Carollo brought in on this particular issue, right? If you've got, because that's one of the things that Ben Glebe brings up is that TYT does have some, have some trans hosts. And I mean, it's great to have trans hosts, but God, if you've got issues like this is definitely not only should you be bringing them in and featuring them more, but this is an issue where you need to consult them. You need to talk to them, right? Because you're not necessarily, oh my God, anonymous gifter giving Kata a tier 1 sub. Thank you. You're just tuning in right now. What happened with TYT? We're getting into it, right? So it's TYT responding to the Virginia governor kind of hogging out, trying to seem normal, trying to seem like a human being in response to a trans guy that asked him a question, came with a high school student, came with his dad. The dad is supportive and was asking, about the laws regarding bathrooms and locker rooms that Virginia is about to implement. And, just basically threw a bone in terms of talking about, well, we'd like to have more gender neutral bathrooms. Maybe that would help with the bathroom issue, but then turns around to sports and says, now on the issue of sports, there's real significant differences between biological boys and biological girls, and allowing, biological boys to participate in in women's sports is going to really set us back on women's sports. And like, unfortunately, one of the hosts here, Ben Glebe, just kind of ate it right up. In the interest of sounding reasonable, in the interest of kind of triangulating, in the interest of wanting to like agree with one point while pushing back on another. So that's the issue. It's not complete hoggery by TYT, right? They're still it's just that in an effort to be nuanced and as he put it, and in an effort to seem like you're not unreasonable, they've thrown trans people under the bus. And again, like, part of the excuse that Ben Glebe offered on Twitter was that TYT does hire some trans hosts. Well, this would be a perfect place to consult them. And it's kind of unfortunate that's not what happened. You got only 4 more subs until cosplay. We're there. Yeah, Youngkin, that's who we're talking about. Youngkin, Governor Youngkin. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is like, I won't say a full hog take, but I won't say full hog take by TYT, but it is a half hog take, and it's really like my issue is that, like, look, all these bills are coming down on us as trans people, right? It's a scary time to be trans. It's really scary. We're going through a lot of stuff that's traumatizing, right? We talked about Eden's Twitlonger, right? This hit us really hard. And when we see people being like, oh yeah, I'm your ally, I'm absolutely on your side, but we got to be reasonable. You shouldn't be playing sports. You know what? I didn't play my sport because I felt like Joe Rogan was putting my life in danger if I did. I never competed in kickboxing because of assholes like that, right? Because of some of the same rhetoric, because of this idea that I'm a biological man or whatever the fuck they want to call me, right? Their whole gender essentialism, like bringing in like my chromosomes or whatever into the discussion where it really doesn't have a place, right? If you really want to talk about the sports science of it, the International Olympic Committee settled this years and years ago. They looked into this and they said, not only is it fair for trans women to compete with cis women in athletics, it's unfair to not let them. It's unfair to not let us do that, right? But this keeps on going on, and the next generation is facing this because of people like Ben Glebe using us as a football, being more concerned about optics than he is about trans athletes, right? And you're just subjecting a whole nother generation to the same stuff. I would love to meet a kickboxer someday, that like a trans femme kickboxer that tells me that she was scared too, but she went ahead and did it, and that she's living a happy life, and that even though she gets shit from people, that she's allowed to participate, and that she feels like her friends have her back. And this is making that harder, right? I don't want anybody else to have to say I never got to participate in my sport because of transphobia, and that's literally my life here, right? So I mean, I'm sorry I'm getting teary about this, but it's real, Ben. And when you say it doesn't affect many people, and you can just we could just throw this bone to the conservatives, then I'm that bone. I'm that football, okay? And I don't appreciate getting used like this, right? I believe that you're a trans ally. I believe that you care about us. I just don't think you understand the impacts of your statement. I don't think you understand how important it would be to consult somebody, on a trans person on the TYT staff before you go out and make this. Bring them on air to talk about this, right? That's who you need out there, not somebody like you who obviously, I believe you're a nice person and everything, but I don't think you understand this issue. And you definitely don't understand the importance of this issue, right? So please understand, despite the thumbnail being slightly provocative, this isn't hate towards Ben Glebe or towards anyone else. It's hope that you can be better, right? Because that's what we'd like to see more than anything else. Anyway, sorry. Joni, you gave a Bag of Silly. Bag of Silly just got a gift sub. We are 3 away. We are 3 away from the cosplay. We're right back to where we were before. Wow. You're absolutely justified in being angry at them, okay? And I get that a lot of people feel that way. I'm angry too, okay? This is my life. I did not get to participate in the sport that I love. All I got to do was teach wine moms how to kickbox, which was also fun, but it would have been really cool to compete. And I never got a chance because of opinions like this. Because of as Jink would say, weak sauce allies like this.
Hey, change makes people uncomfortable. So in the old days,
and Jink, the fact that I'm saying weak sauce here means that I was a fan at one time. Okay, you know that, right? I wouldn't know that terminology. I wouldn't know, of course, or anything. Right? I was a TYT. I liked TYT growing up. Right? This was some of my first exposure to politics. Right? Was through Jink and Anna, and there's always been problems with how they handled trans issues. I kind of was hoping that they were getting better.
they didn't know that there were trans people. Were there? Yeah, there were, right? But they just didn't know it, right? So now when they know it, it's hard for people to adjust. It's okay to admit that. Okay, so I'll give you a personal example. I know this is silly one, but it kind of connects, right? So when I came to the country, my name is Cenk Uygur, but the C is spelled with a, the Cenk is spelled with a C, right? So it looks like Cenk Uygur or something like that. And people would say to me all the time, why don't you just change your name to an American name? Okay, and back then it didn't even seem weird, right? No, Cenk Uygur is also an American name. What they meant is an Anglo name, but guys, the reason I'm
look, Cenk, I get what you're saying. Like you had to bite your tongue, and there was like you felt like you couldn't hope for too much, and that like I get what you're saying. I've been there too, right?
I'm using that example is because I get it. It doesn't look like a name they're familiar with, they're comfortable with. Why is the C pronounced like a J? It's freaking me out, right? And so it doesn't help if I go, well, you're being racist against me. No, just tell them, hey, it's a different country, different language. This is like a J in Turkish. Hey, now you can impress all your Turkish friends.
Do liberals think that conservatives will not infringe on our rights to exist if we don't get to compete in sports? Yeah, I mean, like, I guess that's what they, that's their calculation. This is triangulation, right? And Jake, I know that you, at least at one time in your life, you understood the problem with the Clinton administration back in the 90s and people like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama using triangulation strategies, right? Trying to find a third way. I know that you're aware of that, right? You're a lib. I'm a leftist. I'm significantly to the left of you, right? But you've seen the problem with this third way bullshit, right? Please don't choose the third way on trans issues, okay? I've been told things like this my entire life. Be more American. Change your name to an American name, even your last name. Your family should want to be truly American. Does he think that, that trans people have not tried being nice? No compromise with bigotry. Exactly. Jake is trying to glean understanding from his own life, and sure, there's an overlap and such, but it cannot provide insight to trans issues. Really, what we always say, right, is that there's always going to be parallels between one type of oppression and another. But very rarely does one type of oppression map one-to-one onto another. So, right, if I tried to, compare my experience as a trans person experiencing transphobia to the experiences of a black person, I'm gonna, I can't use that as a guide, right? It's not the same. I've experienced oppression, but I've experienced a very different kind of oppression, and it's, it's really hard to understand like how those types of oppression even compare, and the people that are most suited to answer that question are people in those intersections, like like black trans people are going to understand that a lot better than I am. So I'm really careful when not to kind of like overstep my bounds and think that I understand something that I can't possibly understand. And so yeah, black trans people exist. Exactly. They're the ones to speak on it. Exactly. They're the ones who would know. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And so like it's incumbent on us to be a little bit more accepting too. Like I get it, it's making you uncomfortable, but it really shouldn't. Let me tell you why it shouldn't, right? So that's point one. Point two, to what Helen said. So why are we spending time on this when it's a right-wing attack point to distract us? Because that's the other genius of the wedge issue. Not only does it get your side to hate the others and give you their votes so you can get tax for the rich, right? But the other thing that it does is it forces the left, it weaponizes our decency against us. They think, you know what, Americans are not ready for trans people because it's kind of relatively new. They got used to gay people.
It weaponizes our decency against us. Jink, like if you're not talking about decency here, you're talking about solidarity, right? Acting out of solidarity is not a mistake, right? It's not a mistaken knee jerk. It's not a tactical boo-boo, right? It's how we win. It's how we build our coalition. It's like the old red umbrella slogan, nothing about it. Yeah, nothing about us without us. It's not genius. I wish that people would stop calling it that. It's just manipulative respectability politics. Revolutionary decency. Revolutionary decency, revolutionary support, not tacit. Okay, I see what you're saying. We can be too accepting. We can't be too accepting, or else we lose it all. Yo, and like the parallel that I'm seeing, Jink, is the parallel with like the if you want to make a parallel with the fight for marriage equality, right? Where did compromising ever get us with that issue? There were people asking gay people to chill the fuck out and stop asking for too much, right? This is a wedge issue. This is hurting us. Like we gotta stop the Iraq war. We gotta do something about wealth inequality. We got all these things we need to do. We can't worry about you getting married. I mean, you get civil union should be enough. Move to a state that allows that sort of thing and get a civil union, right? I don't think that was a good tactic then, and I don't think that it was a good tactic now, right? Like even Joe Biden knew that, right? Even Joe Biden. Oh yeah, good luck with that, V.
Used to hate them, and we used to tell them to hate them, but now they're kind of used to it and they realize it's in their family. Okay, now let's get them to hate trans people because they're not as familiar with them, right? And the great thing is, it'll become the biggest issue in the country because once we attack people for no reason at all and we spread our fear and hatred, the left are too decent. They'll have to fight back. They'll have to defend them. And once they defend them,
Jink, you really need to watch Innuendo Studios, right? This is literally something that Innuendo Studios talks about in The Cost of Doing Business. Okay? And the name of that video refers to how we treat marginalized people. It refers to how you're treating trans people here. You're treating trans athletes as the cost of doing business, okay? Please stop.
they fall into our trap. Ha ha! You're making people uncomfortable. Tax cuts for the rich. Okay, that's but literally what happens. Literally what happened in the Trump.
And I don't think, like, he thinks that respectability politics is some kind of genius maneuver, right? It's not.
Years. Okay,
Jink is not my ally. Welcome to the stream, Ruby.
Last things here are, number one, look, don't believe anything that comes out of
no more malarkey, moderate white people, yeah.
A lying politician's mouth. So for example, he's like, you know what? I really think we should have more bathrooms. Really? Did you put forward a bill to finance more bathrooms in the public schools? Oh, you didn't, right? I mean, look at the insanity. Helen is so right. What's the bigger issue for your kids in schools? Is it getting ripped apart by an AR-15? I know I'm scared to death.
Sorry. I am, however, an American. I do have privilege compared to black trans people in other countries, compared to just women in other countries as well. I recognize this only when I left the country. We still have a lot to learn. This is weird. This is all weird pontification from these people. Yeah.
Death of it. So many parents are worried to send their kids to school because there's nonstop massacres in the schools. Is that an issue a little bit more important than a trans kid playing in the wrong sport in the middle of Idaho, the one case that you found? Guys, you all know it's 10,000 times more important. Yet what do they propose for that? First of all, nothing. But second of all, they say mental health.
Look, I don't want to the use of the word wrong there was just like, I don't want to overinterpret that, right? Because it's easy to pick the not best word. I'm guilty of it all the time, right? But like, I want you to notice how much you are defaulting to right-wing framing, even in playing the wrong sport, right? It's not the wrong sport, or it's not playing on the wrong team, or playing on the, right? It's not wrong. It's not wrong, right? And I get that you're not, that was just a word you used in the heat of like making an argument, and you're not necessarily committed to it. But please notice that kind of stuff, right? You got to be careful about framing. This stuff is important. Language is important. Language is crucial. When we and make sure to check this out, right? I'm gonna try to put this out as a video soon. There was a big email leak that revealed the anti-trans legislative agenda, talked about the South Dakota bill that did not pass at first, but then in 2022 eventually passed, and how they used that as like a model for their strategy, right? They talk about language. They're very methodical in the language that they use, right? So when you play into that, right, you're talking about us playing into this, like, getting tricked into reacting with human decency or something by defending like trans athletes, right? What about you getting tricked into repeating their framing, into repeating their language, and letting them frame this the way that they want to, right? That's I think a bigger tactical blunder than wanting to defend trans people.
And you say, hey, wait, do you want to fund mental health? They go, no, we were just lying. And then they say
which is not a blunder.
The answer is more doors. So more doors and more toilets over nonsensical issues that we brought up to divide the country and drive hatred.
And again, they've pointed this out. They're not going to do more gender neutral bathrooms.
What we could do instead, and what the Democrats should do instead, is every time this issue comes up, goes, hey, good news, guys. I know you're concerned about education, right? You're concerned about the high schools, what's going on, your kids, right? I'm concerned about it. My number one concern is the teachers. They're way underpaid. They're underpaid compared to other countries, compared to where 3 decades ago, compared to other industries. So why don't we do Bernie Sanders' bill, pay every teacher in America $60,000 a year? We'll attract a much better talent that way, make sure your kids have a wonderful education, and good news, it only costs 5% of the defense budget. And the Congressional Budget Office, nonpartisan, says that the defense budget is at least 15% too much. Pork barrel politics that goes to nothing but waste. Let's just take a third of that waste and spend it on our teachers so you have a great school system. That would be an incredibly constructive way to fight back against the war on teachers and the war on parents.
And the great benefit, Cenk, to what you said about the decency of us on the left fighting for people's rights and compassionately trying to support people, is that we actually then move the issue to a place where the debate becomes about these small number of transgender athletes in schools or in professional sports, instead of it being where they would prefer the issue to be about transgender rights in general and respect and acknowledging their humanity.
So again, throwing them the bone, the cost of doing business, that's us. That's me you're talking about, right? And not even me, because like, I mean, I miss my chance. I'm not gonna get to compete in the sport that I love, right? But what about the next generation? Are you sure you want to give up on them so easily? Are you sure you want to just negotiate their rights to participate in the sports that they love away so easily?
We've already won that. We've already helped move that issue towards a place of compassion, and now it's about the details, and that's a big win, I think.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is—
Oh my God. Okay, so like speaking of appreciation, let's appreciate the Twitter exchange that went on between Ben Glebe and you know, some trans people, including our own Zara Zarex. And I mean, I did quote retweet this, yeah, but I didn't jump in the thread because I just felt like it was such a dumpster fire already. I didn't feel like maybe I should have said something to Ben Glebe. Okay, so this is in stream suggestions. There we go. So here's the thread. This is one of the people that responded to this clip, this segment. This is Stellar Vision, Gwen Stellar. Okay, so maybe TYT should have trans voices, advocates, and medical professionals on to talk about trans issues. Having two cis men like Jink Uger and Ben Glebe agree with the lie that trans people would have advantages in sports is pretty disgusting. Yeah, Polly actually responded to this too, I think. So yeah, they also use the term biological males. Comes off pretty transphobic. And like accepting their framing is a mistake. Is a mistake, right? Okay, so here's Nicotine in the thread. Absolutely wild that TYT is on this train. I expect this kind of stuff from Fox and Friends, but it always hurts when it hurts seeing it from allies. You know, that allies is in quotes there. It just takes the most modest amount of research. Guys, come on. And then here's Ben Glebe responding, right? So Ben Glebe, now this is where it gets like, you know, we get into some like, I don't know, this feels like, God, what's his name? Will and his channel. Remember Will? Do you remember Will who's marched in 3 pride parades and knows trans rights better than trans people? Will, who talked down to Polly in their discussion. So Ben Glebe says, I love transgender people. For the record, oh my God, channeling Jessie Lee Peterson too. For the record, saying you disagree with are you saying you're saying you disagree with biological facts? This is so pedantic. This is so undeniably pedantic, right? You do not believe biological males are on average stronger and faster than biological females. Yeah, there we go. We're just gonna adopt their language. That's not gonna hurt the argument at all, right? Just adopt their language, adopt their framing, and maybe they'll I don't know, they'll stop before they completely take all of our rights away, right? What does ignoring the facts do for this cause? An honest question. This sounds like a hog response, right? And like I said, I'm like trying to give the benefit of the doubt and saying that this isn't coming from a place of contempt, but it's coming from a place of ignorance, right? This isn't you know, hatred for trans people. This is just a severe lack of understanding, and you know, it definitely belies that Ben's not the person to, you know, to talk about this issue, right? And especially given what we're going to see in just a second. I taught Ben Glebe's dad about biological facts last night. Damn. Okay. Wait, did I miss something, Natalie? Wait, he said we already won. Well, let's back it up.
Said about the decency of us on the left fighting for people's rights and compassionately trying to support people is that we actually then move the issue to a place where the debate becomes about these small number of transgender athletes in schools or in professional sports, instead of it being where they would prefer the issue to be about transgender rights in general and respect and acknowledging their humanity. We've already won that. We've already helped move that issue towards a place of compassion, and now it's about.
So he's under the impression that we've already won the issue of trans rights and trans dignity, and that what he's achieving by offering up trans women in sports as a sacrifice is preventing that argument from being opened back up, right? And yeah, that you're right to point that out as a gross mistake there, Natalie Marie. Gumby, nice. Normalize people telling people like TYT Hassan and the network as the left. Oh yeah, will get us normalize. Yeah, calling them the left. If these cis dudes feel a bit odd and are like, I'm confused as to what to do, maybe not confidently post your reactionary feelings first. Yeah, exactly. Maybe ask trans people about this in good faith. And, you know, we're going to get to what Ben says here. Okay, for the record, I have transgender friends. Oh my God. And did you march in 3 pride parades too? Who agree with my position on this. Are you claiming that your position is the only one that should be respected? So wait, you want to use like the fact that some trans people have a conservative view on this issue, and this is me being super, super charitable and not talking about pick-me's, right? Because I mean that's what we're dealing with, right? But like at the very least, like you're trying to use the existence of trans people with conservative, more conservative viewpoints on this issue as a way to shut us down. Meanwhile, claiming that we're trying to shut them down, right? We can't shut them down because there's always going to be cis people like you that will prop those voices up. And they don't constitute anything close to a majority of the trans community, and yet you'd feel like they're almost on parity with us because you've got cis people that they're extremely useful to propping their viewpoints up, right? Are you claiming that your position is the only one that should be respected? Is that not exclusionary? Are we excluding pick-me's? Oh my God, I'm sorry. God, I'm not trying not to use that language, right? I'm trying to be as like charitable as I possibly can here. To some of your trans brothers and sisters, I ask these with nothing but true curiosity. Okay, so Stellar Vision gets back in the thread, says, again, what I'm saying is that referring to us as biological males comes off as transphobic. And my main point was that y'all should have people who are more educated on trans issues. This is a very I don't think that Stellar Vision is asking for too much here, right? Who are more educated on trans issues, talk about them, because I promise you, you are 100% incorrect about the quote-unquote facts, right? So here we go. TYT has trans hosts. Now, how does that feel to get invoked as a fig leaf, right? If you have, trans friends and maybe some of them are hosts on TYT, like think about what you're doing to them by using them as a shield. I don't think they appreciate that. I know I wouldn't appreciate that. You have, other networks that do that. Yeah, we're the best you can hope for, trans people. We're the TYT here. We are the, hey, what's up, Photophile? We're the best you can. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you. Meow. Cryptid Mage, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say hi to you when you came in either. Did you change, you're orange now? You were, I don't know if that's like a new thing. TYT has trans hosts. You know any other networks that do that? If you're saying a cis person can never comment or have an opinion on this, this sounds like a Vaush. This sounds like a Vaush take. Are you saying that a cis person can't possibly have an opinion on this? Listen, no. If you don't listen, especially if you have people that work at your network that you could talk to about this. Like the problem is not that you have an opinion. The problem it's an opinion born out of ignorance, right? And we're gonna see more of that as this thread goes on, right? If you use insults, you don't come off as serious. Oh my God, I'm trying to do my best not to use insults, okay? I am being very charitable, very nice here, very, purposefully trying to tamp down my rhetoric in hopes that maybe I'll reach somebody with this, right? In hopes that I can change your mind and therefore, get you to correct the record. How is it transphobic if there's no other way to refer there's no other way to refer to someone born male? Oh my God. Okay. Well, yeah, you've absolutely swallowed their framing. Hook, line, and sinker. Somebody else comes in here and says, TYT has trans hosts. Is the capitalist version of I have trans friends. Well, we got trans friends right up here. I don't know if they even saw that, but yeah, like Ben Glebe also says that. Oh my God. So yeah, this thread, as you can imagine, some people had some things to say about Ben's takes here. Okay. So yeah, Stellar Vision, to be clear, I have been a longtime fan of TYT, but as a trans person, the language y'all were using, the language that they were adopting, right? And that's the what do you call it? Like the path of least resistance. To go ahead and adopt the language that you're hearing from the person that you're reacting to, but it's a mistake. They choose that language on purpose. That language is strategically used, right? They have, honed that language in order to reframe the issue. Please don't let them do that. You gotta push back on the language, right? I mean, I think people are starting to realize how harmful terms like transgenderism can be. I've been saying this for years and years and years. And yes, I know that there's well-meaning people that will use that terminology, not trying to be transphobic, not fighting on us on the issues, but I still think it's a mistake. I think it's something that we have to be cognizant of. This reaction that a trans person saying, wait, maybe you should have a person who is educated on trans issues speak about trans issues. It's just not it, Sweaty. Oh my God, that's what the insult was. Yo, this is the insult. Sweaty. That's not an insult. That's a ContraPoints reference. I think Stellar Vision is being incredibly nice here, and to characterize her any other way is wrong. Okay, so you didn't say that politely as you did here. Oh my God. Called our respectfully phrased words disgusting. Ben, they're not your words. They're transphobes' words. That's the problem. And again, I'm being really charitable with you here. I don't think you did it on purpose, but you can still do harm without meaning to. And you've illustrated that point. You were literally an object lesson for that here, right? Didn't answer, and I'm not trying to be offensive, and I'm not trying to be insulting, or I don't think I am, right? I get that you this is uncomfortable for you, and I also get that you don't understand what you did wrong, but you don't need to be this defensive. Didn't answer what phrase is better. Yeah, this is absolutely some debate bro shit right here. Just debate broing Stellar Vision. Didn't ask what phrase is better when trying to say biological man. Oh my God. Instead of educating us kindly, you said you're at war with us and just called me sweaty for no reason. Listen, that was the nicest thing she could have said in that circumstance. God damn, is that the discourse you prefer? Huh? This is a Twitter thread. I am 100% serious with everything I say. Calling trans women biological males is never respectful. If you're talking about trans women, say trans women. Calling someone sweaty instead of sweetie is something queer folk do when throwing shade. It's mild shade too. It's mild shade. Why would you throw shade when I'm genuinely trying to? This feels like talking to Will. This feels like talking to Will, right? when I'm genuinely trying to understand and am open to conversation seems counterproductive. I'm asking, how do you prefer one to refer to the concept of the sex as it's assigned at birth? Listen, how about you keep that concept to where it actually applies? And since I don't see like a MD or a PhD after your name, and I'm not consulting you as a medical professional, it's really not. It doesn't apply here. It's not. The term trans woman does not cover the reference needed to. You want to fucking put a little marker on me to just remind everybody of my birth sex. Even yeah. So here comes Polly. Yes, it does. In fact, biological male has no actual meaning and is confusing unless you make transphobic. Yeah, it's confusing and it's useful. You have swallowed their framing of this issue and are just repeating it back. Hey, Zara. I hear black trans people get talked about all the time, yet no one ever asked our opinion. This is run-of-the-mill behavior for them. TYT has trans hosts. It gives me, yeah, that I have trans friends kind of vibes. I changed, but you did change your color. Okay, I was wondering. Because I remember you were like, green before. See, I can't remember. I can't pronounce people's names correctly, but I can remember what colors their usernames were. I literally was doing a double take the other day. Yeah, the same. Well, sometimes if you use a different device, it'll change your name color too. I'm glad to see familiar faces in chat. Good to see you too, Dweeb Chan. Yeah, major oofs. TYT has never been with marginalized people. Anna doubled down on her use of the N-word. What? Oh my god, I did not know that Anna was an N-word Andrea. Basically said sorry not sorry, and said that not saying the N-word when describing a story is watering down the story. I didn't even know about that, right? I've seen some bad shit, but I wasn't aware. Wow. I mean, like I said, TYT has always had problems, you know, in with trans issues, but most of them have, I thought, came from Jink. I hear the sirens from the tone police. Yeah. What matters is black people getting run over currently by actions that are not taken. People that refuse to say anything in the face of obvious racism. Now, talking about words people said years ago is deflection. If Ben knows trans people that work at TYT, he clearly doesn't listen. That's what it would have taken. That in fact, consult people. Like if you have coworkers that you might want to consult them before doing this issue, or even just bring them on stream. I think this would have been a, you know, if they're, you know, I don't see enough of TYT's trans hosts, right? And this would have been a great issue to bring a trans person on to talk about, right? Or let them drive the reaction even, right? That's, you know, the best practice, right? It's just somebody in YouTube chat earlier said nothing about us without us, right? That's a phrase for a reason. It's just used to make people look not so bad. Well, she said a taboo word 15 years ago and never did so thereafter is fine. My ass. I said the N word for the 20th time today. Can we move on to things that affect us? Disagree. Oh, sorry, I'm not reading people's back and forth here. Dude is transphobic, in my opinion. Doesn't matter if he's in denial about it. Well, he's doing harm. I 100% agree with you, Photophile. It's seeping out of him. Unpack your transphobia, or I'm calling you a transphobe. That's it. Yeah, and you got to understand, like that, you know. That line reminded me of Ghost from True Capitalist Radio saying he isn't racist because he quote unquote has a bunch of friends that happen to be black and other ethnicities that he refers to using slurs. Damn. The problem is cis men want to be in charge of the big topics. Yes, Jules, you got it. You're on that, right? Problem is cis men, people, privileged people in general, like, want to control the quote unquote big topics. So when a topic like trans rights moves into the forefront, they have a certain level of entitlement, a great level of entitlement, a prodigious level of entitlement even. So they won't turn over the issue to a trans person. Yep, that's right. They're so used to being in charge. Ben is a true intersectionalist as well. We're talking about Ben Carollo here, not Ben Carollo is one of TYT's trans hosts. She stands up for trans rights and for the rights of other marginalized people. She punches above her weight class. Poor Ben G. Why can't they just be nice to him, making it so hard to learn? Why would you throw shade? I know, right? If it weren't for brave journalists such as Chunk Yogurt, I would have no idea that it's legal to warble your weasel in public. Oh my god, we got weasels in chat. Can we get some weasels? Yo, you all have weasels now, right? YouTube chat, if you're a member, you've got weasels. Twitch chat, you've got weasels. Even if you're not a member, you can unlock those weasels using channel points. So, right, you got no excuse for not posting weasels all over the place. Right, that's right, Zara. Meow. Play the end again. He said, yeah, we already won the argument of trans rights. Holy fuck. Screw this guy. Oh god, I love how I repeat the F word and then I moderate it to like screw. Like that's gonna save me on monetization. My charity is diminishing with each post I see from Benji here. It is definitely hard to have charity for the and like you shouldn't be expected to. Look, I'm trying to present this in a way that I don't know. Oh my god, Twitch poll is here. What? Wait, is this is like a quasi decent take from a Twitch poll person. Wow, surprising. The I have a blank friend defense is the number one excuse for horrible people to say things about a disenfranchised group of people. I mean, like, I don't know about it's a wash. Like, right, what does that mean? It's a wash, like, you know, it could go either way, but like, I mean, yeah, like they're pointing out that that estrogen and T blockers eliminate a lot of the advantages. That is the conclusion the International Olympic Committee came to, right? So yeah, this thread got kind of messy, right? This got messy. What happens if I click on this one? It's hard to follow all the winding places that this okay, so here's Stellar Vision saying, here's some educational material that may help you understand what I'm talking about. And you're basically using the, oh, I have a friend who is trans argument. Please allow trans people to speak about this, and please listen to medical professionals too, or even sports, even the International Olympic Committee's, sports, like they did this consulting sports science people, right? So this is the ACLU, not exactly the perfect track record on things, but the ACLU is supporting trans athletes here. I do allow trans people to speak about it, of course, which is part of how I came to this opinion. Oh my God, would you prefer it if I don't publicly mention that I have trans friends? Just don't use it as an excuse, like, right? That doesn't make it better. That makes it worse. What's up, Dragonfly Tess 420? Good to see you. Whoa, what is that emote? Oh, is that a cryptid mage emote? Nice. Damn it, did Glebe do a transphobia? Just a bit. It sucks because I kind of liked him. Yeah, so if you don't know Ben Glebe, he's best known for, I guess he had a debate with Charlie Kirk where he brings out a picture of a dolphin. Is it like a dolphin embryo or a dolphin fetus? And he's like, like, basically, are you going to call this a human being? And Charlie Kirk says, yes, of course it's a human being. And it's like, that's funny because it's actually a dolphin embryo. Oh, right. That's what he's best known for. I would prefer you not use trans people as a shield. Trans people generally prefer you not use them as a shield either. When you were criticized for transphobic language, again, read the article. There is no significant difference between trans athletes and cis athletes. Listen to the science. Like, there's so much. Yeah, there's more than just the ACLU. We're talking about the International Olympic Committee. We're talking about anybody who actually engages with the research has come to this opinion. That's why trans people are playing or were playing in sports. You know, in some places we're not allowed to anymore, right? But like, that's why the consensus was to allow us to participate in sports, right? He was also in Jay and Silent Bob, the reboot. Okay. Did not know that. Not claiming that your opinion is the only one that is correct, that our opinion is the only one that's correct. Well, I mean, you'd be correct in claiming that one, but ours is the one that studies are backing up. Olympics have been allowing trans people to participate for over a decade. It's like more like 2 decades, isn't it? Yeah. They fit within, as long as they fit within hormonal levels, standards for competing. This is not new. Redacted in here with, I bet Ben has a black friend too. So yeah, some friends of the show. If you don't, oh wow, Fox is. We got somebody coming in here. No, you don't, fucking liar. Put that eyebrow down and shut them. Oh my God. There we go. If you get like that, that's some smackdown right there. I feel like I'm missing some of the discourse here. Like, there was like a quote tweets, maybe these. Oh, look, there's no comment check with a quote tweet. Wait, did this get it's got 4 comments on it. Maybe I didn't see all the comments. Oh, some of the comments are me. Not the, but not all trans people agree argument again. This is so silly. Some people are upset. Some are not. You have to deal with the people who are upset. It's simple. If I say I want to, oh my God, okay. I'm not gonna read the violent stuff in here. But I understand why people are feeling hot about this, right? Because it's really frustrating when even people that are calling themselves allies aren't really on our side. I can't believe that for hours this dude has been debate bozoing trans people, correcting them about this massive transphobic take. The fucking audacity. Okay, so yeah, like I said, there was my quote retweet, and then I think there's Natalie Marie with a quote retweet. I wonder if Ben would defend using the N-word because. Yeah, so I mean, like, you know, this is kind of a a lot of trans people are upset at this, and it's understandable. Like I hope that you know, maybe TYT could have a little conference. You know, you have trans hosts, maybe consult them about this, right? I think that would really help. No worries, no worries. I just can't. I gotta be like careful what I say on stream, because YouTube is very strict. And sometimes Twitch is strict too about certain things. Science is pretty clear. There's a reason they're letting trans women play in these leagues. Yeah, like right. If you go by the sports science, it's a slam dunk. Ha ha ha! I used a sports term. If I ever meet Anna in Discord chat, I'll worry about that then. Yeah. No worry, Jules. You're good. We should have known back when he was doing the dolphin apology. Okay, let me like catch up with YouTube chat here too. I wish that it was Jay and Silent Jink and Silent Ben G at this point. Yeah. What's up, Dave? Good to see you again. I didn't expect more from the dolphin fetus guy, right? And it affects his empathy for survivors of SA and SH. I would have no idea that it's legal to warble. I have been having so much fun, and I feel like the modern day Diogenes. It's not hard to type. I am sorry. I didn't mean harm, and I will do better. Yeah. And I think there might have been like, oh look, there's an apology somewhere in here, isn't there? I want to show the apology because like at some point. Oh no, there's they triple posted. Isn't there? I think there might have been some kind of apology somewhere here. I was told there was. Sometimes Twitter, it's really hard to. Yo, Ben's talking about anecdotes here, and then he posts like one study, right? One study where what you need is the kind of like you need a higher level of evidence here, right? And that's what the Olympic Committee consulted. Instead of just one study that's like going to be like about like, you know, well, bone density, hypothetically, theoretically, right? You know, like, especially if you're not a scientifically minded person, especially if you're not skilled, if you're not, you know, like you're not trained in sports science, like, right? You're not even going to be able to. Anyway, like somebody was okay. Jessie Gender, get me out of this. How are you doing, chat? Is it Jessie Gender? I feel like, was this like this might have been the After Dark. Okay, now this is interesting. Jessie throwing Here, we'll watch this first. There's actually another Jessie Gender video I want to watch with you, but
So I was recently doing some research for another video that I'm planning on doing in about a month or so, and for that I went and looked at a
YouTube chat says Benji should delete his Twitter account at this point.
tweet by Sal Grover, who many of you may remember is a gender.
It seems like by the end, Benji at least says they were wrong. Yeah, I wanted to give him credit for that at least, right? Feels like it said that he was wrong on Twitter, right? Which is different than, you know, going on the main show, like, because that happened on the main show. That's where it needs to be set straight. It's easy to criticize somebody on TV from afar on racism, on transphobia. The closer it gets, the harder it becomes, the more personal backlash you will get. What's up, City of Doors? Benny had words to say about... Wait, Benny? Are we talking about Ben, the left can't meme? Benny? Oh, no. We're talking about Benny C. Yeah, she, okay, had words to say about Ben Gleib's statement the other day. She was upset and gave a really good rebuttal. Oh, where did this happen? That's cool. So yeah, one of TYT's trans hosts, you know, apparently not a fan of what Ben G was saying. Oh, what's up, Dither? Oh, she said this on her Twitch stream? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't see you know, TYT, you know, platforming trans people very often, and I would, you know, like to see, you know, more of that, especially on these issues. If you're going to cover trans issues, like, you know, that's a perfect place, and not only is it the perfect place, the perfect venue, you know, for your trans host to you know, offer their insights, but I think you need them, especially if you're like, you know, Jink and Ben Gleib, right? You need you're gonna do better, you know, following their lead rather than trying to use them, you know, use your trans host as a fig leaf, right? Benji, like the, yeah. Early human fetus have tall and beady eyes, so pro-life people use pictures of animal fetuses that look more human. Oh wait, what? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, it seems yeah. So here, let's
critical turf.
like I said, Jessie Gender, get me out of this.
Dead named and attacked trans people after people made sincere, good faith, and understandable.
Oh God, it's Glinner.
Critiques of her app, which I made a video about.
Oh, content warning, Glinner.
Over on my main channel last week, and the tweet that I was looking at.
I should give a content warning if there's going to be Glinner in the video, right? Literally could have just let trans people. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking would have been the thing to do there, right? Is let trans people cover the issue. Yeah, if you have trans hosts, that's great, but you know, if you're not using them for issues like this, I don't, you know.
Was one where she took an out-of-context section of said video that I made about her and posted it on Twitter to say that I had called her a white supremacist and a racist, which, by the way, I didn't, but I'll save that discussion for a more extensive video that I'm doing later. But when I looked at that tweet, I actually found something on it that honestly
I gotta get some water.
Kind of chuckle.
I'll be right back.
Like legit, I found this quite funny and honestly a little adorable in a horrible sort of way. I found this little interaction between Sal Grover and Buck Angel Transsexual, as he has on his Twitter, aka Buck Angel. Yeah, Buck Angel, that Buck Angel. This is a weird little adorable match and conversation that
I can't let this go. Okay, Buck Angel has Buck Angel Transsexual in his you know, like, so right, his YouTube name is what we're talking. No, sorry, not YouTube. Twitter name, right, is Buck Angel Transsexual, right? And you know, we know that like a lot of times that's not always, but a lot of times, like it's a distinction that trans medicalists try to make about themselves to differentiate themselves from the rest of us, which maybe they see us as less legitimate, right? But like, think about this, okay? Nick Adams, alpha male. You know what I'm talking about? Nick Adams. Does everybody know Nick Adams? Right? He's got to put that alpha male in his name on Twitter. In the same way, is like transsexual, right? For trans medicalists, is that kind of serving the same purpose as like alpha male is for misogynists? I don't know. You answer that in chat. I gotta NCC stream chat isn't a place. Oh yeah.
They had about me, and I find it honestly kind of endearing. Before we get into it, though, if you don't know who Buck Angel is, he's a famous
I'll be right back after I
porn
pee.
star who got big in, I believe, the 90s. That was one of the few representations for trans people that we had in the public eye around that time, especially of like my generation and slightly before my generation. And many trans people, and I know many trans men, kind of looked up to him at the time. Unfortunately, though, since then, we've also learned that he is like a super trans medicalist, and also he's done some shitty stuff like out trans women, like I believe Lana Wachowski against her will years ago. So, yeah, no good, Buck Angel. He's not exactly a perfect guy, to put it mildly. So with that history with Buck Angel, this is an exciting match to see between, Sal and Buck. Anyways, I'm not here to go after Buck because I honestly, again, found their conversation on Twitter to be so interesting. And the convo, which started off with Sal talking about me, goes like this. Sal tweeted, "Men telling a woman how to run her business, what to think, and relying on ad hominem is nothing new to me or any woman. Same old misogyny. Jessie Gender's 90-minute video calling me transphobic, racist, and white supremacist is back up. Fortunately, he doesn't say a word of truth." Yikes. So a little extreme there. I mean, first off, there is the dehumanizing misgendering of me and calling me a liar just for stating things that other people have said with facts and research about her app and her company, but whatever, go watch the video for more on that. But I found Buck Angel's response to be interesting. The weirdo made a whole video about me calling me transphobic. This person is a grifter. Haha. To which Sal responded, cry laugh emoji, cry laugh emoji, cry laugh emoji, OMG. This is so cute.
I love to see this, all right? Because I was really worried about Jessie, after her getting dogpiled by Vaush and his network over two different things. Over standing up for trans people on Hogwarts Legacy, she got strawmanned. She got her whole viewpoint on that issue was strawmanned, was turned into something that it never was, right? And then again on the Say Her Name discourse when she spoke up about that, right? So I was kind of worried about her because I know what this kind of harassment is like, and I know how hard it can make it for you to just exist in places like Twitter or wherever. So to see her be able to kind of jump back into this, and when this is Buck Angel and I don't know this other person, but like this is trans Buck Angel is like a trans med and a absolute gross person, as Chad is saying, and then this other person I think was just like a TERF. Yeah, it's a TERF, right? I don't know anything about her other than that she's a TERF, but like I love to see Jessie jumping back into the fray like this, because it tells me that she's back and she's not going to be intimidated, and that she knows how to she obviously knows how to handle herself around this stuff. It's the Vaush network has not silenced her, so we love to see it, right?
They're both bonding over hating.
They're bonding over hating on Jessie. Yeah,
legitimately kind of adorable. We are seeing a friendship form here, but within that friendship that's being formed, though, you can sense a bit of tension, right, within their tweets. I mean, first off, notice how Buck Angel calls me a weirdo. And I mean, he is totally correct there. I am a weirdo, like proudly so. Have you seen how much I talk about Star Trek? It's kind of a little bit unhealthy. So yeah, definitely a weirdo. He's nailed me there. But he also says this person when referring to me. Isn't it interesting how Buck never genders me in his tweet? He, as a trans person and a member of the trans community who has built his reputation on being a symbol for said trans community, knows that he probably shouldn't misgender a trans woman publicly, as that would look real bad. But he also won't gender me at all or correctly because it might get in the way of his budding friendship with a person who has built her reputation on hating and dead-naming and misgendering trans people and trans women specifically. A little bit of opposites attract going on here. Oh, it's also funny that Buck Angel in that tweet mentions the video that I made about him, which, by the way, I think he's referencing this one, which is one where I discuss a letter that he wrote and signed that called all trans women grifters, making trans people generally and trans men specifically look bad, and that
He's talking about like autogynephilia. He's talking about AGP here.
many trans women are just autogynephiles wanting to have sex with ourselves and being too uppity and again, making the trans community look bad.
So, like, for anybody who doesn't understand this, because I'm not going to assume any base level of knowledge, right? AGP stands for autogynephilia, okay? There's this creepy dude named Blanchard who, like, apparently studied trans people at some point, and he came up with this theory. There's two kinds of trans people, said Blanchard, right? This is Blanchard's weird theory. This is not the truth. This is Blanchard's weird champing, okay? So there's two types of trans women, right? You've got Blanchard. I don't think Blanchard even noticed like the existence of trans men. So, you know, sorry, trans men, you don't get to be talked about by Blanchard, at least as far as I understand, right? Blanchard's never taken an interest in you. He has a little bit too much of an interest in trans women, right? But you know, you've got the HSTS, which is like the homosexual transsexual, and that is the idea that you are actually a gay man who's embarrassed to be a gay man, and so you're gonna, you know, go through like you know, transition in order to like hide that fact or something like that, right? So if you like, in other words, if you like guys, you're an HSTS, but no, like don't get upset by that. Don't get upset by that weird characterization, because according to Blanchard, you're the better kind of trans woman. The other kind is called the AGP, and that means you're an autogynephile. And if you like women, you're supposedly an autogynephile, and you're not really attracted to women. You're attracted to yourself as a woman. And Blanchard knows this because he's spent a lot of time obsessing about trans women. Yeah, so I don't know why anybody listens to this person, but unfortunately there's some like self-hating, like, you know, trans people who buy into Blanchard's theories, and Buck Angels is apparently one of these people. So he's using Blanchardian language. The stuff's been discredited. This stuff is bunk. Like, Blanchard's just a weird creep, really, and nobody should listen to them. But apparently Buck Angel buys into every single word they say. Yeah, we got a bunch of in fact, we're like, what are we, like, we're three subs away from unlocking the original Kami Babe Colonel Nonochka cosplay. So we're getting there. We were 2 away just the other day, and then I had to be silly and take a day off, and then of course the sub points, they come and they go depending on when subs expire and stuff like that. So we got set way back to 177, and some anonymous gifters come in and just like dropped like, look at this, 10 gift subs from the anonymous gifter, and Jules, Zara, Shakespeare, Neon Cat, Neon, Skywise, a whole bunch of people have subscribed today. So with Skywise again, and Buffy Geek. Oh my God, welcome. Wait, we've got another Whittlebug. Thank you for the follow. Oh my God, we are 2 away. Thank you, Skywise, giving that gift sub to Whittlebug. So yeah, we're almost there. I have confidence now. I have confidence. Again, sorry for missing yesterday, but I was working on a video. If you're a YouTube member or you're a Twitch sub or you're on Patreon, you're gonna have you have access to that. In fact, I'll make the I'm gonna go live with the, oh my God, what Nabil with the 200 get pro literate and stomps are us. You just got gift subs courtesy of Nabil with the 2 gift subs, putting us over the limit. AGP, you mean yeah, like, yo, Blanchard is weird. Blanchard is obsessive, and you know, like as if trans women aren't dehumanized enough, like Blanchard's gotta just dehumanize us that little bit more, right? So yeah, thank you so much, Nabil, for putting us over. That is a get. That is a look, I'm gonna go into this, like, right, 200 out of 200. That is hitting the sub goal. That is absolutely hitting the sub goal. Thank you. Congratulations. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna get the cosplay, and I'm gonna try to. I want to dye my hair blonde. I don't know if I'll actually be able to do it. I might have to use a wig or something, but that's part of the Nanochka cosplay. You gotta be blonde, short hair, and have that one strap tank top with the little wrap around the neck, right? And then of course the hammer and sickle tattoo. That is the cosplay that we have unlocked. Alonzi? Yeah, cosplay, like, right? So I'm gonna be the original I guess we should probably take a look. I'll show you exactly who I'm talking about here. Is that how you spell Colonel? Colonel Nanochka of Glow Wrestling. This is Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. You might have seen the Netflix show. It was actually based on a real wrestling promotion back in the day.
Daisy, what are you doing? That's not your crown.
Wait, did Daisy come out first? Oh, there we go.
Because I am the champion of Glow. Superior, you know it so. Because I am the champion of Glow. Not one girl could escape my pin, but then Russians always win. Oh, we on that. This match is one ball for the Glow crowd. What a Daisy!
So that's the original Kami Babe of wrestling. That is Colonel Nanochka. That is who I'm gonna be cosplaying. There's a new Taramuni video. Oh my God! There's so much to check out. Right? We got 2 Jessie gender videos, and we also got to get to this is the crypto Christian emo scene. Right? If you've ever heard of a band called Flyleaf, right? Illuminaighty, who I don't ever watch nearly enough, right? Illuminaighty is a great video essayist. I never get to watch Illuminaighty stuff. We're gonna watch an Illuminaighty video today and take a look at the history of Flyleaf, who you know, like that's kind of a throwback, right? Apparently there's some weird stuff going on with Flyleaf, and we're gonna hear about that from Illuminaighty. You know, Illuminaighty with a pyramid head, and right, that's who we're talking about. Illuminaighty spelled naughty, like not Illuminati. Yeah, that's who we're talking about. So yeah, we're gonna be getting to that after the Jessie gender videos, because there's 2.
Bad. It's the same letter that he signed.
No, she puts out a lot of videos. She's very productive. I wish I could put out as many videos. Christian new metal, yeah.
Signed alongside trans man Scott Nugent, who recently appeared in Matt Walsh's What Is Woman.
Oh no, what?
To also spread a similar narrative around trans people and gender ideology. So I guess Buck must have.
And this is what I was talking about with Ben Glebe. Ben was worried that voices that disagree with us, other trans people, our trans brothers and sisters, right? You could just say trans siblings to not like, to be a little bit more inclusive. Okay, so our trans siblings that disagree with us, we're not providing room for their voices. Oh my God, Matt Walsh is providing room for their voices. Ben, you're uplifting their voices. Vaush is, you know what I mean? There's a ton of fucking, there's plenty of cis people platforming, trans people who disagree with us on our basic dignity. So please don't worry, they're not gonna. I found okay, interesting. Let's take a look at this. This is Ben Carollo. She made a thread calling out Ben Glebe. Nope, that's not how I get to it. Okay, we're gonna have to let's watch the Jessie gender video, then we'll take a look at
that video. And it's funny considering what that video is about, because he says that I'm a grifter, though, because I made that video in good faith, just trying to explain the issues surrounding what he was talking about in that video. And so, being honest, I'm kind of a little bit sad that he called me a grifter, but whatever. He's allowed to have his opinion. I'm not here to tell people how to think about my content or to view my content. I just make the content and people are going to have their reaction. He's allowed to have his own opinion on my content. That's perfectly fair. But I actually was just kind of curious what Buck Angel has been doing lately. And actually, I went and took a look over at Buck Angel's Twitter, and I'm actually excited that he's doing so well. I mean, he's been doing a lot over there. I mean, he shared out the recent J.K. Rowling image rehabilitation podcast, where J.K. Rowling has tried to downplay her transphobia, especially her transphobia towards...
Do we need to watch that? Maybe that could be part of the premium streamium.
Trans women. He shared an article from...
I do need to get to that, don't I?
...that has vilified a trans woman that...
Yes, Flyleaf the band.
...debunked in this video.
Well, honestly, I feel like I liked Flyleaf many years ago. I wasn't aware that there was this crypto Christian stuff, and even worse, right? You're gonna even worse stuff going on under the wire of Flyleaf.
By the way, coincidentally, he shared out a few disinformation articles around trans people. But I mean, these are other people's things that he's been sharing. He's been doing a lot himself. I mean, he's clearly doing well because he's been selling a lot of stuff. He's sold t-shirts, more t-shirts, even more t-shirts. His sexual stimulants, which we all know from other big names who sell similar things, are always, reliable and work. His hats, just a lot of things that he's been selling recently. Yet he's also recently been selling his Buck Angel sex toys, Buck Off, for trans men. And hell yeah, I am so freaking here for my trans men siblings to have good sex toys. They absolutely deserve it. My sexually active trans mask friends deserve to enjoy themselves, and I'm glad that they can have toys that help them with that. Though, I did do some research, and I found that Buck Angel's sex toys, Buck Off, are actually allegedly kind of cheaply made and use TPE, which is a porous material.
Oh my God, allegedly, chat, allegedly.
Harbors...
Yo, I feel like we need an allegedly emote. I feel like allegedly is such an important word in my line of work that we needed an allegedly emote.
Bacteria when used, and is actually really bad to use as a sex toy for trans men, because it's actually given a lot of trans men UTIs. Which is yikes. It's kind of bad to make kind of cheaply made, sex toys. I mean, there are good sex toys for trans men, like Coda by Fantasticox, which has some really amazing
Fantasticox.
stuff. Woody from Hancock's, which personally a trans friend of mine uses and has told me that he absolutely loves. And by the way, I'm not making any money by mentioning these trans masks
allegedly
sex toys, and I don't even think the people who make these sex toys have even heard of me ever. I just think that they make good products.
I'm gonna paint my nails, but then I will feel afraid to go out and have chuds see me.
My trans men friends who support me as a trans woman, as I know most.
They did a good cover of What's This on Nightmare Revisited. I never really cared for Flyleaf outside of that.
Trans men do.
I just had a friend who was in a band, and it was one of her influences, so she shared the music, with me, and
trans men do support.
I can see now how it's Christian. I can feel you all around me.
Trans women, as opposed to certain other trans men.
She was singing about Jesus. I didn't.
So it
who
seems
knew?
Interesting to me that these toys made by Buck Angel's Buck Off just appear to be trying to make some quick money by
it's all about Jesus.
His name. Kind of like how Sal Grover uses transphobia to say that a trans woman is attacking her in order to sell her app.
And then I also found the gender critical subreddit that no longer exists. It can be recreated on Giggle to Talk.
Ooh, okay, listeners.
Wait,
take
can
note
be
of that.
recreated? What with the Wait, it can be recreated? Pray tell, how are you gonna recreate? I feel like this is one of those things that like it's like some kind of demonic summoning, like that involves like blood is gonna recreate it. Like what the fuck? Thanks Jessie for introducing me in particularly to some safe buck off alternatives. Yeah. Isn't that wild that Buck's selling like cheap like sex toys that are like toxic or allegedly there might be some toxicity potentially, possibly, allegedly.
I wonder what that kind of thing could be called. Like they're grifting people.
Grifty.
Well, seems like those two would make a good match.
Is it called Grifty McGrifterson?
And I am so glad for them because it seems like they're becoming bigger friends because this was not their last interaction, and it was not their last interaction over me. Because
I really like that song too, Kelsey.
7 days later on Twitter, Sal Grover tweeted about my video again, saying, "Human eyes can spot the man in this picture." And actually, if I look, I can't really see the man that she's referring to in that picture. I should put it right over there so you can see it. Do you see the man in that picture? It's just a picture of the thumbnail that I used in that. Oh, she means me. Dehumanizing and dead naming me again. Oh, I see what she's doing there. That's kind of fun. It's like a Where's Waldo of transphobia. But whatever. But anyways, Buck Angel again responded to this, and they started bonding again because he came back and said, haha, that's psycho again. If they took YouTube down, this person would have no life. So first off here, I think Buck Angel is mistaking the situation. He says, oh, that's psycho again, possibly thinking that I had done something else to Sal, but which wasn't the case. I've actually been busy working on other stuff I got going on, like my short film and other videos that I'm making on my channel, so I haven't had any time to really worry about Sal other than seeing this little interaction. Instead, actually, what happened was Sal came back to my video 6 days later, apropos of nothing, just to dehumanize me in a tweet. Which means I must be kind of like living rent-free in her head if she has to come back 6 days later to try to come at me again. But anyways, besides that, Buck Angel here calls me a psycho, which is a bit ableist if you ask me. But again, he doesn't misgender me, but neither does he gender me either way. And he and Sal have a good laugh over me not having a life. I'd argue that they have no life even with YouTube up and running. Haha, and then there is that. It's true. I don't have much of a life. That is actually true. It is mostly YouTube videos and Star Trek for this gal. And you know what? That's actually okay. I live a good life. I think it's pretty solid. I'm happy. I got my lower decks and I got, you making videos. I'm making things. I'm able to pay my bills. I mean, who really needs anything else? But anyways, I gotta wrap this video up soon because I actually have a meeting for my short film that I'm doing, and I'm hanging out with friends later tonight. So I gotta wrap this up. So I kind of wanted to just share this little interaction between these two because I just kind of found it fascinating and interesting. Also, it's also interesting that Sal used.
Yeah, Raven, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad Jessie can be so lighthearted about all this. From what I understand, it's a common thing. This isn't a common thing in the trans community. Being able to take bigotry in stride, especially considering like all the harassment that she got from Vaush and Xander Hall and all those and Keffels and that entire network, right? Earlier on, I'm glad that she's able to kind of right, because like I was just worried about I know what the effect of that kind of thing is like, and just being able to feel yourself enough to do like a video where you're dealing with some toxic crap like this in such a lighthearted way it's so important. And I'm glad that I'm glad she's back. I'm glad she didn't get intimidated out of clapping back like this, right?
This is they for me in that one tweet about me. It's almost as if she can use they as a singular.
Yeah, isn't that an interesting thing? So like what we got is we got a TERF who always like that's their thing. is to misgender trans people, right? And then you got Buck Angel, who in general will try to avoid that because of the way that that's treated in the trans community, right? And so like they meet in the middle of the turf using they them pronouns for Jessie gender to kind of like, right, because they're making friends now. My dream is to have a hype house in a nice town in California, so Zara, NCC, Polly, and me can all live together and hang. Oh my god, there'd be some amazing streams.
And as a gender neutral. Huh. Weird that. Anyways, like I said, you know, I just wanted to share this interaction. I didn't make this, I didn't share
Maybe we could move in next to Jink Uger.
this video for you to feel bad about me. You know, please don't go to the comments and
Just
say,
kidding.
"Oh, Jessie, I'm sorry that happened." I appreciate it. I'm glad that you empathize. It is a bigoted lady and a transmedicalist jokingly dehumanizing me publicly in front of their audience of thousands of people. So it's not like a great thing that happened, but I'm personally doing great. You know, I'm
This is really good to hear.
Fine. And I also would ask you to not go tweet at them after this. I didn't make this for you to go defend me. I don't need defending, and honestly, just going at them just boosts their algorithm anyways. I earnestly, I do not care what they think about me. I know some of you won't believe that, but I didn't make this to get back at them. You know, the subtle digs I made at them throughout this were just because I think they've both done shitty things.
V says, I'd watch that Neighbors from Hell episode.
Continuing to do shitty things.
I'll fly a sidewalk jerking flag.
Not because
Yeah.
they've done shitty things to me, and I just kind of wanted to call it out. But I did wanted to make this because I found their budding friendship over their mutual.
I never saw that show, V. Has anybody seen this, Neighbors from Hell? Glad Jessie is doing good. Yeah, I know, right?
Despite the tension that it very clearly causes in terms of how willing they are to dehumanize.
We need a base trans commune, huh?
To be kind of adorable. It's the kind of tension that the best relationships are built on. You know, it's sweet seeing a friendship form, and I'm glad that I could have been a part of it. You know, it's all built on.
I mean, this is how I like to handle drama too, right? This is how I like to handle haters.
Clearly, you're both watchers of my work, to which I am thankful. Just know that you both have my blessing. I bless your budding friendship.
I bless your budding friendship based on
the real
hatred.
reason I made this video is not about them. I just want my sexually active trans men friends to have access to good fucking sex toys. Like, seriously, go buy the good fucking sex toys. You deserve it, my trans masked friends. Go forth, my kings.
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, like that's kind of funny. And like the low-key implication is be like to steer people away from substandard sex toys, which might actually be, you know, it wasn't toxicity, it's that they can there can be there's places that like kind of germs can hide, or there's something about the material that it's not easy to what is the word for it when you get things like really clean and it's like super clean, like what word is am I trying to disinfect? Yeah, to disinfect, right? Okay, so this is Benjamin Carollo, Benny the Bimbo, and she writes, trigger warning. Other trans people, you really don't need to read all this. To every ally that's annoyed by talking so much about trans stuff because you're worried about seeming unreasonable, I want to take a step back and reflect on the fact that ... trans people regularly have to hear stories of members of our community being unalived by the actions of cis people that are trying to seem reasonable to. You are trying to seem reasonable to. Go forth, my kings. I love that, Shakespeare. As tired as you think you are, it is even more tiring to constantly be worried about the safety of the people you care for. Yeah. This is important, right? To hear the news of a hate crime and frantically check to see when the last time you talked to each of your friends, when was the last time you talked to each of your friends? To see people struggling to find safe housing and not being able to help them. Or to see the news that someone had unalived and because of all the hate. And yeah, this has A lot of this has happened recently, right? All of the while, our very existence is being questioned and criminalized. You should be enthusiastically defending the rights of trans people. You should be enraged by the attacks on us. If you're more worried about how you appear to cis folks, okay, so I can see how this is related to the Ben Glebe take on the main show. Cis folks, then the lives of trans people, then you are already carrying water for the people that want to exterminate us. There is so much joy in being trans, and trans people need to see that joy to be truly happy for us, and not be furious that anyone might try to take that away. We are not a debate or a hypothetical. We are not an issue or a question that you need to have a take. Yeah, this is the take industrial complex. Zara was talking about this on her last stream, right? Everybody feels the need to have a take on everything, right? And like people that you know, maybe instead of having a take on something, should be looking into that thing, should be listening, you know, especially if it's an issue of marginalized identity, should be listening to those people rather than speaking up, you know, as a like knee-jerk response, right? This is, you know, we need to get beyond the take industrial complex. In other words, I do not care if you quote unquote seem reasonable to cis people. I care if trans people feel safe around you, and if you are willing to stand up for trans people when it matters. Yeah, that's what's important. Ben specifically mentioned, specifically mentioned not wanting to seem unreasonable in that segment. Oh, on her stream. Non-porous material is safe for sex toys. Porous material. Okay, so that's the issue. That's the issue. Potentially, allegedly, possibly with Buck Angel's potentially, allegedly, possibly substandard sex toys. That makes sense. So like that's great that Jessie is in there with some safe alternatives. That seems like the way to handle that, right? Dishwashing machines, oh, can help. Oh my God, are we talking about, yeah. Oh, when you said dishwashing, I thought you were talking about disinfecting. No, we're talking about dishes. Frog Powered Train is actually talking about dishes here. Rent is getting ridiculous. Yeah. And so, yeah, moving in together is, you know, I actually had a dream recently. So, yeah, like I get, like, I'm going to try to take a little, like, I know that I'm always just like going as fast as I can through all the content, but I want to take a little break and talk to chat for a second here. So, yeah, I actually had a dream that I was like living in a commune, and no, it wasn't a commune. What was it? It was just like, I was living in a house with a whole bunch of people, and they were really cool, and they were doing amazing things, like, right? And I came home, and there was a party going on, and there was food, and there was music, and it was really cool. And I don't know, it's kind of the opposite of the way I'm living right now. Like I've had situations where I've had roommates that weren't great. I've had situations right now where I'm living alone, and that has its own drawbacks. But yeah, especially like cost is like the major drawback. But if you can find people that you can live with, and like Frog Powered Train says, if you can you know, set up something like make sure the dishes are getting done. Yeah, it was a pretty cool dream altogether. Yeah, I like, here's the thing. I've been using I stopped vaping a while ago, right? You might have noticed, like, I'm not sucking on a vape anymore, right? And the vape was what I used to. I didn't vape nicotine. I vaped the other thing that you can vape, right? If you got my drift, right? And it helped me sleep. It helped me, you know, immensely helped me sleep at night. So I needed some way to make sure that I'm getting to sleep, maybe even just, you know, kind of a placebo thing. And I started taking melatonin. And I don't know if it's just that I'm not vaping anymore, or if it's because of the melatonin. I suspect it has to do with the melatonin. I have the most vivid, creative, interesting, sometimes overwhelming dreams at night, and it's been kind of cool. It would be like Animal Farm, though. It would start a commune and it would turn into writing ridiculous rules. Oh my God. Well, we got to make sure that everybody understands that some animals are more equal than others. Okay. Yeah, rent is getting ridiculous for sure. I think a short film getting funded. Oh, that's right. Her film is getting funded. That's really common. Jessie gender W. Exactly. We need some sexy people from Switzerland to come. Oh wow. Wait, is Switzerland really cool? Because like I don't know. I'm having my doubts about like obviously if you're in the US, right, there's a bunch of states making a bunch of anti-trans laws, and those are generally in the middle of the country. Not every state in the middle of the country, but a lot of them. And the common wisdom among trans people is that living on the East Coast or the West Coast is where you want to be to get away from that. But like people like Shakespeare was saying, rents are out of control, especially in those coastal areas, right? And you've got more and more like libs like Jink and Anna that like at some point you start asking, like, are you even libs anymore? Because like all I ever hear from you is like right-wing shit. All I ever hear from you is demonizing the unhoused and just tough on crime takes and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, it's getting scary, right? It's the best place to live is not super apparent to me at the moment. Ben is calling out Glebe because Glebe specifically didn't want to seem unreasonable. Okay, so it's definitely like I felt that subtweet energy in there. I vaped pure lavender essential oil. Okay, well I mean that sounds very relaxing. I don't know if you want to vape that though. Obviously you're joking. Orwell is just an anti-communist snitch. I lived with some cool LGBTQ people for several years in a house that worked pretty well. There were clear rules from the beginning and also designated mediators, though it wasn't needed that often. Valerian root can be used to induce sleep and vivid dreams. For some reason, California is a trans-safe state. For some reason, valerian root, like anytime I've ever... Okay, first of all, how do you take it? Because, like, it doesn't make a yummy tea. I'll be honest, okay? I'll be honest. It does... I don't like the way it tastes. It tastes like a horse's stall. Valerian is like if I took like the hay from a horse's stall and made a tea out of that, like after the horse had been sleeping and pooping in there. That's how I imagine it tasting, right? It's not a tasty tea. And second of all, like anytime I've taken it, it doesn't actually like it's for some, maybe it's because I have ADHD and it has like the reverse effect on me, but it gets me like wired, or it feels like that anyway. Maybe I don't know. It's not, yeah, California tends to have nice weather. They do deal with the forest fire season, from what I've heard, is getting longer and longer. I used to live there, and that was a problem even back then. Googled side effects of melatonin. The first one is vivid dreams or nightmares. Yeah, I mean, luckily it's been vivid dreams for me. Vivid, intense dreams with some nightmare aspects, but mostly just like a dreamy thing. Liberals are technically righties. Yeah, good point. Liberalism is a right-wing philosophy. That I agree. You can take the advice of my best friend Tim Pool. You can move into the that's what he would say, is like save money by moving into the middle of the country. Well, I definitely don't want to move to like right Texas. Like I have friends that like live in Austin and stuff like that, and you know, Austin is always thought of as like this is the Texas city that's not like other Texas cities, but somehow maybe that's changing. And yeah, some of the state laws in Texas are scary too. In my experience, California isn't safe so much as a bit safer. I have always taken in capsule form. That might be the way. That might be the way to deal with it, right? Personally, it gives me intense nightmares, so I avoid it now. Damn. Oh my god, Cryptid, you got the chill poo. You got the chill poo emote. Have I seen that before? It's a poo, but it's chill. It's a chill poo. Vivid nightmares. Yeah. I mean, look, I have like dreams where scary things happen, but for some reason now when I have that, like it's like somehow I get through it. You know, they're scary in the way that movies are, right? Because you know how movies, like if a movie's just like, hey, it's a bunch of cool people, they're doing cool things, nothing bad happened. That's not a very exciting movie. You got to take those cool people, you got to put them in danger. You got to make the people think like, oh my God, I don't know, how are they going to get out of this? Like, this is some serious danger. I care about these cool people, and now they're in danger. And then something happens, they're like, oh yes, and they get out of danger. Not all movies are like that, obviously. You can tell what kind of movies I watch. But that's a bit of a self-report on my part there. But yeah, in general, that's what my dreams are like too. They're very much that kind of like I don't know. Is it like a shonen anime formula? You're gonna stop working now. Your stomach. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope you feel better, Jules. Meow. I think California's problem with state violence and commodification of shelter outweigh the potential gains for ever so slightly better protection for trans folks. The poo is chillin'. The poo is chill. It does. It does. I retract my praise for California and such. I mean, but is that a California problem, or is that just like a? Is that just like a? Because it feels like it's a blue state problem, right? That's the issue. That's the issue, right? Is that like, you know, especially in an atmosphere like this, if you are trans, you want to feel safe, and you're gonna feel safest in a blue state. In general, at least safest, you know, as far as the law is concerned. But you see, there's like a correlation between blue states and like high rent. So, you know, it's a hard problem to solve. At least in my, I haven't found the solution for it yet. Unless we're going to move to another country that affirms trans identities and life. I don't know where to go. I used to think that Europe would be like a cool place to live. And maybe like it feels like Spain has, like, you know, Spain's pretty, isn't Spain pretty progressive on those things? But like, I don't know, when I was actually in Europe, there were benefits, there were pluses, but I could see the minuses too, right? And there are a lot of European countries where there are, you know, far right groups just waiting in the wings, right, trying to take power every election, just like in the US. I get bad stress dreams. Not much happens, but I'm panicking the whole time. Eating is important, Shakespeare. Eating is no solid loaves, strictly liquid. It's a US problem, to be honest. Yeah, and I mean, like, part of this is because people who are in, I guess, well, I mean, I don't want to like buy into like, you know, like there kind of is no middle class, right? You know, people think they're middle class. That's somewhat of an illusion, right? The you know, income equality is just vast, right? So there's just like there isn't a middle the way that we think there is a middle. But people that are like trying to build wealth will do so through real estate, to the extent that people are able to do so. A lot of times that's through real estate, and they feel like it's a good investment because if you look at the track record, prices have gone up and up and up and up and up and up. And if you know anything about gravity, right, what goes up must come down. But at the same time, you've got like a lot of pressure on governing bodies to do acts that are gonna continue this bubble, you know, continue to drive it up and up and up, because, you know, you got all these people with all this influence and they've got their money kind of tied up in real estate, right? So then, you know, as a result, you don't ever see that bubble pop, or when it does, the prices like come right back. So the kind of radical restructuring of cost of living that needs to come from some kind of adjustment of housing, rental, prices, etc., just never seems to happen, right? Is there a difference between in rural versus urban environments regardless? Oh, that's true. That's true. So yeah, even blue states like California have very red regions. New York is the same. Fuck Europe. They're barreling towards fascism as fast as we are now. Oh my god, I love firm tofu. I also love soft tofu though too. Soft tofu definitely has its place, especially for like, you should try a hot pot with soft tofu. It's really good. If you can get, the trick is though with soft tofu, maybe it's like harder to get like flavor to seep into it. The best state to live in is Washington, maybe Everett. Oh, and it's close to Canada too. Yeah, yeah. I have parasomnias and wouldn't wish that on anyone else. Spain just recently started to modernize their legal system to allow basic feminism, and they do have a long history of racism. To add to what Zara said about Spain, they didn't rescind their expulsion order against what? Against the Jews until very recently, and many Spaniards weren't happy about that. Jeez. Yeah, like that. That was one of the things I noticed in Europe, is that like there was just like more anti-Semitism than I would have thought in various places. I googled, and National LGBTQ Task Force, whatever that is, I've never heard of them, says that Argentina is the most trans-friendly country. Isn't that where Bad Empanada lives? That's it. That's it, Shakespeare. We're all gonna move in with Bad Empanada. I'm getting my ticket now. I'm gonna show Bad Empanada my ticket. I'm just kidding, Bad Empanada. I'm just kidding. Even as a communist, I have more in common with a poor right-wing chud than Nancy Pelosi. Spain is still rough. They have an empanada. Yo, you got there before I did, Zara. They got an empanada infestation right now. I live in North Carolina. I hear that Asheville is all right. But the college towns in North Carolina. In fact, that's like, that's another way that people sometimes find a safe area, is that even in red states, sometimes college towns are okay. But at the same time, if you got statewide legislation to deal with, it applies to you too, regardless of, if you're living in a city that's atypical of your state. We all show up with tents and camp out in Empanada's lawn. Yeah, I'm sure he would love that. Why must empanadas ruin everything they touch? Oh my god. I'm planning to move to Vietnam. Not perfect. Well, yeah, as far as like costs go, yeah, like there is the cost of living, well, if you're getting paid, yeah, this is the trick, and like that a lot of people try to do, is getting paid for something online. So you're getting paid at a rate similar to what somebody would earn in the United States, but living in a country with like a much lower cost of living. I just never understood. I was never sure though. Does that have the effect of, I mean, are you kind of, but by doing that, are you sort of gentrifying, or you're driving costs up for other people? I'm not sure how that works. The college towns in North Carolina are expensive. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, what's up with that? Like every place that is not, chuddy Chudsville seems to be super expensive. I heard that people in Argentina are vaguely ethnic. I heard that too. Not only are college towns expensive, but their housing markets are completely broken and gamed to maximize prices and student occupation of said housing. Vietnam is beautiful. Yeah, that's true. Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, they're beautiful, beautiful places. Vietnam looks amazing. Maybe it's Vietnam then. Okay, somebody call up EJ and Luna, and we'll see. Maybe you can crash there. Just kidding. Yes, that's our strategy. We're just gonna move in with other content creators, and that'll solve everything. No, but I mean, I definitely am in a position of paying way too much for housing. And being in a situation where I kind of am having to move around in order to avoid. When all those Americans flocked to Mexico City, it did end up gentrifying and raising rents past what people can afford. Mexico's minimum wage is $11 a day, $11 US a day. Oh my God, are we okay? Are we having frame rate issues? We did for a second. I think I dropped 186 frames just then, but it seems stable now, so it seems good. Yeah, because I got some more content to cover. There is more Jessie gender. I think it's Jessie gender victimization, I think is. Oh, we haven't watched this one yet. But victim blaming of trans people. That's the one I wanted to watch.
Hey there, interwebs. I hope you're all doing well. I want to quick talk about.
It's good now. We didn't
something that I constantly see come up in.
We didn't freeze too hard.
A lot of anti-trans rhetoric, but even sometimes within trans supportive spaces, and that is victim blaming that I sometimes see being done towards trans people.
God. Welcome to my life.
People for the hate that we receive. This happens in a lot of different ways, but the way that I want to talk about it now is talking about how people blame trans people for hate we receive when we speak up about how we're being mistreated by society at large when it comes to talking about trans issues. For example, recently there was the dumbest of all dumb controversies and sort of anti-trans rhetoric that surrounded a Hershey's commercial that just simply featured a trans person for Women's Day. And I have to say, between
the amount of wealth tied into land and real estate is really quite incomprehensible. Yeah, it is. And it doesn't seem sustainable. Right? I just can't believe, it's weird to watch these bubbles just inflate. And you think okay, well, at some point, it's gotta pop. But yeah, there's so many people that have so much tied up into this that it feels like maybe the legislation is being manipulated in a way to prevent the bubbles from deflating or popping, or the prices from ever coming down. In Asia, I have been to the Philippines, which is very nice, heavily imperialized by the US, which is why it has so many American restaurants and brands, and China itself, East and Southeast Asia.
Hershey's and M&M's being right-wing talking points when it comes to trans wokeism or whatever. I hate that mediocre chocolate has now become a talking point.
They stopped the M&M's from being sexy. They stopped
for trans rights. Apparently that's annoying. But one of the things that I saw people say after this is oh well, this is why trans people people hate trans people, because they just shove themselves into these discourses all the time.
That it makes the culture war around women, around trans people, versus left versus right, worse.
Trans people didn't ask to be in the Hershey's commercial as a community. I'm sure some trans person's hey, we could maybe do this like the Hershey company or whatever. Probably in a very cynical oh, let's see if we can garner controversy so we can sell more candy bars and people do whatever towards us. People are now hating on Hershey bars and hating on trans people because trans people were visible. That's all we were. We a trans person was visible eating mediocre chocolate, and it's now it's apparently our fault that people are ranting and raving about trans people wokeism. And it's just again, it's just victim blaming. People are, it's you're punching us and saying, well, this is your fault. This is your fault that we hate you because, you had to appear in a chocolate commercial. wild. So like that's one version of victim blaming that we see here, but I even see it go further when like trans people speak up about our own issues, and it sometimes comes even from trans supportive spaces. You know, I'm not going to go into relitigating the whole Hogwarts Legacy boycott stuff. You know, I was not going to die on the hill. Other people wanted to seem to think that I was going to die on the Hogwarts Legacy boycott hill. It's not what I said. Go watch the video that I made on. I'm not going to relitigate that whole experience. But
Yeah, again, this is talking about like the dog pile that happened to her by Vaush, Xander Hall, etc. And like she never actually called for a boycott. Like she called for something that made sense, which was like, let's like ask, you know, trans allies and trans people to you know, walk the walk if they're going to talk the talk on trans rights. If you see you know, what's wrong with J.K. Rowling and you're willing to admit that, you know, please don't give her money. Please don't give her clout. Please find, you know, another activity rather than playing this weird anti-Semitic turf game. And it absolutely got strawmanned into something, you know, there were people arguing with Jessie about things that she never said.
Interesting thing that I saw around that was like people sort of talking about like, oh, this whole discourse is making trans people be hated more. Like trans people like talking about Hogwarts Legacy and saying that J.K. Rowling is a transphobe and saying don't play the, you know, wizard game or whatever is making us hate you more. And it's like, no, if you hate trans people because of like a wizarding game debacle, you just are looking for an excuse to hate trans people.
At least that's where I saw most of those responses from. Like, quite literally, a lot of the comments that I got on stuff like that were people who were already very clearly anti-trans, who were just using this moment to sort of, like, proudly proclaim that they were anti-trans, that this was the reason why, when they already kind of had that inclination beforehand. There are some that, in good faith, would try to argue that this sort of discourse around things like, you know, Hogwarts Legacy would start to make trans people, quote-unquote,
Okay, so if you're just getting here, if you haven't already, here is the Twitter thread. Boost this, juice this, help this blast off, right? We've got a few, we do have a few, what do you call them? Like trends in our favor in this. So if we can just kind of jailbreak this out of the fact that it has a link to, it has two links to, you know, this stream. That would really help. So yeah, if you can, if you're on Twitter, give it a like, give it a retweet, give it a comment, whatever you can do to help bring attention to what I'm doing here. What? Are you serious? Wait.
But that again,
did we actually like
blaming mindset? Because it's saying the entirety.
Oh my God! Yeah, they really do.
Exists a marginalized like group of people.
Look, it already says that we're not at our sub goal. We made the sub goal though. I saw it. You saw it. I've even got the receipt here that says sub goal. Your sub goal of 200 points was just completed. So we did get there. We will do the cosplay, right? We're still gonna get that. But damn, like they really do take these off as soon as they're expired. And
are made to look bad because of opinions that we have. Whereas
I was like, why is there white? I was getting used to the nice pink full sub goal bar, and they had to ruin it. Twitch had to ruin it by updating it immediately.
Says something that people disagree with or is actively terrible. No one says, well, this is making.
Oh, that's a cute emote.
This dude looks bad because I don't know.
Oh, it's an actual Jake. We have a cat emote, but it's an angry cat emote.
A point that you disagree with or think is a bad take.
Oh, we have two cat emotes.
The entire trans community.
No, we have three.
And it really is frustrating that like every trans person has to be either perfect or has to say the things that the entirety of the world agrees with, which by the way, trans people are never going to say things that are the entirety of the world agrees with because the world that we currently live in is heavily transphobic. So to argue that a trans person must have to always say things that people are going to view in a positive light is kind of bullshit, because it means that trans people would actually have to say things that are hateful towards trans people, because that's the only way that trans people are ever going to say things that people are always going
to. Her cat is so cute. I don't have footage of this, so here's some. Oh, the cat's name is Newt.
To agree with in our
oh my God, so many cat emotes
baked into our worldview.
Like agree or disagree, and maybe say fuck me if you disagree with my takes on the Wizarding game. And again, I'll reiterate, the takes that people said I had about the Wizarding game were not my actual takes. Go listen to what I actually said. But like you can disagree with me without like hating an entire group of people. Like, there's a distinction, and if you can't make the distinction, honestly, I really think
So many
it's more that
Keddies.
you just were looking for excuses to justify anger and hatred towards an entire group of people. Like, agree or disagree with me as an individual, or like, you know, a thought that a lot of trans people have, or at least a group of trans people have. That's fine. That you know, I will have issues with that, but I will. But if you're like, I fucking hate trans people now because of this, yeah, I feel like that's a disproportionate response.
Meow, meow, meow.
And it's very much victim blaming an entire community and furthering, you know, stigmatization of an entire group, when the mature thing to do would be to just say, yeah, I disagree about this point, but now it's now like, fuck trans people. So that's just what I wanted to talk about. Anyways, live long and prosper, y'all.
I mean, yeah, this is something we're constantly dealing with, and we covered Xander Hall just kind of forgetting how much victim blaming he had done towards trans people in the whole Hogwarts debate. He actually admitted in his video against Rev that that trans people were not responsible, had not caused the massive success from the turf game just by trying to talk to, you know, and you know what he admitted were like lefty creators about maybe not streaming this game, maybe not encouraging more people to go out and give J.K. Rowling money and clout by buying this game, and you know, talking about you know, the anti-Semitic themes that the game is based on. It's not even in the background. Like in Hogwarts, you could say that it's somewhat in the background, but you're literally smashing a goblin rebellion in this game, and you know, like, that's where the problematic anti-Semitic stuff is. You know, all the tropes are packed into in J.K. Rowling's universe. So they even made it more like they made it worse, not better. So let's see, Illuminaighty. No, I can't spell it right. Oh no, context. Illuminati. And Illuminati designation used for the 15th century, assumed to be applied to various groups of people who claimed to be unusually enlightened. The word is the plural of Latin illuminatus. According to adherents, it is. Wait, they actually have, like, because there's so much like weird conspiracy stuff about so we're looking for the Illuminati, this kind of Illuminati. This is the Illuminati that we're looking for. There we go. Oh no. Okay, I didn't realize this. Wow. We might just skip over these topics, but yeah, it's there. Look, may contain self-harm or unaliving issue, you know, themes. I don't want to get too dark here, but
it seems like one of the only certain things about living in society.
I want to find out about what was up with this band that I used to kind of like a few songs of.
Is that no matter how far we've come, every decade has its fair share of counterculture.
Meow, what's up, Ola?
Each one expresses the anxieties and criticisms of the era, serving as a pressure valve of sorts to
and Dragonfly, what's up, everybody?
Help release some of the frustrations that build up when generations start noticing that the previous generation has sold them short. Sometimes countercultures arise simply because people feel stifled by the mainstream and need to rebel. Other times, they rise up after decades or even centuries to hold society accountable for its dark past. But something that's true of each is that they all achieve these aims through expression, oftentimes through music. And there's something really special about music. It's such a unique way to demonstrate what words alone fail to express. A good beat can cause uncontrollable head bobbing and even inspire spontaneous.
Okay, so far so good. No overly dark threats.
Dancing. A beautiful melody can float into your ear and cause your heart to flutter. And a calm chord progression can settle your nerves and improve your mood. Music has the ability to connect people, to serve as some kind of instant common ground for those who otherwise wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. It can transcend cultures, belief systems, and spoken language. It's no wonder that throughout history, music has always been an essential part of religion and spirituality, as well as a source of controversy. In fact, music has even been called the biggest tool of revolution. And that's pretty impressive for a bunch of ephemeral
music creates uncontrollable bobbleheads.
Sound waves. It should also come as no surprise.
And Funko Pops as well. She's mostly talking about the front woman's journey Oh, okay. What was her name again? How Jesus helped her out of it. Well, yeah, no, there's like so the thumbnail is like Jesus saved me from lesbianism. So this is the part I didn't know about. This is the part I was unaware of.
Surprise that a new music counterculture would emerge in the early to mid 2000s to express a new set of social anxieties. This was, drumroll please,
emo.
Emo. Now, the word emo itself is kind of a slang term that originated as a derogatory way to describe people who seemed moody, depressed, or overly sensitive. And I don't know about y'all.
Wait, is that true? Wait, okay, so here's what I know about emo, all right? Is that, like, emotional hardcore is the name of the music that we're talking about, okay? And this is not a music that came about in the like 2000s. This is a music that dates back to the 1980s, right? With bands like Rites of Spring. So, what was emo like a pejorative in the 80s? Did people get called emo? And I'm trying to imagine, like, 80s and people being like, stop being an emo, you emo. Like, it seems like such a 2000s thing. It's weird. It's weird for me to think of it as being like originating as a pejorative, right? Did it really originate as a because I know the insult, like, stop being so emo, right? Was a big thing in the 2000s. You're being emo again, right? I don't know, but like, I thought that, didn't it start off as just a description of the music, right? Rather than the music had, like, these themes in it, had, like a certain, like, melancholy, and that's where the the pejorative came about. Emotional hardcore is screamo. I mean, yeah, emo is definitely, it started as a pejorative. So it was emotional hardcore is the actual, so the shortening of it was originally an insult, because, like, I mean, I didn't know that. I thought it just started as a description and then it became an insult because there were people that were into that music, and then most people weren't, and were like, why do you look like a scene kid? And it was like, I don't know, right? Oh my god, I'm conflating too many scenes here myself in my memory of the early 2000s. That's why I hated when emo music, quote unquote emo music, started. It was an insult in the 90s. Okay. It was a hardcore splinter. Bullies were using it all day. The term was not used in the 80s. So it was in the 80s. It was just like there was like hardcore, and then there was emotional hardcore with an emotional with emotional characteristics. Emo was the early SJW dog whistle. Yo.
I'm going to age myself a bit here, but when I was in high school and part of like the emo crowd, I was told emo was just short for emotional, but no one wanted to be called emo. That was the whole thing. We were all like part of it. We all dressed like it. We all listened to the music, but God help you if someone goes, oh, you're an emo. You're like, no, the fuck, I'm not. But here we are. Now, emo sought to...
Yeah, it was always like the other fandoms that were emo, like, right? It was no, like I'm not emo. Like those other kids, though, they're definitely emo.
Express and validate virtues like emotional
80s was freaks, goths, geeks, jocks, burnouts. I remember it was used as an insult in the as an insult in the 80s. Okay, so we have that. It was a pejorative in the 80s. I was emo, I still am, but I used to be too.
Sensitivity, introversion, alienation, gender confusion, and vulnerability, all of which were perceived as negative traits by the mainstream culture of the time.
Are those strange clothes and strange music a part of a phase or something more dangerous?
The emo genre...
Are they actually becoming emo?
Much like others...
Wait, why is there an emu? Seriously.
Before it, produced a wide range of music that many people hold close to their hearts, even to this day. I have my own little private emo playlist of music of all my music.
Yeah, and it wasn't just hardcore that people were talking, or post-hardcore that people were talking about with, like...
From high school, and I still listen to it very regularly. I mean, how could
Never heard of it in the 80s, at least not among people my age.
not have, in all honesty? This is the sub.
I was there, says Photophile.
For
I know.
pouring your heart out and really airing
Emus are hardcore. Well, let's hope we don't have to deal with any. Well, look, maybe we'll get some positive emus in
your
the stream.
darkest thoughts into music and poetry. Emo music itself had many subgenres, which could range from the more laid-back, like dashboard
I'm not an emu, you are.
confessional, to the wailing and layered guitars of My Chemical Romance and Fall Out Boy, to more metal-influenced bands like later on Black
Wait, Fall Out Boy's like pop punk though.
Veil Brides, or even Every Time I Die. And of course, because, I'm putting so much of myself into this opening of today's episode, you can't forget
It's pronounced emu.
Finnish love metal band,
Emu?
Him, my absolute favorite.
yeah.
One day, maybe I'll get the heartogram tattooed. I've been thinking about it for 15 years. Maybe I should finally do it. But the point here is that there was plenty of variety in the emo music genre itself, and there was an array of moods that
Oh my god, I miss CDRs.
That people could relate to.
Sort of. The problem is like I had them everywhere and they would get scratched.
Within it. Chances are many of you related to or identified with the emo movement. Maybe you rocked medium to long length, asymmetrical haircut that draped down the front of your face, blocking out your eyes and making it easier to avoid contact with others. Maybe you wore black mascara and adorned yourself with an all-black wardrobe. Maybe the pop of color when you were, feeling spicy.
I feel weird now, says Shakespeare.
Or maybe you had really strict parents and you weren't allowed to have any of that, but your heart was as black as hell. Or perhaps you simply found a counterculture outlet that empowered you to express feelings that mainstream society discouraged. And you know what? If you were emo or emo adjacent or even identified that way now, I think that's really awesome. The emo culture was and is important. And the main thing about subcultures, or any culture for that matter, is if you participate in them or you're a part of them in some way, they do greatly shape who you are. And this is why we become fiercely loyal to or defensive of certain aesthetics that we associate with. They become pieces of our identity. But identifying so closely with music that celebrates vulnerability and emotional expression can have its drawbacks. Finding out, for example, that one of your favorite musical artists is problematic can feel like a deeply personal betrayal. But regardless of how it feels, it's vitally important to hold such people accountable for their shittiness, especially considering the special impact that music does make in our lives.
There was definitely a wear all black in the 80s, but it was called goth. Well, no, here's what's weird, okay? Like, I mean, I had friends that were goth, and they talked more shit about emos than like anyone, right? In fact, any like younger person who appeared in a goth club, right, until otherwise proven, until you had shown your goth bona fides, right, you were a suspected emo. And that was bad. That was like the lowest thing you could be, like, right, the goth. I was never into like goth stuff that much, but my friends were, and so I'd get dragged along, and like the only real like, club that my friends would ever go to was like a goth place, right? So it just like, I am of the goth generation. I called it I definitely got, like, I'm sure I got called an emo behind my back at the goth club, right? Because I was never really I would just like put something black. I didn't even get like goth aesthetics. What's up, Yolmandra? Meow, 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 meow. Arguably, I would say emo evolved out of the 70s with Dark Winds or dark metal designed to talk about depression of life in Thatcher's Britain. That actually makes sense. I got called it as an insult in the 2000s too. She listens to emo, but Fat Mike's her hero. She says it's love, but to him it's that same song, different chorus. Amaranth and Nightwish had more influence on emo than Nine Inch Nails or BVB. Goth clubs are still super elitist to this day, especially their clubs. Yeah, I don't know. Syd Barrett of Pink Floyd. I never thought about that, but like I guess he does fit a lot of these characteristics that are attributed to emos. Emos, I mean. As a goth kid, I can corroborate that being emo was a redheaded child of being goth. Yeah, exactly. The goths hated. I don't think the goths that I hung out with really knew, like it was just anything would get called emo music that was like not industrial or goth aesthetic cannot be claimed by any one group. I didn't bully them though. Nice. I also didn't listen to musical subgenres, the subgenres in question. I'm an OG goth. I have burned many Roman cities, right? Spirit Box was far superior band. The front woman's former band. Wait, the front woman of are we talking about of Flyleaf here? I wrestled a bear once too. Love Nine Inch Nails. Emo was too soft for that's that was the general consensus as I recall.
That's why today we're going to be looking at one of the largest female-fronted hard rock emo bands of the early 2000s, Flyleaf.
That's my jam.
The band was formed from humble beginnings in the year 2000 by a group of young Belton, Texas natives, but went on to sell millions of albums, play huge national music festivals, and work with some of the biggest names in the music industry. Despite their mainstream success and their dark, hard rock
goth has so many subdivisions, true.
facade, however, the band now finds itself caught up in some
really into post-punk / goth, really the origins of goth. Oh my god, thank you, Hyomandra. Remember that Judas Priest song we were listening to in my show, Somewhere Beyond the Land of Death? That song was always my intro into the emo scene spaces in high school. So we can consider like Judas Priest to be kind of a early you caught me, Chad Alpha, you caught me saying emu. Oh my god, what's up, Ananosaurus? Meow, Sparklet Blood, good to see you. I had a few years where I was really into sushi and the band Precursor, that's the word. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, that's the exact word I was looking for, Precursor. I love that goths love Sisters of Mercy, but Sisters Mercy hated being associated with them. Andrew Elric was kind of a prick. Nowadays, he looks like Uncle Fester. Joy Division, Depeche Mode, some of the early emo. Oh, okay. I've listened to some Depeche Mode. I thought it was like 8. Like I just thought my ex got me into a lot of this stuff, right? I never like knew about the stuff other than through my ex.
Very cringy Christian controversy.
Judas Priest created a lot of gay BDSM aesthetic that we see today. No, I was funny because I remember like wearing clothes that were considered like fetishy, but not really understanding. It was just like, you know, like with straps and stuff, but I didn't really, it was just because like my friends wore clothes like that. I didn't really know what the straps were for. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. Used to see Robert Halford nearly every day when I in SD. I was a metalhead in school, wore leather pants and S&M gear. Never had issues with emos. Goths said I was stealing their aesthetic. I was hellbent for leather. Joy Division is usually called the first goth band. So Joy Division is like love will tear. Oh my god, I'm revealing the fact that I don't know like the actual. I'm sure there's like Joy Division fans, like there's probably actual songs that you like better than the hits. That I know the hit though. The one. Dude, I must know other Joy Division. I must have heard. I just don't recognize anything else as being Joy Division. I'm sure I know other Joy Division songs. But that band turned into, or at least part of that band, like turned into New Order. And I did get into New Order for a while, just because like I really like their I liked playing some of their music. Like I don't know, there's something about like their guitar work that I really liked. I can't explain it. Oh yeah, what is like I feel so extraordinary. Something's got a hold on me. I get the feeling I'm in motion. A certain sense of liberty. Wait, that wasn't New Order, was it? That was like some spin-off from New Order. I'm getting it wrong, right? Right? I'm getting it wrong, right? I'm wrong. I'm incorrect, correct? Who actually sings that? That's actually not New Order, right? That's like a it's something else. It's like one of the members of New Order, but not New Order. That is New Order? That is New Order? I thought it was like a spin-off. Truth Based by New Order. Yeah. It's such a amazing song.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and put a trigger warning.
Okay, so wait, this is the homophobia we can deal with. The other one I might have to skip past if that's okay. Are we okay with that? If we get to the ideation stuff, right, I will skip past this because I just like, I don't exactly
the route, so just a heads up on that today. And with that warning out of the
I'll have to do a guitar stream sometime. I want to practice before I do anything like that.
way, hello everyone and welcome
Warsaw.
To the Corporate Casket. I'm the Illuminati, and today we'll be
the Illuminati. Yes,
discussing the band Flyleaf.
We're finally watching the Illuminati.
How their on again, off again lead singer Lacey Sturm, a so-called
I forgot that was her name.
Ex-lesbian, has recently
an ex-lesbian. That's the part that's just like really
come under fire for her alleged homophobia. This is
damn
led to scrutiny.
New Order was the band formed from the remaining members of Joy Division after lead singer Ian Curtis. Yeah, we did have a uniform though, so there was more of a statement made when wearing something black because it's possible to get sent home for breaking the rules.
Over these secretly evangelical Christian messages that have been apparently hidden in the band's lyrics. They've also garnered criticism over their associations with...
I mean, now that I think of it, I don't think it was like all that hidden. Like, right? I just like, I don't know. I guess
problematic organizations like the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and Focus on the Family. I came out with an episode of Focus
Wait, is Focus on the Family still a thing even?
The Family recently if you want to take a look, but it's all bad. But here's the big question when it comes to, you know, talking about someone having an association with Focus on the Family. How deep does this all go? If there's anything I've learned from looking into topics that have anything to do with religion, it's that things tend to get a bit reactionary. And truthfully, that's fine. People do have a right to viscerally react to things. This Flyleaf controversy really exploded on Twitter, TikTok, and Reddit, and that caused a stir on the internet. But we do need to do our due diligence and really check this thing out. As a former emo or elder emo, I don't know where I really belong anymore. I'm just older now. Obviously, my interest was highly piqued at finding out that Flyleaf was potentially like a huge Christian band in disguise. So I admit, I'm kind of doing this episode more out of personal interest and to present my findings to you. Normally, I like to keep a little bit more in topic, but every once in a while something like this sparks up and I was like, well, hold on a minute. I need to investigate this until I'm satisfied with the answers. So let's take a look at what I found. And we're gonna go ahead and start with talking about Flyleaf, the band as a concept. Now, something that's weird about this entire controversy is that people seem surprised to learn that Flyleaf is a Christian band. That was something I was always aware of. They were kind of in the same grouping as Skillet, and I just kind of assumed that they were a band that was composed of Christians, but they weren't a Christian band, if that makes sense.
I feel like my ex was into the, like, was excited when I was into Flyleaf, and my ex was definitely like was into Jesus a little bit into Jesus.
But the reality is when many people think about popular Christian music, they probably think of music that like overtly exalts God or music that uplifts the soul, which to be fair is also a pretty limited view of what Christian music is. But Flyleaf's music was pretty dark and heavy. Lacey screams her guts out when she sings like she's unloading a decade of trauma. They write songs about struggle, abuse, hopelessness, and uncertainty. Their music videos featured padded asylum rooms and blood dripping down walls, for fuck's sake. One could be forgiven for not thinking of Flyleaf as a Christian band. But that's also kind of the thing. Their secret evangelism is almost conspiratorial. Their lyrics are almost never overtly Christian. It's only retrospectively after you learn about their devout Christianity that songs like I'm So Sick start to sound like a struggle against homosexual urges rather than any kind of rut or addiction. Regardless, it's kind of fucked up that they would compare homosexual urges to an addiction, like it's something to fight against or to be cured of. I mean, yeah, the lyrics are vague and open to interpretation, but if a song called I'm So Sick really is even remotely about grappling with homosexuality, then I think that's wrong.
None of the messaging seemed hidden to me back in the day. Yeah, focus on the family is still a thing. I miss my choker collar chain. My parents once took us to see a huge Billy Graham event. Wait, as in Jerry Falwell? Wait, is Focus on the Family's, it's not Jerry Falwell, it's, God, I can't remember his name. But yeah, they're homophobic. They're really, I think, my mom used to get their newsletter a long time ago, and she stopped, and she felt really bad about, like, right, she was, like, I don't know. I never heard her say any homophobic Newsboys. That's a Christian band. James Dobson, okay, from the 70s, right? But, like, I don't think she realized how homophobic it was. Like, I thought she just thought it was, like, Jesus and stuff. But I could be, like, I don't think she looked super into it. James Dobson is evil. Doesn't sound good. Why wouldn't it be, who wouldn't be into Jesus with those hand holes of his? James Dobson is like deep evil. Yeah.
Wrong. Many of their
I always get them mixed up with the God hates F slurs people.
Their song lyrics are similarly vague. Is Lacey singing about getting saved by Jesus in the song All Around Me, or is she simply pining after a lover who makes her feel alive? Song lyrics are super subjective anyway.
Oh wait, fully alive, and she knows how to believe. Oh wait, does she say Jesus in that song? Wait, she says Jesus, doesn't she? In Fully Alive? You know Fully Alive?
Maybe Flyleaf isn't so much of a Christian band as it is a band of Christian musicians.
Hey, I'm into Jesus.
Now, I could try...
like my favorite Christian band, and I mean favorite, like, as in, like, I don't know, so weirdo. Have you ever heard of Joy Electric? Like, Joy Electric is, like, so it's this guy who was legitimately a synthesizer genius. Like he was good at like programming synthesizers. But I've heard that if you ever went to a show of his, it would be like in a church. Like the show, like in a church with pews and everything, right? You go to a church with pews and he's up there playing music on his synthesizer and singing. And if you ever get up to dance or anything, like he gets mad. He yells at you, like, sit down. This is a house of God. You be respectful. We're gonna jam out to some fucking tunes here, but we are not gonna bop our heads. We are not gonna dance. We're not gonna do it. You're just sit there and worship Jesus. Like it's like the weirdest thing in the world, right?
To give them the benefit.
I'm talking about, like, this is like it's like an EDM guy kind of, right? Joy Electric is hands down the best Christian band. Monosynth, yeah. Wait, the Monosynth song, I swear to God, it sounds like he's talking about his. It sounds like he's talking about something other than his synthesizer, if you know what I mean. And it's not Jesus either. It sounds like he's talking about his peace, right? And not like finding peace in the Lord Jesus Christ, right? It's like you need to find Jesus. Well, to play really good EDM, that's true. Yeah, you got to find Jesus. That's undeniable tune MVP. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, if you really want to, like, that's how Avicii got really good. It's like through a personal relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. And sorry, I'll shut up. Anyway, This is a house of God. We're not here to dance. We're here to suffer. Sit back on those hard wooden pews and contemplate your sins while I play this music that makes you want to get down. Like, that's the thing is I've always wanted to get down. I couldn't imagine going to like a Joy Electric show and not like dancing, because it's very danceable music.
Of the doubt and make that case. In the band's own words, quote, "We are all Christian."
Wait, like physically and get into Jesus? Wait, find Jesus physically? Wait, are you talking about like Raiders of the Lost? Wait, no, it's not even Raiders. What's that other one? The one where they find like the oh my God, it's like the Indiana Jones thing. But it's not Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's the one where, wait, maybe it is Raiders of the Lost Ark. The one where they're like, they gotta find the thing to drink out of, but then the one dude turns into goo and mush. But they like drink out of the right one, because like Jesus likes like a humble cup, not like a... Jesus isn't trying to like impress you with his bling. He's drinking out of a... What am I talking about here, chat? Deep into Jesus. Last Crusade, is it the Last Crusade? Which one is Raiders of the Lost Ark then? I thought that one was about Jesus too, because the Ark. Am I wrong? It's the Last Crusade. Let Jesus take the microphone, yeah? Like physically and mentally into wait, how do you get mentally into Jesus? Do you do like a Sudoku puzzle to get into?
We just don't label ourselves a Christian rock band. We don't want that label to stop people from liking us. Our music is for everybody. Nice. So they don't want to come across as assholes.
So it would be like if I took the trans like tag out of my, like in the neurodiverse tag out of my like out of my tags on Twitch, and then I'm just like, hey everybody, I don't want this to stop you from liking me, right? This is...
And you know what? I'm okay with assholes being assholes. Again, just be honest about it. That's the more Christian thing to do anyway, I think. But honestly, Christian themes,
Jesus doesn't play with the
and
art.
Imagery have shown up in popular music since the beginning. Musical.
I feel like though the Joy Electric, the monosynth song, like how did he not realize that he was singing about his thing? Like he's definitely Ronnie's singing about his thing there. Like there's no way. Like let me look. I can't play you this music because it is definitely, any music is copyrighted. I was a metalhead in school. I wore leather pants and oh wait, I already read that. Paul, what's up, Kalia? Or Kalia, sorry. Wait, I gotta read you this monosynth stuff, right? It's really important that we understand about Ronnie's monosynth. Okay. Monosynth. I'm pretty sure it's about lyrics. Okay. Like the sound of sliders, here we go up and down the scales. Everyone can see the spectacle army of wires. With the stroke of magic hands, I'll make your dreams come true. Come on. I'll make your dreams come true with my monosynth. With my monosynth, right? Notes go beep in perfect time and beat the metronome. He's our friend. Oscillators join in unison for the grand conclusion. Come on. Don't tell me this man is not singing about his thing. He has got to be singing about his thing there. With the stroke of magic hands, I'll make your dreams come true with my monosynth, right? I could be so happy if the world would not ignore me. In my place, there will be stories of a boy who unalived in sorrow with his monosynth. Yo, I didn't realize this song is kind of sad. It's like sad. Oh my God, this is like, but like seriously, right? Magic, like stroke of magic hands, I'll make your dreams come true. He's got to be singing about his thing there. Notes go beep in perfect time and beat the metronome. He's our friend. Oscillators join in unison for the grand conclusion. Come on. There's no way There's no, with stroke of magic, it's gotta be, right? Maybe he didn't realize it. Wow.
Expression or artistic expression of any kind for that matter unavoidably comes
he's a lonely guy. I didn't even realize that.
out filtered through cultural narratives and ideas. And
What's his last name? Zara, do you know the dude Joy Electric got Ronnie something or other? I can't remember his last name.
Face it, American culture is rife with Christian image.
Dude is bing-bonging about his I know, right? Like, that's why I'm like, wait, like this is the thing too. Like, I've seen pictures, I've seen video of him doing concerts in a church, and yeah, like legit, like, you know, like jamming out, and then anybody starts to dance or anything like that, you're fucking out of there. You're gone. Like, you cannot. It's a house of God, right? You know, he's all like seriously worship Jesus though, like, right? And like that's why I thought like maybe he was like a Andy Kaufman, like he's doing like an Andy Kaufman thing where it's like it's performance art or something, because like I just can't resolve like him singing about his monosynth, and then the next one, like, wait, he's got a song that's like we are children of the Lord, like, right? It's like literally like some of the Christian stuff is like right out there.
Sayings and concepts. After all, according to a 2022 survey conducted by the
Worship Jesus while I sing about my peen.
Pew Research Center, 64% of the US population identifies as Christian, but it's been much higher in the past. And even as recently as 2014,
that still seems high. Is that right? 64%?
The figure was estimated to be about 70%. This means that naturally, many of our greatest musicians and songwriters were and are, whether they realize it or not, inspired.
So you could be listening to a song and jamming out, and it could be by a Jesus aficionado.
Inspired by Christian themes. Christian imagery and mythology are woven into our social narratives, our stories, and our beliefs about love and relationships.
Oh my God.
So in many ways, music listeners are inundated.
You're making General Tso's tofu? Oh.
By Christian ideas in the music they listen to, just as music artists are likely to spread those ideas, whether unwittingly or.
Like, this was not the only band that was doing this, right? Like this was not just Flyleaf that was doing this. There was like a lot of bands at this time that were like low-key like Christian, and they were trying to Jesus pill you. They were trying to Jesus pill you with their music. They were purposefully playing down. They weren't like, because right, there's Christian bands that like all their songs are about Jesus, and they got crosses on the album, and it's really clear this is a Christian band. You will find their music in the Christian section, right? Oh, I mean, like not like music stores or a thing, but like, right, their music would be classified as Christian music, right? There's that, and then there's musicians who are Christian and who like kind of like there's a Christian message in their song, but it's kind of like in there, and they don't put the crosses out, and they're not classified as Christian, and you will find them in whatever genre they're playing. That's where you'll find them, but they are, you know, they are trying to lead you to the ways of the Lord, right? It's like
deliberately. But in the case of Flyleaf,
and that's what Flyleaf was, right? Under Oath was super Christian.
Christian ideals are totally intentional. Even their name has spiritual implications.
Oh yeah, Prince was a Jehovah's Witness. Yo, Prince is a really interesting case study, right? Because Prince became a Jehovah's Witness later in life, and earlier in his life, he was like wild, right? He's part of like the new romantic movement, right? So like people would assume, like looking back at Prince's presentation, a lot of people assume that he was gay. He's not. From my understanding, he's not even bi, right? Or if he was super covert about it, right? He wasn't into being perceived as bi, but he wore like, you know, lace and stuff, like just really fancy stuff, but that was because he was new romantic. And like he was into some shit, right? He would, like in the film Purple Rain, there's a scene where he's talking about, like, you know, it's him the character, but it's kind of autobiographical, right? And he's talking about recording some girl screaming or something, like just some really dark shit, you know, like for his music, right? Like yeah, I don't know if it was supposed to be in a BDSM context or what, but so he was like, you know, into some to some shit, like it definitely into partying and shit, and then there's an album, the Black Album, I think it's called, by Prince, right? Where he starts singing about Spooky Electric. What's Spooky Electric? Well, if you've ever watched Boogie Pop Phantom, Spooky Electric is a character in that, but Spooky Electric became a character in Boogie Pop Phantom because Prince, yes, Prince, not Priest. Prince sang about Spooky Electric, and if you asked him about it, he thought it was like a demon. Like he thought he was dealing with demonic energy to make his music, and that's when he that's when he had like this some kind of revelation, and he was like didn't want to be about the demonic stuff anymore, and then that's when he went into like the Jehovah's Witness stuff, because he was so afraid of Satan or something, and he thought he'd been so close to like that stuff that he wanted to, but he didn't know that Jehovah's Witnesses, like, right, if you believe in that shit, you think that heaven is really small. It's got like 100,000 for 100, like it's something like 144,000 places open in heaven, like, right? And that like only the 144,000 most devout Jehovah's Witnesses are getting into heaven. So it's not a good deal for Prince, right? And I don't think that the Jehovah's Witnesses took him like very, I mean, they were glad to have his money, I'm sure. They were glad to have his clout, but like, he wasn't getting into heaven, right? There's just no way. They're like, they'll kick you out of Jehovah's Witnesses, right? If you're like, in fact, one of the dudes that I'm going to try to watch this person today, because he's going to talk about Bill Maher, right? Was a Jehovah's Witness and got kicked out of the church, which meant getting kicked out of his family, and he had to like fend for himself as like a really young person, right? He didn't, he got excommunicated, basically. 144,000 spots to be precise. That he lost his virginity to, wait, Prince did? Prince lost his virginity to his sister? Prince can be honorary queer if he wants. Well, I mean, yeah, we'd have to do a seance though to find out if he wants. I have never heard of a Jewish rock artist that inserts Jewish things into their music, since most Jews tend to be secular anyway. Wasn't Prince a homophobe? I don't know. I mean, he definitely pretty femme. I feel like I've heard some stories about like Prince's sexuality, but yeah, all of it's been that he was adamant about not being into guys at all, despite the fact that like everyone thought that he was. The kind of people you'd find at God's Not Dead, God's Not Dead, that's the Kevin Sorbo thing, right? That's the is that Daily Wire? Daily Wire pulls out a Ouija board? Didn't Prince write Nasty Girl performed by Vanity 6? Maybe he wrote a lot of music. The dude was multi-talented, could play what, like 60, 70 different instruments, right? And well, not just like, I know how to play the violin. And he was like, I can fucking just destroy a violin. Like if you gave Prince your violin, right? He would hand it back to you and it would be flaming. It would be on fire because he would have just ripped shit up, right? Because he's so good. Never wanted to call her a Vagina 6, but she wasn't down with she wasn't down with that plan. Oh my god, there's so much stuff about Prince. Wow, this seems like a deep dive. I know people who still love him and are his stans. Wow. Okay, so here we go. Flyleaf uses rock with religion.
According to an interview in Limelight magazine, the band said, quote, "A flyleaf is a blank page in the front and back of a book where you sign your dedication. If you look at your life like a story, that blank page is like..."
You sign your dedication in a book? Wait, like if you give a book to somebody? Is that what we're talking about?
"A moment of clarity before you are born and after you die. It's kind of your moment with God, a moment that touches eternity."
Oh, my moment wasn't with God though. It was with like a nun or something. Like God, this is hard to explain. I have like a memory, maybe it was a dream or something. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I feel like if I were to place this memory, it would be like right before I was born. But yeah, like I said, it's probably a dream or something like that, right? But I was in some school and I was being taught by a nun, even though I never actually did that in real life. Like I did go to, Catholic school, but none of our teachers were like sisters, right? So yeah, I didn't like, and that was, high school, right? So yeah, I don't know what that's about. But yeah, it wasn't God. It was some lady.
And yes, before someone in the comments wants to call me on it, I also know that the band started under the name Passerby and had to change it for legal reasons and yada yada yada. But the Flyleaf name did end up having some spiritual significance. I don't want this to become some biography of the band, so let's just kind of get back on track, shall we? Here's the point. Flyleaf is a band of spiritual people, but what's bad about that? Well, as I alluded to earlier, their secretive sidestepping of their Christianity kind of hurts their credibility. And it's actually made worse by the fact that such avoidance is intentional. Earlier in that same Limelight article I just mentioned, the band also said this, quote, "This may sound coarse, but we don't want the designation of Christian rock to stop people from liking us. I hope our music does point them towards faith. I would hope they listen to it and become more aware of what's out there in the spiritual realm. That is the goal of our band. God gave us everything we have, and it's entwined in our nature to try and talk about Him and make Him known." And correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds a little bit like the band not only has Christian evangelical objectives, but they're also trying to actively...
They're trying to Jesus pill you. Yeah, they're definitely trying to... God prefers queer people to cis straights. He told me this personally. Also, the Ark of the Covenant made no sense to connect to Jesus. Christians believe that Jesus overrode the old covenant and made a new covenant between the world and God, so the Ark would be a negative. Yeah, the Ark was scary, right? The Ark was like, okay, so all I know about the Ark was that, like, wasn't they were supposed to carry the Ark from like one place to another, and they did it wrong, and God like made them dead or something, right? This is the new Illuminati. Wait, no, I think there might be a newer one than this. This is 3 days ago.
Hide those objectives.
But it's fairly new.
Sure, the phrase evangelical objectives may seem a bit harsh.
She uploads a lot.
Considering all they said was that they hope people become more aware of their specific conceptualization of God. But that goal seems a little more evangelical than...
But yeah, like, honestly, chat, like, it's probably like a dream that I had when I was really young, and it just didn't make sense to me ever. So like, I remember thinking that it happened before I was born, and that's why it feels like that.
They probably realize. To me, it seems a bit disingenuous to be so hush-hush about your secret...
It's still kind of weird how I had like a dream as a kid about experiences that I'd never had, right? Because I definitely didn't go to like a school like that, right? I don't know, maybe I saw like a movie or a show or something.
Version attempts, like, just come out and be Christian, have some fucking integrity. Plenty of other bands have crossed over into the mainstream while acknowledging their Christian underpinnings.
Which bands?
Bands like Creed,
oh, yeah.
Sixpence None the Richer, and
what?
And Switchfoot have seen tremendous success, and some are even multi-platinum selling and Grammy award-winning artists. And
the lore concerning AOTC is X-Gen Editions.
They did just fine while working on distinctly Christian career paths. They played Christian
Ark of the Covenant
festivals. They marketed to Christian demographics, and they...
If you touch it and you aren't one of the highest priests of the temple on a specific day of the week, you will pass away.
They worked with Christian promoters and record labels, but Flyleaf didn't do that. Flyleaf chose to distance themselves from overtly Christian music. Flyleaf didn't come up through the Christian music scene or target Christians to build a loyal following, though they have been nominated for multiple Dove Awards, which is basically the Christian music Grammys. They did things the good old secular way instead. They hustled their ass.
Wait, that like the Christian, I would have thought that the Christian Music Awards would like try to stay away from bands like this.
Off performing as
X-Gen is Christian.
often as they could, sleeping for days on end in their tiny van, and networking with as many people as possible. They put in their time, honing their craft, and building a strong local following that enabled them to book so many shows around their home state of Texas. And it was only a matter of time before they were opening shows for notable bands
Bowling for Soup?
like Bowling for Soup and Fishbone, and playing huge
Wait, are those Christian bands?
music festivals
Or
like
no?
South by Southwest. And then when they
Sixpence None the Richer is a one-hit wonder anyway.
had the opportunity to sign a major
I
record
mean, that doesn't sound like a Jesus song, like, right? Unless it's like Jesus, they want Jesus to kiss them. I don't know.
deal, they chose not to sign with a notable Christian-based record
Wait, you would think? Well, wait. I thought that. Okay, so like, I just thought that it was like, okay, Christian Music Awards show, right? So it's Christians giving out awards, and so music that's like too like heavy. I thought maybe they would just be like, that is satanic. No, I don't care how much you love Jesus, you're not getting in.
label called Wind Up Records. Instead, they ended up signing with Octone Records, the label that brought us Maroon 5 and
And yeah, the whole like, video with the room filling with blood and like, all the imagery and all the like, I would have thought that Christian award show would be like only for like people that looked like, upstanding, like, clean cut. I don't know, maybe not clean cut, but like the X-Gens love blood imagery, to be honest.
Hives. When they recorded the first demos for the album, they worked with big names like Rick Parashar, who is famous for producing some of the most iconic Seattle grunge albums of all time. Flyleaf even had a song in the Guitar Hero video game. And when they hit the road, they didn't play at church conventions or on Christian tours. No.
So they weren't like Joy Electric.
They played some of the biggest national summer festivals in the 2000s, including main stage performances at the Family Values Tour in 2006 and 2007, which is a festival that is
the Christian Music Awards probably love whatever they think might convert more wallets to their religion.
traditionally attracted hardcore alternative types. And this festival in particular has booked such artists like Orgy, Korn, Ice Cube, Limp Bizkit.
Wait, isn't Korn? I thought I remember something about Korn being Christian.
An Insane Clown Posse. Now, aside from major festivals, Flyleaf also toured with and befriended some of the least Christian-like bands of the 2000s, such as Stained and Disturbed. Now, there is a phrase out there that's the whole "you are the company you keep," and I'm going to have a hard time seeing how Disturbed and Orgy align with God's plan. But jokes aside, it really does bug me that they want to evangelize with their music, but they want to cover that up. It feels like a bait and switch, like a sleazy sales tactic that promises one thing but gives you another. Either be an honest
the blood libel, the purity of blood laws, and the blood purity investigations done by the Inquisition.
mainstream band that just so happens to be Christian, like Paramore for example, or be a proud Christian band. Now,
wait, how did I not know that Paramore was Christian?
Let me take a brief moment here to point out that Paramore, an extremely successful contemporary of Flyleaf's, does the whole band of Christians but not a Christian band thing really well. Members of the band have been very open about their Christianity, even praying to Jesus before every show, despite the fact that they have written and performed several songs that seem to compromise Christian ideals. They're so incredibly Christian, in fact, that founding members Josh and
imagining Freak on a Leash as gospel music.
Zach Farrow left the band in 2000.
Well, if you're on a leash to Jesus, maybe.
2010 because they claimed that some of their lyrics contradicted their faith, and even lead singer
They're fishing for souls. Why would they be open?
Williams has refused to sing their big hit Misery Business because of the word whore in the lyrics, and also because of the whole woman attacking woman narrative in the song, which I know according to TikTok and stuff, and I've seen the videos, she did perform the song recently for like the first time in like over a decade, but you get my point. She doesn't perform that song like ever. But those incidents had more to do with band members' personal issues than, say, with the whole objective or strategy of the band. Paramore's music and their career trajectory are more worldly, and when I say this, I mean this in the best possible way, emotionally self-serving than Flyleaf's. They're not trying to bait and switch anybody. And I suppose that's actually the most disappointing
emotionally self-serving, but in a good way,
thing of all when we're talking about Flyleaf. Flyleaf really had the potential to be this amazing, powerful, female-fronted band in an industry that was oozing with toxic masculinity. Lacey in particular could have been the kind of strong female LGBTQ role model that the world needed, and instead, she became one of the most problematic of them all. Now, before we continue on to talk about the band's ties with focus on the family and homophobia and conversion therapy and all of those very lovely and not terrifying topics at all, I'm going to take a quick moment to place today's sponsor here.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it makes sense that you would do the sponsorship before you get into, okay, so Lacey Sturm, homophobia and conversion therapy. And then Billy Graham and focus on the family are the two segments we got upcoming here. Ship Satan? Oh no, Station. Okay. I was gonna say, for a second there, I thought that said Ship Satan. Satan shipping.
The internet is on its newest so-called crusade, trying to cancel Lacey Sturm. In the past,
no, it's cancel culture. They're canceling her. The woke moralists are canceling her because Jesus isn't politically correct. Christians are so oppressed. Don't you agree, chat?
She's been
Don't you
accused of
agree?
being anti-LGBT and advocating
Just because she's against LGBT and pro-conversion therapy, it's like she's getting canceled
for conversion.
NCC Ship Satan.
Therapy.
Ooh.
According to a June 2021 anti-Flyleaf Twitter thread posted during Pride Month, quote, "Aside from them being a Christian band, did you know Flyleaf has always been extremely homophobic? Former lead singer Lacey Sturm is an ex-gay who was put through conversion therapy and claims religion saved her from herself, aka her sexuality." And that's a pretty serious and weighty claim, and a pretty fucked up spin on the whole save me from myself cliche that was all the rage in the
God damn, Illuminati, how are you staying monetized?
late 90s and early 2000s. But the Twitter user goes on to elaborate even further, saying, "A lot of Flyleaf's most popular songs are centered around her struggle with religion and
Doesn't she have a right to an opinion? Censorship!
Sexual orientation.
Christians are so oppressed."
Not only that, but Sturm stated numerous times words in her mouth because they actually want to promote the idea of leaving homosexuality for Jesus. Last I checked, lying was not a very Christian thing to do, but here we are anyway. Lacey also doesn't overtly speak out against homosexuality in the book. As this excerpt that Twitter user @JazzShares shows, Lacey
Okay, she doesn't overtly speak out against homosexuality.
calls her lesbian relationship somberly. Not because she feels guilty about it or thinks it's a sin, but because that particular relationship was codependent and steeped in drugs and partying.
Okay.
As she tells it, Lacey and her partner were trauma bonded, but God squeezed her heart about her relationship, which led her to believe that leaving it was for the best. Despite the whole God getting a bit too handsy thing, it really sounds like Lacey's talking about how she realized she needed to end her toxic relationship because it wasn't good for either of them. And truthfully, that seems pretty reasonable to me. But here's the thing. Maybe there's nothing overtly anti-LGBT in the book or anything she talks or sings about, but one aspect of homophobia is the phobic part of the word. Phobias have to do with fears, and people have many coping mechanisms for fear. We often equate homophobia with hate or malice, but one way to cope with fear is to ignore it and just sidestep it. And Lacey avoids identity terminology as a whole. She never outright supports the LGBT community. She claims to love everyone, but for me, the claim is hollow if it's not backed up by legitimate support. Otherwise, her claim that she loves everyone is nothing more than a thinly veiled version of loving the sinner, hating the sin. Also, in sections of her book where she's talking about reasons for leaving her girlfriend, her rationale sounds suspiciously conversion therapy-esque. She says things like, quote, "I knew how much deeper and more perfectly God could love, and that God had saved her life, so she really had to choose him." It all sounds a little bit like conversion therapy rhetoric, but that's just some food for thought because that's just an opinion. But if that's too much conjecture or it's not scandalous enough for you, well, don't worry, it gets worse because it always does.
A random PSA, but you can feed your puppies pears. Do not let them eat the seeds because they have cyanide. Oh yeah, apples too, right?
Up until now, we've seen that Lacey essentially avoids speaking about LGBTQ topics altogether, except for acknowledging that she once had a girlfriend. We've also seen that despite the social media backlash and media attention she received for allegedly being anti-LGBTQ, She never overtly promotes conversion therapy, nor does she speak out in support of the LGBTQ community. It's hard to condemn someone for something they're not actually saying, but people speak in other ways than just words. Or maybe people's actions speak louder than words. And for Lacey, the causes she has chosen to support and actively promote may speak more to her actual views on these matters. You see, there's this concept in legal philosophy known as tacit approval, which basically means that if a person participates in something, their participation implies agreement or approval of said thing. So basically, show me who your friends are and I'll show you who you are.
I'm either gonna go die or I'm gonna wait a minute and let this guy pray for me. And how can he know all these things? And I finally was like, this flicker of receptiveness came.
What a size queen, choosing God because he can love you deeper.
A little
spark.
I was like, okay, you can pray.
Why doesn't that sound like praise God, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that crack.
Wait, is that Focus on the Family that she's like there with? Yeah, she's on Focus on the Family.
And Lacey's friends include anti-Semitic and homophobic assholes like Billy Graham and Focus on the Family.
Wait, I thought Billy Graham was dead.
Lacey has always been closely tied with Billy Graham's family and various public entities for nearly a decade. The late Billy Graham, who died in 2018, just shy of his 100th birthday, was one of the most influential religious personalities.
I forget how long ago Flyleaf is actually from. Yeah.
Of the 20th century. He was colloquially referred to as the Protestant Pope and also America's pastor.
The Protestant Pope. Wow, that's
And in his early days was a high-profile civil rights advocate. Eventually, Graham got involved in high-level.
Oh, I didn't know he was into civil rights. That's surprising.
Politics, and as you might expect, things got—
Oh my god, canned pears? I haven't had canned pears in forever. They're so good.
Got ickier. Despite sometimes serving as a foreign diplomat to countries with whom America had strained relations and serving as an intermediary between
Billy G ate it in 2018.
Republicans and Democrats, Billy became closely aligned with political conservatism and therefore actively opposed same-sex marriage and abortion. He even got caught making anti-Semitic comments with Richard Nixon.
The president muses about anti-Semitism. He's talking to evangelist Billy Graham.
Maybe they have a death wish. You know, that's
No, oh my god, we got anti-Semitism in here too. Jeez.
been the problem with
Jeez Louise.
our Jewish friends for
Cheese and rice, Mooney.
centuries.
Why?
Well, they've always been through the Bible, at least. God.
Oh my god, this is just gross. There's a lot of grossness in this.
Blazing a trail for alt-right movements and
Why am I not surprised about that? Well, yeah, especially when it comes to Richard Nixon. I mean, like that dude's famous for it. And I guess I'm not that surprised that Billy Graham, like I thought that Billy Graham was like, yeah, a hardcore, reactionary traditionalist, like evangelical, right?
election of Donald Trump.
I'm actually more surprised that like he ever did like any good things in his life than
Billy would go on to say that he regretted getting involved in politics, but his son, Franklin Graham, would go on to unabashedly—
Oh, wait, this is the guy from the video. Okay, so there's a thing about Franklin Graham. If I'm remembering correctly, right, this guy supported Trump. He was one of the first evangelicals to do it because evangelicals were skeptical, very skeptical of Trump. And they wanted first Mike Huckabee, who dropped out, and then they wanted Ted Cruz, who wasn't Donald Trump. And the reason they didn't want Donald Trump is because he's had like affairs. He's been married a bunch of times, like for, traditionalist Christians. These are bad things, right? This guy supported him and people didn't realize it. But I think if this is who I think it is, this guy was actually in a three-way relationship between himself, his wife, and his wife's lover. So that there's like a documentary about this, right? And so he, I guess, kind of like saw himself in Donald Trump and got behind him, and nobody knew what he was really into in his private life. This all got revealed later. It was a big scandal. He's a persona non grata for the, evangelical movement now, but back then he was in with them and he said Donald Trump is good, and he was one of the first people in the evangelical to say that.
They support conservative hardliners.
One good thing about Billy Graham is that he wasn't fully racist. He acknowledged that Jesus was brown and was against segregation. He didn't believe in hell. He didn't believe hell was a place. Hell isn't in the Bible. He would say people people's consciousness just ends, or they stay and go to heaven. Christianity isn't about what's in the Bible, it's about tradition. The Trinity isn't in the Bible either. Yeah, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, etc. Olstein, yeah, Osteen. Oh, I remember that guy.
Sounds like a very tolerant and empathetic group of folks, right? Now, interestingly, in 2013, Lacey participated significantly in the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association's promotional video, The Cross, which can be found chopped up into a series of videos on YouTube. There are interview segments with her that are a little bit cringy, featuring Lacey gushing about how amazing Billy Graham was, while footage and sound clips of Graham are spliced in throughout. Lacey was.
They list her as recording. You know, like how in documentaries they say that the name and like what do they do, what are they famous for, right? List her as recording artist. I'm surprised it didn't say dirty emo.
Also a repeated performer in Franklin Graham's evangelistic tours in 2011 and 2012. She also contributed 2 songs to the soundtrack of the video, the outro song Mercy Tree and another song named after her book, The Reason. Later in 2018, the year of Billy Graham's death, Lacey released a music video for her 2016 song The Soldier that commemorated Graham's life and works.
Oh,
so
he's
much for
the
tacit
soldier.
agreement,
Okay.
Lacey's crushing on Billy Graham a little too hard. Lacey has also promoted Focus on the Family and is even a featured celebrity on their website. She's provided content for the ministry, including blogs, interviews, and podcast appearances. Focus on the Family is a long-running media ministry known for its daytime radio show. Their stated mission is to nurture and affirm, quote, the God-ordained institution of the family by providing Bible-based guidance and advice about marriage and family situations. Focus on the Family has been criticized for parading as an institution that provides marriage counseling or therapy, when in fact their advice actually runs counter to actual therapeutic norms. They also were, and still are, extremely anti-LGBTQ. They actively promote conversion therapy and had for many years run a national tour called Love One Out that preached same-sex attraction was preventable and treatable.
Whoa, you know what I thought of when I heard Love One Out? The first thing I thought was like rub one out.
The organization persists teaching this rhetoric even as other
Don't tell Jink Huger.
leading
Okay.
organizations have closed and apologized for the harm they've caused. They've also raised over $515 million and invested that money in anti-LGBTQ public education campaigns and political candidates. And there's kind of the meat of the matter. Regardless of the lack of concrete evidence for her homophobia, Lacey Sturm is guilty by association, and she actively associates. And that makes Flyleaf the band guilty by extension, especially since they welcomed her back into the fold.
I feel like Illuminaighty should be one of the characters in Phoenix Wright. Like, if you made Illuminaighty one of the lawyers, I would totally buy it.
In 2022.
Objection!
And it's not like this information was hard to find, and since, I assume they have a more personal relationship with her than I do, I assume this information was readily
True friends don't rub it in, they rub it out. Nice.
available, and they knew it, and still welcome.
You can't get away from it. I can't get away from it. I got it on the
in my
brain.
eyes, they know, and they approve of it.
I mean, one of the things he's, I think he's right. There is no hell. He's definitely not as bad as Joel Olstein. Was that guy's kind of a grifter, right? That's one thing I remember about Olstein is like kind of really helping himself to his ministry, his the believers' money and stuff.
Too. Guilty by association.
It's a real quote.
And truthfully, this is all just really disappointing, especially since Flyleaf and, Lacey could have been strong role models and advocates for the LGBTQ community.
Oh, did I get this one? That was a Falwell person, right? The person that I was talking about that gave his word of, gave his approval to Trump. I think that was a Falwell. That wasn't a Billy Graham relative.
They could have served as this amazing bridge between the Christian community and the LGBTQ community, but maybe deep down, subconsciously, they feel that disappointment. Maybe that's why Lacey feels so sick. But with all of that—
Oh my god, I feel sick. Chat, are you, I'm like, ugh. Here, look, I'm gonna give you this thread one more time if anybody wants to boost that. I'm not, I just don't deal well with this particular subject matter, and I thought I could just kind of like, oh, here it comes and go around it, but like, no, it's like, just like the imagery and stuff, like it's not something that I can deal with super easily. I wanted to take a look at this, okay? So Julie Bindel whose name I misspelled, which is probably a good thing because isn't she like, she's super turfy and she like probably spelling her name correctly would bring entirely the wrong people to my thread. So oh my god, I don't know why this affects me so much, chat. I'm sorry. It just like makes me sick to my stomach. Okay, so yeah, we still have to get through Matt Walsh somehow. Julie Bindel and Matt Walsh. This does not make it easy for me, does it? Osteen is the dude that would open his megachurch to people displaced. Would not open his megachurch. I was thinking of Falwell. Yeah. That was Falwell that was into the pool, like the pool boy's relationship with his wife. Wait, somebody else said something funny up here. No problem with people into cuckoldry, but if they're shitty people, they're shitty people. True. Yeah, not a problem with that. Joel Osteen tweeted that "rub it out" quote a year ago. Really? Did he really say that? They must have been talking about all the unhoused people in LA that have been tormenting Jink with their public out-rubbing, right? Right. Grifter versus person, I think, is wrong, but still is sincere. Definitely a difference. It's like a verbatim quote of his. Okay, so let's take a look. What's going on with Julie Bindel? Julie Bindel in the Telegraph in 2023 went during the fight against the anti-trans moral panic over Gender Recognition Act reform, compared to Julie Bindel in The Guardian in 2001 during the fight against anti-gay moral panic over Section 28, which equalizing the age of consent. Quite something. Okay, so some rightly highlighted that much of the bigoted discourse around gay men was that they were sexual PR editors and therefore a danger to children. The claim is that this is what feminists are saying about trans women. This is not true. The homophobic accusation was general and inaccurate, but okay, well, that you couldn't say that about like the accusations against trans people, but what we are saying is specific and accurate, that women need single-sex spaces because a significant enough minority of men are perpetrators of such acts. So it's about men being significantly perpetrators of such acts. And if you're a TERF like Bindel, I guess you include trans women with that, right? We recognize that this is the same when it comes to men identifying as women. Okay, so exactly as I predicted, if gay men are going to, on one hand, campaign for asexual access to younger and younger boys, but bleat about public perceptions. Oh, this is what she said about gay men in the early 2000s? Public perception. So she was talking about like equalizing the age of consent, which apparently wasn't equal in the UK, right? Bleat about public perceptions. So bleat comparing, gay men to sheep here by saying bleat, right? Public perceptions of them as a league of child AB users. It is wonderful. Is it any wonder that the whole thing is such a mess? If more gay men face the fact that the eroticism, oh my god, this is so gross. she's saying that like CSA is part of gay culture. Basically, that's what she's saying here. Then the ones who care could challenge it. So she's not saying all gay men, but she's saying that it is part of the culture. The advocating by some gay activists of CSA seems to be based on rewriting of their own childhood as actual AB use as a positive initiation ceremony. This is kind of echoing what like Milo said, right? Into the gay lifestyle. So this is really gross stuff, right? Conflating this with gay culture, with gay identity is gross. AB use happens in all parts of society, and you know is horrible. But like this is blaming it on gay, saying that gay men are somehow culturally that this is part of gay male culture. Rather than campaign to lower the age of consent, it might silence anti-gay bigots if at least some gay men spoke out against these atrocities. So acting like, yeah, I mean, this is pretty gross. So basically they got Julie Bindel being super homophobic back in 2001, even though she is claiming that there's a significant difference between the aspersions she's casting on trans people versus she wrote this article in The Guardian, apparently. Is that right? Guardian, gay men need to talk straight about Pedialyte. Yeah, that's really gross. Just, oh my god, what is going on? Julie Bindel in The Guardian. To me, political lesbianism continues to make intrinsic sense because it reinforces the idea that sexuality is a choice and we are not destined to a particular fate. Okay, I don't even know. Wait, there's more going on than just the stuff that she said about. So she's basically doing the G rumor discourse here. Oh my god, Adodak, you're not the only I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Julie Bendel's trying to say that, like, or back in the 2001, in the quote that they showed of her back in 2001, which I think is from The Guardian, was saying that AB use of children is part of gay male culture somehow. So yeah, really gross stuff. Lesbians aren't a homogenous group, but Julie Bindel is correct to state, oh my god. I don't even know what's like the... They're also talking about the concept of like political lesbianism. Yeah, the main discourse about Julie Bindel seems to be what she's saying about trans people, and then other people have found stuff that she said about gay men more than 20 years ago. This is you, so Julie Bindel, having lunch with Jennifer Lal of the Heritage Foundation. Julie, what were you doing there? Okay, so Heritage Foundation is a evangelical anti-gay group. Funny how the beards in the US call us turf island, and ignoring the fact that feminists have won so many more rights for women and girls than has forced birther nation. Okay, so you're gonna call us Turf Island, U.S. We're gonna call you Forced Birther Nation. Since its founding, the Heritage Foundation has become inextricably intertwined with Republican administrations and lawmakers in Washington. Heritage brands itself as a beacon of intellectual conservative establishment. In reality, it is an organization that regularly spouts hateful ideas on par with organizations like the FRC, which I think that's what Focus on the Family comes from, which has earned a designation from the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group. Much like its peer groups, Heritage dedicates significant energy to extremist political recommendations that hinder access to abortion and birth control and promote discrimination against LGBTQ individuals. Oh my God. Yeah, there's some, I don't even know. Like I can't even tell. Like there's some right-wing people on this hashtag too. Yep, that's wait, what the hell is this? The Lesbian Project is seeking an amicable divorce from our gay brothers. Being lumped in with men is neither appropriate nor useful when it comes to our priorities. We can no longer pretend that it is. We have only once been targeted with the same legislation. That'd be Section 28. And as women, we need to ask ourselves whether being okay. So I mean, this is more, you know, kind of homophobia. I'm guessing from back in the day. So she's talking about like choosing to be a lesbian, and people are comparing this to the way that the GOP and religious evangelists and, you know, like pray away the gay conversion camps look at it. Okay, well, that explains that. And politicians go out of their way to meet normies for votes. That's not a big deal. I really don't. She's horrible. Yeah, no, this is bad stuff. This is, yeah, like okay, I didn't really know much about Julie Bindel before. This is her with, like, you know, this is, I guess this kind of says it all. Anyway, we got to get to Matt Walsh. We have more bigots to get to. We have more bigots to get to. Bring back kink shaming, says Matt Walsh. Okay, here we go. This is the one I wanted to show you.
Esteemed scholars, theologians, and artists to discuss one of the most seminal books in the Bible. Episode 9 is streaming now on Daily Wire Plus.
God damn it.
You know, we live in a time where children, they don't respect or honor their parents. And that's a horrible thing for society. It's also a broken commandment as well. Here's a clip from Exodus where Jordan is discussing exactly this issue. Check it out.
We're stuck on a Jordan Peterson thing. Okay, I got it. Can we just like go back to this one? Yeah, or that one? Any of these? I don't know what's going on with my YouTube. It's like, it's broken. My YouTube is broken. Just reload it, maybe? What the fuck? Is it because I opened a transcript? We get rid of the transcript? I think I had a transcript open for something. The page is slowing down Firefox. Okay, no. Oh, we're good. We're good. There we go.
Strategies are the best way to make sure that you're getting essential nutritional ingredients in order today.
Okay, there's his
Yesterday,
ad
I
read.
learned that one of my colleagues, the Daily Wire, had decided to leave the company. And this is not exactly breaking news. People come and go all the time, as is the case at any large and growing company. What made this unique is that I learned about her resignation from a blog post, which was then picked up by outlets like Mediaite and the Daily Dot, and amplified, of course, by employees at Media Matters, where she, in part, blames me for her decision to quit the company. Christina Buttons was her name. She was a reporter hired just a few months ago to cover issues related to gender ideology, and especially the abuse of children that happens in the name of gender ideology. I appreciated the work that she did when she worked for the Daily Wire and never had any issues with her, as far as I was aware anyway. And then she tweeted this on Tuesday.
Why is TYT still around? I don't know. Does it make money? Maybe that would be a reason.
I'm leaving the Daily Wire. I worked hard getting the facts right and using precise language because of the heated nature of the gender debate, with so much at stake, while their pundits dump gasoline all over it for entertainment and clicks.
Christina Buttons is who we're talking about. She's still, you know, transphobic. She's still a bad person, but she has some problems. It sounds like with at least Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, right? She has some problems with their like kind of mask off, like what seems like pro-genocidal takes. So
now, accompanying the tweet is a link to a blog post with a picture of herself.
Your username is cause of TYT?
Along with me and Michael Knowles off to the side there. Now, in the post, she explains that our inflammatory and divisive rhetoric has driven her away. She writes in part, quote, "When the documentary What is a Woman was released in 2022, I thought it was a brilliant commentary on the state of our culture. Matt Walsh didn't insult his interviewees, but..."
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. Like for some reason, my computer is like acting up really bad. This is scaring me. This is scaring me because like I need the computer to be able to stream, and it's not acting like it should be acting. And I really don't have that much going on it, so I don't know what's going on. It's just not responding, right? You know, like I was on a certain part on that Jordan Peterson thing on Matt Walsh. I wasn't trying to watch that. We're not trying to watch what Matt Walsh has to say about Jordan Peterson, which is basically sounds like he's advertising some Bible thing that Jordan Peterson is on about, right? I was trying to watch this segment, but like I literally pressing button, not responding. You know, I don't know what's going on, right? That was annoying. Dragon Squad. I heard that Jordan Peterson retweeted a certain kind of milking content, thinking it was happening in hospitals. Yeah, he said like, "Welcome to the dystopian world of China" or something like that. Like he thought that there were men being milked in China, and he had to retweet it to let us know. And then today he said something about he was talking about trans women and like, you know, gender confirmation or like surgery, and he said something about it's not a vagina, it's a hole for like something. Oh, anyway, he said horrible, like he was disagreeing with the characterization of trans women's. You can read it on my Twitter. You can. I'm like grossed out still from
instead
the
let them
Flyleaf
embarrass
stuff.
themselves with deeply incoherent attempts to answer a question any first grader should be able to answer. Even my liberal parents love the movie. So the Daily Wire approached me with the opportunity to write exclusively on transgender issues with an emphasis on pediatric
Okay,
gender.
so here's her take. She loves What is a Woman. She thinks What is a Woman was good. She thinks that is peak Matt Walsh, right? This is reminding us, if you've seen my video on Jordan Peterson, the Jordan Peterson, his bestie, has a weird dream about him, right? I did a video on that, right? I can't remember the guy's name, right? But one of his friends had a dream about Jordan Peterson in a hillbilly orgy, and he said this represented Jordan Peterson giving himself over to like the, you know, right wing or something like that, to the hogs, basically. That was the idea, that like, you know, Jordan Peterson's participating in this hillbilly orgy and he wants him to participate too. And this is kind of like the same idea. Like, this guy was basically saying, like, that's captured language, Jordan. When you're attacking trans people, when you're insisting on dead naming them and misgendering them, I don't think you're at your best, right? And so, like, he likes Jordan Peterson. He thinks Jordan Peterson has a lot of important things to say, but he is like was not in favor of Jordan Peterson like misgendering and dead naming Elliot Page, right? So this is similar.
Medicine, I accepted. But recent videos and posts have weakened my confidence in their commitment to this message. On Valentine's Day, Matt Walsh did a segment on his show about transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney that has now been viewed by millions. Quote, "You are weird, artificial."
This has been a big issue, right? She's not the only person who feels that way, okay? There are, like, I'm trying to remember, like, what, Tim Pool, Politically Provoked, like a whole bunch of the Quartering. Did the Quartering? Yeah, the Quartering went after Matt Walsh on this, and Matt Walsh is getting really incensed by the fact that like people will not get on board with the horrible stuff that he said about Dylan Mulvaney, right? And for some of these people, this is like their breaking point, and whether it's like a you know, I don't think it's a clout grab, because I think there's probably more clout to be had by standing Matt Walsh's horrible takes than there is by, you know, objecting to it. So, you know, maybe they have had enough. It's hard to tell.
You are manufactured lifeless. You are unearthly and eerie. You are like some kind of human
horrible
deepfake.
things
Walsh
to say.
Everyone who looks at you will see something pitiable and bizarre. Walsh has defended these statements as a good strategy because he says they rally the conservative base. He adds that the goal is not to convince the other side, but to defeat, humiliate, and demoralize his opponents. This triggered a race to the bottom, with other social media personas one-upping each other to see who can take more extreme stances. She goes on to explain that there are people who she calls transsexuals who are not ideologues, she claims, and who she says, you know, they know that they're not actually the opposite sex, even if that's how they identify. And she worries that my quote-unquote hardline stance.
So do you see what's going on here? She's like, Matt Walsh is going to alienate our trans meds. And we can't possibly have that happen. We can't allow that to happen. Like, right?
Maybe not only alienating them, but also fueling a, quote, sudden deluge of animus towards transsexuals. She continues, quote, "I can only assume that the enthusiasm generated by Walsh's hardline position encouraged another colleague of mine, Michael Knowles, to make a controversial statement at this year's Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC. As a journalist, I have to believe that there are reachable centrists, including moderate liberals who are uncomfortable with gender ideology, but who have been insulated from serious coverage of this medical scandal. Winning over hearts and minds is difficult enough without inflammatory statements such as transgenderism must be eradicated from public life. There's a critical distinction between speaking truth and being tactless, between sticking to the facts and sticking it to the libs. I'm keenly aware of the distinction between factual reporting and opinion. As a journalist and reporter, I dedicated my days and nights to meticulously surveying data, scouring the primary literature, and choosing the best words to accurately convey the truth. But such painstaking attention to detail is rendered meaningless when the company's flagship entertainers and personalities speak impulsively and deploy.
No, this is not Brett Cooper, right? So Brett Cooper. Oh wait, no, Brett Cooper was standing Matt Walsh. Brett Cooper was on Matt Walsh's side. Like, Brett Cooper attacked the people that had a problem with Matt Walsh. This is Christina Buttons, who used to work up until recently worked for the Daily Wire. Christina Buttons no longer working for the Daily Wire, and this is why. Yeah, so, you know, this might be, as Vamps hypothesized, this might be the first rat leaving the ship. This could also just be, you know, a one-off thing, and it could just be about this. But it's been pointed out to me that when there's something really rotten, when there's a scandal about to happen, you'd expect to see resignations. And this is the first resignation. So we're going to be watching the Daily Wire, seeing if there's more resignations, seeing if this is indeed just about Matt Walsh's attacks on Dylan Mulvaney and subsequent the Michael Knowles genocidal statements, or whether maybe there's something really rotten, really bad going on at the Daily Wire that's gonna be a bigger deal. Because the hardcore reactionaries that support Matt Walsh, that support that know what he's about, right? They're gonna stick with him through this, right? Some of the right wing are not cool with this. Christina Buttons is a great example of this. Like, she's valuing her her connection with she says there's other trans people that call themselves transsexuals, and they are not like the bad ones, they're the good ones, and you are alienating them. Michael Knowles, when you say we're gonna eradicate transgenderism, that makes me scared for the poor innocent transsexuals out there, right? And the transmed true scum line, the idea that they are legitimately transsexuals, and some of the rest of us, if you're non-binary, they're not sure about you, right? They feel like you're putting them at risk by association. So that's what's going on here, and we're going to just keep watching this. But yeah, this is Matt Walsh reacting to Christina Buttons leaving and writing an article talking about the problems she had, what led her to leave. So far, she's only acknowledging that Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles went too far, and she likes the Matt Walsh from What is a Woman, because that Matt Walsh just asks questions and then clips people out of context to make it look like they can't answer the question, even if they give him like a 15-minute answer, apparently it's not good enough, right? She wants that Matt Walsh back. She doesn't like the Matt Walsh that attacks and dehumanizes Dylan Mulvaney.
Divisive rhetoric for entertainment and clicks. This is not a game. We cannot afford to make these issues overtly partisan. The bodies, minds, and lives of children are being permanently damaged, and everyone, not just reporters and journalists, has a duty to approach this issue with the seriousness it demands. Now, I admit that outside of her articles on Daily Wire, I didn't follow Christina's work very closely, and so I didn't know that in recent...
So if you're wondering what is going on with Matt Walsh here, he's at a hotel right now. He's out traveling, so he's got his Johnny the Walrus book. He's got his little walrus plushie. He's got a plushie. That's kind of interesting. She only liked Matt Walsh when he was just asking questioning off. Yeah.
Week, she had also been on Twitter accusing those who are too far to the right, as far as she's concerned, on trans issues, of transphobia, using that term exactly, calling people transphobes. Now, if I had known that this was a sort of person who unironically accuses people of transphobia, I would not have been too surprised by what happened yesterday. And even without knowing that, still not very surprised, because as we've seen over the last several weeks, there has been what we might call a kind of great sorting among the critics of gender ideology. Those who are not willing to go as far as is needed and to say everything that needs to be said have been weeding themselves out. And this is just the latest in that line, in that procession. They're turning against their own allies, doing it in public.
When Tim Pool covered the Daily Wire reporter leaving, he awkwardly started reading the part where she wrote that the Daily Wire said they were only worried about the kids, and then skipped over it. I missed what Matt did. I missed if Matt did the same thing. Wait. I don't think he read that part off.
Thereby intentionally giving ammunition to the very people they were supposed to be fighting against. There's a reason why Media Matters picks this up. I mean, just as a general rule, by the way, if you are supposed to be opposing the left or opposing them on any of these issues, and you do or say anything that Media Matters finds useful, then that's a pretty good indication that you screwed up.
So you see where the split is here? Like, you've got the people like Buttons that are saying, wait, what is her name? Katie Buttons, that are like, they think that Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles have gone too far. They think that this is bad optics. They think that they've crossed the line from being from enacting an anti-trans agenda with a smile on their face to like looking like bigots, feeling like bigots, being easily characterizable as being full of hatred. And Matt Walsh says, damn right I'm full of hatred. And you should be too. If you're not full of hatred over what they're doing to the children, yada yada yada, right? You know, this is their take. They're trying to take it to the next level. And there's some of their movement that's not going along with them. So it's an interesting phenomenon. We'll keep our eye on it.
But they do this to their own side because they were never fully on our side to begin with. And that's, I think, the crucial point here. I'm not going to waste a lot of time on the personal side of this, except to say that I worked in the same building as this person, right across the hall from her. If I'm not traveling, I'm in the office essentially from dawn to dusk and sometimes longer. So she would have an ample opportunity to walk across the room and talk to me about her concerns. Could have had a private conversation as colleagues and alleged allies in the fight against gender ideology. Could have done that.
Well, I mean, like, understand this is a daily, young black economist, understand this is a Daily Wire employee, right? That's who she sees as her allies, the true scums, the trans meds, etc., right? She wants to keep them in the coalition. Whereas what Michael Knowles says and what Matt Walsh is saying is making them uncomfortable, right? So this is there is a sorting going on, and it seems like more people than I would have expected are abandoning this ship, are saying that this ship is hateful, this ship is a loser, this ship is not going to take us where we want to go as far as taking rights away from trans people, because he wants to do, like, it's clear Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, they want to do more than just take our rights away, right? So that's the sorting that's happening to a greater or lesser extent.
And she chose to say nothing to me at all and take her
Yeah, the good ones are not going to be good much longer.
To the public. In doing so, she not only questioned my approach and my strategy, but also my integrity and sincerity. Same for Michael Knowles, questioning it on his end too, accusing us of being mainly interested in clicks and entertainment, and insinuating that we're not taking the issue seriously enough. This is ironic, given that she made these accusations in a blog post where she used both my name and my picture and Michael Knowles' name and picture to get clicks. And at the end of her resignation, she even solicits personal donations. So it's like, Matt Walsh is only in it for the money. By the way, if you agree with my complaints about Matt Walsh, please consider giving me money. It's a bold sales pitch, I will admit. We'll see if it pays off.
So what she's saying is that he's catering to an audience of hateful people. He's doing this for money. He's doing this for the grift. He's saying there's no grift about it. I really do hate trans people, right? He's saying I'm being sincere. And I don't know if he's not, like, maybe he's telling the truth, right? I don't know how much of this is like, there is a certain hateful like demographic out there that he's courting and he's getting, right? If he goes out and says the eliminationist or the more overt eliminationist thing, he's going to attract that audience, right? And maybe that audience, like, really doesn't feel like they're being spoken to. Maybe they feel like everybody's like, soft walking all the hate. And they want to hear somebody like Matt Walsh, somebody like Michael Knowles actually say the quiet part out loud. And maybe it is a grift, but at the same time, like, this guy's got a lot of hate. The stuff that he was saying about Dylan Mulvaney, it seems real. Like, he saw Dylan Mulvaney experiencing trans joy, putting on an outfit that, she was really feeling, good about. And he has to go after her in such a mean way because he can't stand to see trans euphoria. I think the hate is real. I think this guy is a real, like, he's honest, but he's honestly horrible. So, whereas, with people like Katie and, the politically provoked people, I don't know how much of their, I don't know. It's hard to tell. Are they leaving the ship because they don't like this hate, because they care about their, like, trans med and true scum friends, or are they doing it because they think that this is where the coalition is? And it's really hard to tell, but one thing's for sure, there is a sorting. This is not kayfabe. Watch what he talks about, though. Watch what he gets into, right? Because he's got some ideas about how the transphobic industrial complex should work, right?
But the personal insults are not my primary concern here. I realize I'm a bit old-fashioned. You know, I was raised to always speak directly.
He skipped the whole 2-paragraph section in our article.
To people,
interesting.
If I have an issue with them. I was also taught that I shouldn't needlessly burn bridges with people who have helped me.
Burning bridges.
May be able to help me in the future. I mean, I can remember being 17 years old and working at the local pizza place, and I was getting ready to quit. And my dad told me even then, make sure you don't burn the bridge. Don't want to burn the bridge with the pizza place. You never know when you're going to need them again. But these days, many people feel that whenever they quit a job, they have to nail their 95 theses to the door, publicly outlining every single thing they didn't like about the place. They do that in the form now of, it's not so much a thesis on the door, but it's in the form of a TikTok video or a Substack or something like that. I would say that this is not only improper and an unfair way to treat people who've helped you professionally, but also just a very bad career move that you are destined to regret in the future.
Oh, did you hear that?
But that's just me, I suppose.
It's a very bad career move that you are destined to forget. You are destined to regret in the future. That is, bitch. You are never going to work in this town again. Here's what he left out. Let's read it really quickly. Let's take a look at this. But yeah, that's the key. That's the key. I feel like that is a veiled threat of sandbagging her career in the future. I mean, I can't really it does make him out to be more scummy. But look, I kind of say, I kind of feel like let them fight, let them destroy each other. This is good. Okay, so these are the 2 paragraphs that Natalie Marie was talking about. There were difficulties working for a decidedly conservative news and media corporation, which I anticipated. For instance, health professionals would not talk to me, much less go on the record because of their suspicion of right-wing media. But I pushed through these inconveniences because I felt that much of the criticism directed towards the Daily Wire was misguided. Their position on transgender issues was sufficiently nuanced, and their editorial standards were and remain high. I was told that the Daily Wire's stance was that adults could have their lives however they pleased, so long as they kept the kids out of it. Yo, that's how they get their foot in the door, though. With the concern trolling about but what about the kid? What about the kids? Think of the children, right? There was no clash between safeguarding children and tolerance for alternative adult lifestyles. Okay, that's a very old school way of looking at LGBT, but even ones that some might regard as unhealthy. It was a message. It was a message I could get behind. This is the person that Vaush brought on. True, yeah. This is Katie Buttons.
Much more important point is that, again, this is someone who's just the latest in a line of people who are supposedly on our side in this fight, and yet have turned against those of us who they feel are too extreme or too harsh or whatever. And as far as that goes, I think there are a couple of crucial takeaways here. Now, I've already explained in strenuous detail why I believe it's not only morally justified, but also a good strategy to be blunt and more aggressive. I don't need to belabor the point any more than I already have, except to say that if you think that it's possible to win a cultural battle and bring about a massive social change while also being exclusively polite and mild-tempered and focused on compromise, then you have never studied history. Any history, I have to assume. Because that's not how this works or has ever worked anywhere. Every social movement needs its frontline combatants. It's street fighters. It's people who are willing to get their hands
He's a
dirty.
street fighting man.
So if you think that I'm a confrontational jerk,
apparently,
maybe you're right. But the confrontational jerk community, okay, serves an important purpose. You need us, whether you like it or not. No cultural battle can be won or has ever been won anywhere in the world.
Does he sound like an anime villain? You know what I'm saying?
Not
you
everyone
need
needs
us.
to adopt our approach or should adopt it. You see, this doesn't go the other way. I'm not out here saying, well, nobody should ever be polite. Nobody should be nicer. No one should be more gentle.
Watch what he's going to say.
I don't say that. As I've said many times, I believe and I embrace a diversity of tactics. So the problem isn't that these gentler and more squeamish people aren't adopting our approach. It's that they think everyone should adopt their approach. And they're wrong about that. And that is also why, if you notice, on the left,
sorry, I have to end the stream so early.
This conversation. Have you noticed that? They never have this conversation.
We literally do.
So on the right, we're constantly stuck every day. It's another version of the same debate. Are we being too mean? Are we being too mean to them? Is it?
It's weird how much we do have this exact, a parallel conversation to this. Anyway, sorry I have to end so early. I just got to keep it under 6 hours so I can edit some of the stuff out of there and not get the stream demonetized. Anyway, say hi to Evie Lupine for me. Meow. And Bodies. Meow, meow, meow. I'll be back as soon as I can. Hopefully, I should have said this to the rest of chat, but I'm gonna be changing my days. Thursday is going away. I'm thinking about adding Tuesday and or